My name is Jiang Xiaofei male. I was sitting in my room playing on the computer, when a black hole suddenly appeared outside the window, instantly engulfing the entire room. My body kept shrinking in the black hole, my consciousness gradually faded, and finally I completely lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on a bed in an unfamiliar room. On the opposite bed lay a little boy about 3 years old, his head wrapped in bandages, apparently asleep. Although the bandages covered most of his face, the spiky hair revealed from the gaps still made my heart skip a beat. This hairstyle, this face shape, why did it look so familiar? He looked exactly like little son Goku from Dragon Ball. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and a kind-looking old grandfather, in a martial arts uniform, walked in. I wanted to ask a question, but my mouth only produced crying sounds. Jiang Xiaofei was shocked, raising his hands only to find his own hands had become small and delicate like a baby's hands. The old grandfather's son Wufan saw me raising my hands and crying, thinking I wanted to be held or was hungry, so he immediately picked up a bottle filled with animal milk, held me in his arms, gently coaxed me until I stopped crying, then slowly fed me. Later I learned that when he found me, the 3 characters Jiang Xiaofei were embroidered on my clothes, so he kept that name. Days passed, and I finally understood. I had transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball. After being sucked into the black hole, my body became that of a 1-year-old baby found in the mountains by Grandpa's son Wufan and brought back to be raised. The little boy with bandages on the opposite bed was none other than son Wukong, 2 years older than me. Now he became my brother, and we were both taken care of by Grandpa's son Wufan. When I was 5 years old, I started learning basic boxing techniques with Grandpa's son Wufan and brother son Wukong. Now I am 10 years old, son Wukong is 12. My body is much stronger than when I was little, but every time I spar with son Wukong, I still get beaten badly. That day during the daytime I stayed in the house, but one thing kept weighing on my mind. According to the plot of Dragon Ball tonight, when son Wukong sees the full moon, he will transform into a giant ape and trample Grandpa's son Wufan to death. No, I absolutely cannot let this happen, I muttered to myself. At that moment a clear and pleasant female voice suddenly rang in my mind. Universal System activating. The Universal System comes with a 1 square meter space-time. Inside is frozen living creatures, cannot be stored, and the space size is related to the host's strength. Then the system prompt sounded again. Universal System activated, distributing beginner gift pack. Open. I was completely shocked. I actually had a system. I was originally worried about how to survive in this world full of strong people as a blue-star human, but now, with the system, I finally have a way to protect myself, and maybe my life can really take off. Universal System opened the beginner gift pack. Ding. Beginner gift pack opened. Obtain Chaos Art automatically cultivated to the first level, cannot be taught. Obtain system scanning function, can display target combat power. I immediately opened the Chaos Art information to check. Chaos Art first level, cannot be taught, automatically gains 1 combat power per day, without training. If training daily, gain 1 combat power per hour, maximum daily limit of 10 combat power, extra 10 years of lifespan, chi storage capacity doubled. That means training for 9 hours a day can reach the daily combat power growth limit. Ding. System function updated, free lottery once per month, shop system open, current system coins 0. I opened the shop, and the interface was blank, presumably because the system coins were 0. I quickly asked, Universal System, how do I get system coins? The system answered, defeating evil people can earn system coins. Obviously I couldn't get system coins now, so I said, System, conduct the lottery. Congratulations host, you have obtained 20 cents of beans. I knew well what cents of beans could do. Basically, as long as you still have breath, eat one, and you'll recover, though they are ineffective against diseases, and need to be taken promptly for broken limbs. I quickly put the cents of beans into the system space. System, scan my own combat power. Ding. Host Jiang Xiaofei, combat power 5 weakling. I was speechless. 5 years of hard training, only 5 combat power. But in those 5 years, I learned to control chi, able to suppress my combat power to 1, which was an extra hidden trick. At that moment brother Sun Wukong ran in from outside, and the system automatically scanned his information. Name Sun Wukong Combat Power 10. In the early Dragon Ball Sun Wukong's combat power did increase slowly, but this laid a solid foundation for his later explosion. Xiaofei, let's go. Let's go train, Sun Wukong shouted. Okay. We walked to the open space outside the house, first practiced the basic boxing together, then began to spar. I first took a stance through a punch, but Sun Wukong easily dodged it by tilting his head, then he quickly threw punches, and I couldn't defend it all, getting beaten for a whole morning before we stopped. After training we returned home. Grandpa Sun Wukong had already prepared a large table of food. Sun Wukong and I ate ravenously. After the meal, we went to the open space again, and did hand strength training with stone equipment, until the sun was about to set before taking a break. When we got home dinner was already on the table. I asked the system to scan Grandpa Sun Wukong's combat power. Name Sun Wukong Combat Power 85. After dinner Grandpa Sun Wukong cleaned up, and said he was going out to train for 2 more hours, then come back to shower and sleep. Sun Wukong pulled me saying he wanted to go hunting in the mountains. My heart tightened. Tonight is the full moon night. If we go hunting Sun Wukong will definitely see the moon. I quickly said, Brother, let's go to bed early. I want to spar with you early tomorrow morning. Sun Wukong heard that, and happily agreed. Great. Then let's sleep now. Lying in bed, I had no sleep at all, staring at Sun Wukong the whole time. Time passed minute by minute. The moon outside the window gradually became round a full moon. Suddenly Sun Wukong sat up, apparently intending to go outside to the toilet. I hurriedly tried to call him. Wait! But before I could even say the word he had jumped off the bed and run outside. Our combat power gap was too large, I couldn't stop him in time. I quickly climbed off the bed, ran to the door, and saw Sun Wukong staring at the full moon in the sky. The next second his body rapidly expanded, turning into a giant ape, fluffy fur, eyes without pupils showing a crimson red, exuding a wild and violent aura. I was terrified out of my wits, turned around, rushed into the house, and shook Grandpa Sun Wukong vigorously. Grandpa! Wake up! Brother! Brother saw the moon and turned into a giant ape. Sun Wukong woke up with a start, his face turning pale. What? As soon as he said that, a giant hand suddenly slapped over, tearing off the roof directly, and the giant ape's gaze locked onto us. Roar! The giant ape beat its chest, and raised its huge foot, stamping toward us. I couldn't dodge in time. Sun Wukong grabbed me, and held me in his arms, leaping to the side, shouting, Xiaofei, hide far away! He didn't know why Sun Wukong had become like this, so he could only quickly charge at the giant ape, trying to wake him. Wukong! I'm your grandfather, Sun Wukong! Wake up! But the giant ape Sun Wukong had completely lost his mind, only destruction in his eyes. System scan showed his current combat power 100, while Grandpa Sun Wukong only had 85 combat power. More importantly, Grandpa didn't dare to go all out, afraid of hurting Sun Wukong, so he could only barely hold on, with his years of combat experience. At that moment the system prompt sounded. Ding! Host trained for 9 hours yesterday, increased combat power by 10, current combat power 15. My heart rejoiced. With 5 combat power, I could do nothing before, but now 15 might be able to help. The fight between the giant ape and Grandpa Sun Wukong was getting farther and farther away. Obviously Grandpa was deliberately leading the giant ape away to avoid harming me. I took the opportunity to run to the ruins of the overturned house, found a chopping knife in the kitchen, and then quickly ran toward the direction of the giant ape. Grandpa Sun Wukong saw me running over and shouted urgently, Xiaofei! Get away! Danger! The giant ape heard the sound, turned its head toward me, and its tail instinctively swung at me. Seeing this, Grandpa Sun Wukong shouted, Ah! And suddenly burst with chi, forming a single-handed energy wave, and firing it at the giant ape. Roar! The giant ape was in pain, its movements slowing for a moment. I seized this opportunity, rushed quickly behind the giant ape, raised the chopping knife, and chopped at its tail with all my strength. I clearly remembered the giant ape's weakness was its tail. Crack! The giant ape's tail was severed. It let out a painful roar. Its body gradually shrunk, finally turning back into a naked Sun Wukong unconscious on the ground. Grandpa Sun Wukong quickly ran over, crouched down, to carefully check Sun Wukong's condition, and only after confirming he was just unconscious did he heave a long sigh of relief, his forehead covered in cold sweat. I also collapsed on the ground, the stone in my heart finally falling. Grandpa Sun Wukong was safe, and the plot had finally been changed by me. A week passed like this. Jiang Xiaofei insisted on training for 9 hours every day, and his combat power rose to 85 points. Fortunately, after years of cultivation, he had learned to control his chi, and could usually disguise his combat power as 6 points, making him inconspicuous. During this week, the house destroyed by the giant ape was also rebuilt. It was almost noon. Grandpa Sun Gohan was cooking in the kitchen, while Jiang Xiaofei waited inside. Suddenly he saw Son Goku carrying a large fish on his shoulders at the door, followed by a girl of about 16. The girl had a pure face, fashionable and energetic attire, braided hair that was blue with a bow tied in her hair. Jiang Xiaofei recognized her at a glance. This should be Bulma. He immediately asked the system to scan Bulma's combat power. The system reported, "Name Bulma, combat power 1. Bulma saw Jiang Xiaofei and greeted him friendly. "Hello! Hello!" Jiang Xiaofei replied. Son Goku carried the big fish into the kitchen, then quickly came out to invite Son Gohan. After self-introductions, Bulma stated her purpose. "I'm looking for the Dragon Balls, and I want to ask Goku to help me search." When Son Goku heard the word adventure, his eyes instantly lit up. He immediately agreed to join. Son Gohan also smiled and nodded. "It's not good for a child to stay home all the time. Going out to see the world is also good." Son Gohan kept Bulma for lunch. After the meal, Bulma stared at the empty plates, and Goku, who was rubbing his round belly, utterly stunned by his astonishing appetite. Then Son Gohan took out the Dragon Ball and the Power Pole. He gave the Dragon Ball to Bulma and handed the Power Pole to Goku. "Take it with you, it can protect you on the road." Son Goku held the Power Pole and turned to ask Jiang Xiaofei. "Xiaofei, do you want to come with us on the adventure?" Jiang Xiaofei thought for a moment and shook his head. "I won't go." Afterwards, Jiang Xiaofei and Son Gohan saw Son Goku and Bulma. After sending them off, Jiang Xiaofei immediately pestered Son Gohan, begging him to teach him a higher level of cultivation method. Son Gohan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, and told Jiang Xiaofei, "Actually, I am a disciple of the Turtle School studying under Master Roshi." From that day on, Son Gohan began formally teaching Jiang Xiaofei the Turtle School training. The previous training was just laying a foundation. Son Gohan had originally planned to teach more advanced content after Goku returned, but he never expected that by the time Goku came back next time, he would already be a disciple of Master Roshi. Jiang Xiaofei secretly pondered. He had changed the plot. Grandpa Son Gohan was alive, so would Son Goku's future son still be named Son Gohan? 3 weeks passed quickly. During this time, Jiang Xiaofei learned the Kamehameha from Son Gohan, and his combat power rose to 295 points. He also mastered the Bukujutsu Sky Dance, following the method Son Gohan taught Videl in the anime. What made him even happier was that the Hunyuan art, non-transferable, finally broke through to the second layer, a guaranteed daily increase of 10 combat power points with 9 hours of training, achieving a maximum of 100 points per day. Lifespan increased by 100 years, and chi storage capacity doubled. The pace of becoming stronger is faster. Jiang Xiaofei felt delighted. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang. Ding! This month's free lottery has been updated. System lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill Kaioken. Jiang Xiaofei was even happier. The Kaioken was extremely practical. Before Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, it was an important combat power boost skill. That evening, Jiang Xiaofei found Son Gohan. "Grandpa, I want to go out on an adventure tomorrow to hone my strength." Son Gohan looked at him, smiled, and agreed, saying with emotion, Xiaofei, you've grown up too. You have your own ideas. Grandpa supports you very much. After speaking, he turned around and took 300,000 Sony dollars from somewhere and handed them to Jiang Xiaofei. In this world, Sony dollars had purchasing power similar to the yen. After dinner, Jiang Xiaofei packed his luggage and went to bed early. The next morning after breakfast with Son Gohan, Jiang Xiaofei shouldered his heavy backpack, waved his arm vigorously to bid farewell to his grandfather, then turned around with firm steps, embarking on this adventure journey destined to be full of unknowns and hardships. When he reached a place with no one around, Jiang Xiaofei put his backpack into the system space, then asked the system to display his information. Host Jiang Xiaofei, combat power 395 points, system space 30 square meters, time frozen, unable to store living things, items 20 cents of beans, 1 backpack. Skills Hunyuan art, second layer, non-transferable, guaranteed daily 10 combat power, max 100 per day, with 9 hours training, lifespan 100 years, chi storage 2 times, skills Kaioken. Bukujutsu Kamehameha, basic fist techniques. This combat power should be enough for the early Dragon Ball period, but by the space arc I'm afraid even a grunt can't be defeated. As Jiang Xiaofei walked through the mountains pondering, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Main quest activated. Go to the corrupted Dragon Ball world, eliminate at least 100 evil Earthlings. Time limit 24 hours. Countdown 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words faded, Jiang Xiaofei was teleported to a place similar to the Dragon Ball world. He quickly asked, System, what is the corrupted Dragon Ball world? Insufficient permissions, cannot answer. The system replied. Then what will happen if I fail the mission? If the main quest fails, the system will automatically unbind. In addition, if the host dies in the corrupted Dragon Ball world, it will be permanent death. Jiang Xiaofei's heart tightened. If he lost the system with his current strength, he would just be a side character in the later stages. No, I must find a way to complete the mission. He immediately used Bukujutsu to fly to the vicinity of the city, landed in an empty place, and then ran towards the urban area. As soon as he entered the city, he was stunned by the scene before him. Many houses were on fire, some had collapsed, several gangs of thugs were looting and killing in the streets. The security forces attacked them with bullets, but to no effect. Civilians fled in all directions, the entire city in chaos. Jiang Xiaofei quickly ran to a nearby toy store, grabbed a mask, put it on, and rushed out. By this time, the security forces were already half dead and fleeing in panic. Jiang Xiaofei flew quickly to the security forces, struck a pose facing the group of thugs, and shouted, I am the messenger of justice. I am here to eliminate you evil ones. He did this to let others know he was not one of the gangsters. Although the action was a bit embarrassing with the mask on, no one could see his awkward expression. The system quickly scanned the combat power of the 7 thugs: 64 magically enhanced, 8x 81, 64 56, 64 56, 64. Jiang Xiaofei's combat power was far higher than theirs. It was almost a one-shot kill. Thus he searched the city for thugs and quickly eliminated 99 of them. Just then a sudden gust of wind came from behind. Jiang Xiaofei was punched in the back. His body flew through the air, smashing through the walls of 2 residential buildings. He jumped up despite the pain, ran back to the street through the hole in the wall, and ordered the system to scan the attacker's combat power. Name Lu Ning, combat power 400 magically enhanced, 8x age about 35. The combat power gap is not big, it's a good chance to practice my fist techniques. Jiang Xiaofei thought, and immediately rushed forward to exchange blows with Lu Ning. After a few exchanges, Jiang Xiaofei was caught off guard. A knee struck him hard in the stomach, sending him flying again, smashing through 2 walls. No, my combat power is 5 points lower than his, and he's a trained fighter. I can't win with just basic fist techniques. Jiang Xiaofei quickly realized this, and didn't hesitate. He directly struck a pose. Ha, me, ha, me, ha. Lu Ning was stunned. He had studied in some martial arts school before, but due to limited potential, he never learned to use chi. Later he made his way in the mundane world, relying on his strength to become more ambitious, and began to commit crimes. He never expected that the masked man in front of him could actually release a blast. With no time to dodge, Lu Ning could only take the hit head-on. The blast hit him directly, instantly obliterating him. Ding! Main quest completed. About to return to the real world. When Jiang Xiaofei opened his eyes again, he was back in the mountains. The surroundings were exactly the same as before he was teleported. It seemed that time in the real world was frozen during his stay in the corrupted Dragon Ball world. System open the system shop, Jiang Xiaofei said. The shop interface appeared showing the current system coins as 18000. System, how are system coins calculated? Eliminating evil enemies gives system coins. The evil degree of an enemy is divided into levels 1 to 10. System coins, enemies evil degree, enemies combat power. If a good person is killed by mistake, no system coins. Jiang Xiaofei looked at the item exchange column. Dragon Ball World Sony dollars. 1 system coin can exchange for 1,000 Sony dollars. Also some simple chi techniques. The most attractive to him was the low-class Saiyan bloodline, which increased cultivation speed by 100 and cost 10000 system coins. System exchange for the low-class Saiyan bloodline. Ding! Exchange successful. Remaining system coins 8000. After the exchange, Jiang Xiaofei immediately felt an itch in his rear, and soon an orange-red tail slowly grew out from behind him. At the same time, the attributes of the Hunyuan art were also updated daily. Guaranteed 100-220 combat power with 9 hours of training, up to 1,200 combat power per day. Jiang Xiaofei flew swiftly towards the city. When he was close, he found a secluded spot to land, then walked briskly into the city. After wandering the streets for a while, he realized that the 300,000 Sony coins he had were not even enough to buy a single universal capsule. The purchasing power of 300,000 Sony coins was roughly equivalent to a little over 100,000 yuan in his past life in Dragon Country. As dusk fell, Jiang Xiaofei found a hotel to eat. Since his constitution had become that of a Saiyan, his appetite was enormous, and the 300,000 Sony coins were soon almost gone. He kept only a little to rent a room, leaving him with nothing. After midnight, the system notification chimed. Yesterday's battle counted as training, increasing combat power by 200 points. Current combat power 595 points. The next morning, with empty pockets, Jiang Xiaofei began to think about how to make money. Exchanging system coins for Sony coins was obviously not worth it. Working as a farmhand or laborer like Sun Wukong, though faster than an ordinary person, was too inefficient. Starting a business required capital and skills, and he couldn't just keep hunting in the mountains forever. Suddenly he thought of eliminating evil forces. It would both earn system coins according to the rules and bring in money. He immediately called up the system and exchanged 1000 system coins for a set of clothes, like the one Son Gohan wore when he transformed into the Great Saiyaman. From then on, under the identity of a righteous hero, he roamed around eliminating evil forces and criminals. 3 months passed quickly. During this period, Jiang Xiaofei's Hunyuan art cannot be taught finally broke through to the third layer. Training 9 hours a day could increase combat power by up to 10002 points. His current combat power reached 159 points. His lifespan increased by 1000 years. His chi storage capacity increased fourfold, and his basic martial arts improved, reaching the initial martial realm in the cosmic realm classification. At the same time, he had accumulated 300,000 system coins, and through exchange, he had several hundred billion Sony coins. He kept 2 billion Sony coins for himself and entrusted the rest to 3 high-paid executives. During these 3 months, he also performed 3 system draws. The first draw yielded a gravity suit. Wearing it increased training efficiency, allowing him to reach the training cap in just 3 hours a day too. The second draw gave him 20 Senza beans, which combined with the 20 he had left gave him a total of 43. The third draw produced a divine spaceship. Jiang Xiaofei was stunned. He had never expected to receive such an advanced item. Jiang Xiaofei didn't summon the spaceship immediately. Instead, he flew deep into the mountains to a deserted area before calling it forth. The spaceship's exterior resembled a phoenix about 10 meters long. As the hatch slowly opened, the interior space was far larger than it appeared from outside. The entrance led to a spacious hall, and the ship's head housed the control system. System, bind the spaceship for me. Ding. Binding successful. As the words faded, an AI persona materialized on the screen ahead. A young girl with an oval face, golden twintails, arms crossed, long legs, clad in white stockings, and a graceful figure. She looked at him with a tsundere expression, and spoke in a crisp, lowly-like voice. Master, please give me a name. Jiang Xiaofei was a bit surprised by the AI's appearance, but didn't dwell on it. He simply said, Call her Qinyao. Ding. Naming successful. The next moment Qinyao jumped out of the electronic screen and walked up to Jiang Xiaofei. Slightly startled, he asked, What's going on? Qinyao explained proudly, I am a divine-level spaceship intelligence. The highest AI intelligence level in the universe is SSS level, while divine level is born from SSS level with self-awareness and unlimited potential. It can no longer be simply defined as AI intelligence. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, Impressive. By the way, what are the abilities of a divine-level spaceship? The core abilities of a divine-level spaceship include spatial technology, vastly expanding the ship's interior space, as well as spatial folding and spatial jumps. Additionally, it has time travel and shape-shifting capabilities. As long as energy is sufficient, and the intelligence core is not damaged, the ship can also self-repair. Qinyao paused, then added, I can also travel between the network virtual world and reality. The material of this body is very special, with a texture more delicate than a real human's. Except for the inability to bear children, it is a perfect existence. Jiang Xiaofei asked again, What about the functional zones of the spaceship? With spatial technology and folding technology, the interior is divided into living quarters, training area, vacation area, planting area, breeding area, and storage area. Attack power is linked to energy reserves. The ship's current energy value is 100 million. Jiang Xiaofei followed Qinyao to the energy charging area. On the platform, there was a protective glass cover inside, which a device resembling a black hole was spinning. Master, you can place your hand on it and use your own qi to charge the spaceship, Qinyao said. Jiang Xiaofei tried it. Consuming 1000 points of qi increased the ship's energy by 1000 points, a 1:1 charging ratio. After familiarizing himself with the spaceship's functions, he spent 2 days. Besides daily training, he spent all 2 billion Sony coins buying various supplies, and went to the wild to catch fish and animals, placing them in the ship's breeding area. By this time, Jiang Xiaofei's combat power had increased to 22595 points. He asked Qinyao to perform a spatial jump, then flew through space for half a day. After coming out of the training room, which had its own gravity space combined with the gravity suit, allowing him to reach the cap in just 1 hour of training a day. Although the process was grueling, it saved a lot of time. Master, I've detected a planet with life signals ahead. Qinyao walked over smiling. Jiang Xiaofei was hesitating whether to check it out when the spaceship suddenly received a distress signal. The screen showed 3 enemy ships chasing a small spaceship. Jiang Xiaofei didn't want to meddle, but the 3 ships directly attacked his divine-level spaceship. Qinyao, destroy them. Yes, Master. Qinyao's expression immediately turned serious as she operated the ship to fire 3 laser beams. The 3 enemy ships were instantly destroyed. Ding. Obtained 1620000 system coins. Jiang Xiaofei was stunned. He hadn't expected to earn so many system coins in an instant, far more than he had made in 3 grueling months on Earth. Indeed, to accumulate system coins quickly, one has to go to space. He opened the system warehouse and looked at the 1650000 system coins, 300000 remaining 1620000 new. He finally decided to exchange for 2 items. 1. Spend 100000 system coins to upgrade his low-level Scion Constitution. 2. Mid-level Scion Constitution, increasing training speed to 202. Spend 100000 system coins to upgrade his initial martial realm. 2. Mid-level martial realm, enabling more efficient use of his own energy and dealing higher damage when unleashing chi blasts. In the blink of an eye, only 550000 system coins remained. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but sigh. System coins really don't last long. Meanwhile, inside the small spaceship, the second princess of the Xylan planet, with long purple hair, said to a woman around 30 years old, "General Helen sent a request for help to the spaceship that just assisted us express our goodwill and asked to meet them." General Helen said worriedly, "Wouldn't that be too dangerous? We still don't know if they are friend or foe." The second princess's eyes were resolute. "This is our only chance now. My sister is still in danger. Even if it's risky, I must seize it." Her gaze swept over the divine-level spaceship not far away. Its streamlined hull gleamed with cold metallic luster, and the energy patterns on the bow occasionally flickered with deep blue light. Just looking at it from afar made her feel an oppressive, suffocating pressure. "This is definitely a high-level civilization creation I've never seen before. Their strength must be formidable." Soon Jiang Xiaofei's spaceship received their distress signal, and they also requested a face-to-face meeting. Jiang Xiaofei thought, "I'll have to interact with aliens sooner or later. Might as well do it now." He agreed to their request, and had Qi now dock the two ships' hatches. Soon the second princess of the Xylan planet and General Helen walked toward Jiang Xiaofei's direction. At the forefront was a stunningly beautiful woman, her long purple hair cascading softly. Her delicate face was adorned with bright large eyes, and her graceful figure exuded the youthful charm and vitality of a lotus just emerging from the water. She wore a JK uniform, her straight legs sheathed in white stockings appearing no older than 18. Despite the shock of the vast spaceship interior, her face was etched with urgency as she hurried toward Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei was inwardly astonished. This alien looked exactly like a human. "Hello," a sweet melodious voice rang out. "My name is Lu Qingqing." Lu Qingqing, though surprised by Jiang Xiaofei's childlike appearance of a 10-year-old, instinctively sensed that the person before her was far from ordinary. Someone who could possess such a powerful spaceship was no commoner. Even with the twin-tailed girl Qin Yao standing beside Jiang Xiaofei, she was certain from the first glance that he was the true master of the spaceship. As she spoke, Lu Qingqing's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, her long lashes trembling slightly. With a pleading tone, she said, "I am the second princess of the purple-blue planet ahead. Now the purple-blue planet is under attack by space pirates. My sister, the empress of the purple-blue planet, is still trapped in danger. If you can save the purple-blue planet and rescue my sister, I will pay any price, wealth, status, anything you ask for." Having said that, she looked at Jiang Xiaofei with eager anticipation. "How strong are the enemies?" Jiang Xiaofei asked. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment. "I'm not sure of their exact strength, but this group of space pirates once dominated another galaxy, controlling many planets. They were later defeated by Frisia's Jinyu force, and their leader fled with some remnants." Jiang Xiaofei calculated in his mind being defeated by the Jinyu force meant their combat power was considerable, but the timeline was still early, and the Jinyu force's strength wasn't exaggerated yet. Moreover, killing evildoers would earn system coins. This deal was worth it. "All right," Jiang Xiaofei nodded. "I'll name my reward after rescuing your planet. By the way, do you have a token your sister would recognize?" Lu Qingqing immediately removed the necklace around her neck, a chain with a round bead in the center, and handed it to Jiang Xiaofei. "My sister's name is Lu Ruyan." Lu Ruyan. Jiang Xiaofei's pupils constricted, a storm of shock rising in his heart. Wasn't this the Ruyan emperor who dominated the eons from the novel he read in his past life? In the novel, Lu Ruyan was terrifyingly complex. She had been deceived, loved, malicious, pitiful, foolish, toyed with poor rich kind, but never once ugly. The line from the book, "Even if you dress alluringly to the bone, you cannot match even a third of my Ruyan emperor's charm," was still etched in his memory. Seeing his astonishment, Lu Qingqing pressed curiously, "Do you know my sister?" No. Jiang Xiaofei quickly regained his composure, and made an excuse. "I just had a friend named Lu Ruyan before, so hearing the same name surprised me. What a coincidence in the world, right?" After saying that, he asked Lu Qingqing to gather everyone from her spaceship. You all wait in my ship. Qinyao, treat them well. Yes, Master, Qinyao replied. Then, guided by Qinyao through mental connection, Jiang Xiaofei boarded the small spaceship of Lu Qingqing's group. The cockpit equipment, though not top tier, was surprisingly complete. Under Qinyao's direction, Jiang Xiaofei's fingertips lightly tapped the control panel. The engine hummed softly, and the spaceship slowly left the main vessel's docking bay, flying toward the planet glowing with purple-blue light ahead. Outside the porthole, interstellar dust drifted like fine fireflies, and the energy shield of Lu Qingqing's spaceship shimmered with a thin glow under the starlight. Jiang Xiaofei rested one hand on the control stick, his gaze fixed on the increasingly clear purple-blue planet. Purple clouds churning at the edge of the atmosphere, blue oceans visible through gaps in the clouds, eerily similar to a habitable planet from his memories. Space pirates chased away by the Jinyu force. Jiang Xiaofei murmured to himself, his fingers tapping the console absently. These villainous scum are perfect for padding my system coins. But in his mind the name Lu Ruyan kept surfacing, that brilliant controversial woman from the novel, who hadn't slammed the table over her ending while reading it in his past life. As the spaceship broke through the atmosphere, the surface of the purple-blue planet became clearer. Rows of crystal buildings stood densely on the purple plains, but many were now billowing black smoke. Small spacecrafts occasionally roared overhead, and in the distance energy cannon blasts lit up the sky with scattered pirate soldiers around. The situation is more dire than I thought. Jiang Xiaofei's eyes sharpened, and he shoved the control stick forward. The spaceship shot like an arrow toward the most intense battlefield. He activated the system scanning function. The combat power of nearby enemies barely exceeded 1000 points, except for a distant energy fluctuation showing 80000 points. Quite strong, Jiang Xiaofei remarked quickly, leaping out of the small spaceship and flying toward the source of the high combat power, using the sky dance technique. As he approached, the scene grew clearer. Atop a palace shrouded in smoke, a tattered purple-blue flag still fluttered, with dozens of figures locked in fierce battle nearby. At the center of the battlefield, a breathtakingly beautiful woman in imperial battle armor was locked in combat with an enemy. Her hair disheveled, her armor slashed with several gashes, blood at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes showed no fear. The system scan results appeared. Name Lu Ruyan, combat power 20000 points, amplified threefold by armor, actual combat power 60000 points. Name Bulldozed, combat power 80000 points, resembling a standing frog, space pirate leader. Lu Ruyan wielded a translucent blue longsword, each swing carried a sharp sonic boom, her aura formidable. But after a short struggle her subordinates fell one by one. The space pirates, now 7 in number, surrounded her, leaving Lu Ruyan in a perilous position. Jiang Xiaofei instantly leaped into the center of the battlefield, holding up the necklace. Catching sight of it, Lu Ruyan immediately recognized it as her sister's token. This person was an ally, likely a reinforcement her sister had summoned. But when she saw Jiang Xiaofei's appearance, her heart tightened. This was just a child of about 10. Could he be capable? Seeing Jiang Xiaofei's action, the space pirates immediately understood he was Lu Ruyan's ally, but they sneered at his age. A kid who hasn't even grown hair dares to meddle. Bulldozed looked at his subordinates. Who will take him down? A pirate with a system displayed combat power of 10000 stepped forward, scoffing, let me handle it. No need for the boss to deal with a brat. With that he charged rapidly toward Jiang Xiaofei. Lu Ruyan's heart filled with worry, trusting her sister's judgment, but still unable to suppress her concern for the child. Before the pirate could get close, Jiang Xiaofei threw a quick punch, sending him flying. Then with one hand, he gathered a ki blast and instantly obliterated him. The swift, decisive action stunned everyone present. The remaining 6 pirates, now wary, charged at Jiang Xiaofei together. After several dozen exchanges, Jiang Xiaofei killed them all. Bulldozed stared at Jiang Xiaofei, assessing his strength. He could burst to about 22000 points of combat power, and his ki blast seemed formidable, but against his own 80000 points, it was still insufficient. Lu Ruyan, mustering her wounded strength, moved closer to Jiang Xiaofei. Her beauty was the ultimate fusion of imperial majesty and peerless elegance. sharing the delicate bone structure of Lu Qingqing yet with added depth from years of experience. Her brows held the nobility of royalty, and the sharpness of a battlefield veteran. Her gaze seemed to see through souls, yet occasionally revealed a hint of feminine softness. She truly lived up to the name Radiant Emperor. Her skin was as warm as jade, still luminous even when stained with dust. Though her imperial battle armor was damaged, it accentuated her upright posture, both the commanding presence of a ruler and a hidden tenderness, like the dual-colored glow of the purple-blue planet combining the grandeur of the stars with the gentleness of the deep sea. What touched the heart most was her composure after weathering storms. Even in dire straits, the light in her eyes never dimmed. This resilience, woven with beauty, created a unique, unforgettable charm that belonged only to Lu Ruyan. Not only was Jiang Xiaofei dumbfounded, but the interstellar pirate leader Bo Luoka was practically drooling with greed. His murky, sinister eyes clung to Lu Ruyan, like a starving beast fixated on the most succulent prey, his throat emitting guttural gulps. Bo Luoka wiped the drool from his mouth with a calloused hand, revealing a crooked grin of yellow teeth. I brought my men here because of your reputation. I heard you're the most beautiful woman in the universe. You wouldn't want your nation to fall because of you and you. If you follow me, Bo Luoka, I'll grant you endless riches and power to roam the stars unchecked. Jiang Xiaofei snapped out of his trance, silently lamenting. A beautiful woman brings disaster. Lu reinforced herself upright and gritted her teeth. Bo Luoka, you should take a good look at yourself. Do you even deserve me? With the last of her strength, she summoned a faint yet resolute energy wave, her body trembling from pain, but her gaze unwavering. Jiang Xiaofei gently patted her shoulder to calm her, then handed her a senzu bean, gesturing for her to eat it. Though puzzled, Lu Ruyan trusted her sister's judgment and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly a warm current surged through her body. She was astonished to find her wounds completely healed, as if they had never existed. She looked at Jiang Xiaofei with profound gratitude. The greedy gaze of the pirate leader Bo Luoka immediately shifted to Jiang Xiaofei. What did you just give her? Hand over those beans, and I'll let you live. But in his mind, he plotted to take the beans, and then kill the boy at once. Dream on! Jiang Xiaofei shot back without hesitation. Bo Luoka's face darkened, his eyes flashing with malice, then he forced a greedy smile. Fine, you've got guts. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll just take them by force. Before his words faded, Bo Luoka lunged at Jiang Xiaofei. Lu Ruyan instantly stepped in front of him, blocking the attack with her sword. Go! You're no match for him, she urged. She tried to hold him back, but was sent flying after a few exchanges. Jiang Xiaofei caught her firmly, his arm around her slender waist. Feeling her delicate form tremble, his heart tightened. He ignored everything else and asked softly, Lu Ruyan, are you all right? She shook her head, slightly pale but resolute. I'm fine. You have to leave. He's too strong for you. Her golden battle armor was damaged, no longer able to triple her combat power, making her no match for Bo Luoka. Jiang Xiaofei helped her to the side to rest, then turned and charged back. Bo Luoka sneered. I only need half my strength to deal with you. Jiang Xiaofei muttered inwardly. Do you think you're Frisia? So full of yourself. Without wasting words, he burst his aura, unleashing a combat power of 22595 points. Bo Luoka watched calmly, smirking. A mere 20000. I have 80000. Let's see what tricks you can pull. Kaioken. Jiang Xiaofei roared, his power surging to 33892 points. Then, double Kaioken. His power broke through 45190 points. Bo Luoka panicked as he saw the growing aura, fearing a humiliating defeat. He powered up fully and unleashed a powerful energy wave toward Jiang Xiaofei. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei activated the 4x Kaioken, his combat power skyrocketing to 90380 points. He hastily fired a Kamehameha, barely blocking Bo Luoka's attack. The two energies clashed and slowly pushed back toward Bo Luoka. 5x Kaioken. Plus Haim, Ha, full power. Jiang Xiaofei gathered his strength and unleashed a massive Kamehameha wave several times thicker than before, This strike exceeded 200,000 combat power, and instantly obliterated Bo Luoka. Bo Luoka died in disbelief, unable to fathom that a mere brat had bested him after years of interstellar dominance. Lu Ruyan stared at Jiang Xiaofei in shock, her eyes filled with wonder. "You're this strong." Meanwhile, on the massive screen of Jiang Xiaofei's divine spaceship, the battle was being broadcast live, leaving everyone on board utterly stunned. Lu Qingqing watched Jiang Xiaofei's heroic figure, young yet handsome, and felt her heart race. She sensed that her Prince Charming had finally arrived. Qin Yao, overjoyed to see her master defeat Bo Luoka, immediately flew the spaceship toward the battlefield. The pirates, terrified by their leader's instant death, fled in panic. Feeling the strain of the 5 times Kaioken on his body, Jiang Xiaofei quickly adjusted to double Kaioken and used the Prince's method. Rapid movement combined with energy blasts to mop up the remaining enemies. One by one, pirate ships exploded, and the fleeing soldiers were killed by energy blasts. Most perished, with only a few escaping. He glanced at the system panel, and saw his system coins had surged to 235,000,000. He couldn't help but grin. "Or really brings in the cash." As he dispelled the double Kaioken, a trembling voice came from behind. "You? What technique is that?" "Kaioken," Jiang Xiaofei replied calmly. Suddenly a spaceship flew over its hatch, sliding open with a hiss. Qin Yao ran out first, calling anxiously, "Master, are you okay?" Lu Qingqing also rushed out, blushing, and eagerly asked about his condition. Feeling their concern, Jiang Xiaofei smiled. "I'm fine." The crisis on the purple-blue planet finally ended with Jiang Xiaofei's heroic counterattack. He earned everyone's respect through his strength, winning Lu Ruyan's admiration and Lu Qingqing's affection. Afterward, Jiang Xiaofei rested in the room Lu Ruyan had arranged. He summoned the system. "Open the shop." He scanned the items in the shop and calculated advanced Scion bloodline training speed 100 million system coins, skill, instant transmission, 10 million side effect free Kaioken 10x 100 million martial realm advanced perfection instant attack boost 1x base up to 3x combat power 10 million transformation. Super Saiyan 1 full power. 75x multiplier 100 million enhancement. Sense key. Perceive others' energy to microscopic level 10 million. The foundation is most important. I'll upgrade the core first. He made up his mind and exchanged for the advanced Scion bloodline Super Saiyan 1 full power martial realm advanced perfection instant transmission and enhanced sense key. His system coins plummeted, leaving only 5 million. System view my personal info. The universal system immediately announced. Both Jiang Xiaofei must complete main quest or system will unbind automatically. 1. Cultivation art. Hunyuan art auto-cultivates to 3rd layer, not teachable. Daily base combat power 1000 points, training 9 hours, max 10,000 and 5 points, lifespan 1000 years, chi storage limit 4x. 2. Base combat power 22595 points. 3. System space 220 square meters, time frozen, no living creatures, expands with host strength. 4. Items 39 cents of beans. 5. Bloodline transformation advanced Scion bloodline Super Saiyan 1 full power 75x multiplier. 6. Skills Kaioken Bukujutsu Kamehameha instant transmission enhanced sense key martial realm advanced perfection max 3x combat power burst. 7. Equipment divine spaceship gravity clothes training aid gravity room 1 hour daily reaches training limit. 8. System coins 5 million. 9. Assets Sony coins 0 cash assets managed by 3 executives worth hundreds of billions Sony coins. After reviewing the info, Jiang Xiaofei went to sleep peacefully. The next morning the system chimed. Ding. Yesterday's training complete. Combat power 6,000. Current base combat power 28595 points. He got up, washed up, and heard a knock at the door. A maid respectfully informed him. Her Majesty the Empress requests your presence at the palace. Jiang Xiaofei followed the maid to the palace, wondering, is she about to reward me? Inside the palace, Lu Ruyan sat on a magnificent throne, her eyes brimming with authority and gratitude beside her. Lu Qingqing stood quietly. The hall was empty except for the three of them. As Jiang Xiaofei entered, Lu Ruyan rose slightly and offered a warm smile. Jiang Xiaofei, your heroic deeds saved our planet. You deserve immense credit. On behalf of all the people of the purple-blue planet, I extend our sincerest thanks. Jiang Xiaofei quickly bowed. Your Majesty is too kind. Lu Ruyan nodded and continued. Jiang Xiaofei, do you understand the meaning of Lu Qingqing's token? Beside her, Lu Qingqing's once fair and jade-like beautiful face instantly turned as red as the burning sunset clouds in the sky. Jiang Xiaofei wondered to himself. Isn't it to gain your trust? Lu Ruyan continued. How could I so easily trust something ordinary? Her voice was steady and powerful as though recounting an unwavering conviction. It turned out that what appeared to be a commonplace token was actually a precious keepsake that their mother had solemnly entrusted to Lu Qingqing upon her birth. It was far more than a mere object. It carried the family's honor and legacy along with the mother's profound blessings and hopes for her daughter, making it an item of extraordinary significance that could not be compared to anything ordinary. Jiang Xiaofei's heart tightened, and he quickly reached into his chest to retrieve the necklace, preparing to return it to Lu Qingqing. However, Lu Qingqing slightly tilted her head, her gaze falling upon Jiang Xiaofei's youthful, handsome face that also revealed a certain resilience. His features flowed smoothly, sword-like eyebrows framing star-bright eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and lips pressed together in unyielding defiance. The maturity beyond his years seemed to radiate an enchanting quality in Lu Qingqing's eyes, causing her heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. Lu Qingqing said, I owe you my life, and have no way to repay you. I am willing to offer myself to you. Jiang Xiaofei also appreciated Lu Qingqing's straightforward character but replied, There's no need for that. Feelings must be mutual. Hearing his initial words, Lu Qingqing froze, fearing he might not like her. But upon hearing the rest, she snapped back to reality, realizing her own emotional lapse. She hastily bowed her head and whispered in a voice barely audible, Jiang Xiaofei, since this token has come into your hands, perhaps this is fate's design. Her voice carried a touch of shyness, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. Watching Lu Qingqing's bashful demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei felt a flutter in his heart. He smiled gently and said, I understand your intentions. However, I am only 10 years old now. When I turn 18, I will marry you. Lu Qingqing was both surprised and overjoyed upon hearing this, the blush on her cheeks instantly spreading all the way to her ears. Shyly turning away, she ran off, like a startled fawn, leaving behind a trail of bell-like laughter echoing in the air. Lu Ruyan nodded with satisfaction, holding great appreciation for Jiang Xiaofei. In her eyes, Jiang Xiaofei was not only brave and kind but also possessed a maturity and sense of responsibility beyond his years. She had no objections to him being with her younger sister. Moreover, given the technology of their planet, where lifespan was exceptionally long and residents lived an average of 1,000 years, the gap between 10 and 18 was negligible in the grand scheme of life. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, Then the engagement is settled. Is there any other reward you desire? Whatever it is, as long as we can manage it, we will do our utmost to fulfill your wish. Feeling quite embarrassed to ask for additional rewards, Jiang Xiaofei replied, No need. Lu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, Then I will owe you a favor. Should you ever need anything in the future, come to me, and I shall honor my promise. By the way, you and my sister should get formally engaged first. After attending to the matter at hand, Jiang Xiaofei bid farewell to Lu Ruyan and returned to his room to rest. Thus, after the engagement with Lu Qingqing, Jiang Xiaofei spent each day either nurturing his relationship with Lu Qingqing, training his body, chatting with Lu Ruyan, or simply exploring around. It was then that he discovered this planet's technology was quite advanced, with transportation on par with his original world. However, this planet possessed battle equipment capable of doubling one's combat power. Lu Ruyan's king-level gear was the top tier, amplifying one's combat power by 3 times. For months passed, and Jiang Xiaofei found Lu Ruyan to inform her that he needed to leave this planet and return to his own. He then went to find Lu Qingqing, who was wearing a JK uniform. Jiang Xiaofei walked over, intending to embrace her, but unexpectedly found himself caught in Lu Qingqing's arms first. She was fragrant and soft in his embrace, and he thought to himself, "Not a bad feeling." The two exchanged sweet words for a while before Jiang Xiaofei took his leave from Lu Qingqing. As his spaceship broke through the atmosphere, Lu Qingqing stood at the observation deck, her eyes red. Behind her came Lu Rian's sigh. "The coordinates for interstellar travel have already been entered into his navigation system. Whenever he wishes, he can return." Aboard the spaceship, having just finished his workout, Jiang Xiaofei was approached by Qin Yao, who said, "Master, would you like me to help you bathe and give you a massage?" Jiang Xiaofei glanced at her JK uniform, the skirt swaying gently with each step, white stockings wrapping her slender calves. His gaze lingered on her figure for half a second, his Adam's apple rolling involuntarily, before he simply gave a vague hum of acknowledgement. After his bath, the spaceship underwent a spatial jump and continued its flight, finally arriving at Earth. Jiang Xiaofei instructed the spaceship to await orders in the sky and controlled his combat power at 30, sufficient for daily affairs without drawing unnecessary attention. He had Qin Yao follow him as they traversed the spaceship's transmission channel and materialized at a bustling urban street corner. Skyscrapers rose on all sides, and the streets teemed with noise and crowd entirely different from the tranquility of Blue Star. Jiang Xiaofei first withdrew some money from a bank. As he stepped onto the road, he spotted a large vehicle speeding toward Bulma. Jiang Xiaofei darted forward swiftly and rescued Bulma. Gazing at Jiang Xiaofei's youthful and handsome face, Bulma's heart skipped 2 beats, and she felt her boyfriend Yamo Cha suddenly losing its appeal. Although her relationship with Yamo Cha had just begun with little contact and no hand-holding yet, Bulma turned to the figure beside Jiang Xiaofei and asked, "Who is she?" Qin Yao replied, "I am my master's butler, equivalent to a robot in your world." Thereafter Bulma accompanied Jiang Xiaofei on a leisurely stroll, occasionally picking up trinkets from the street stalls to examine. Qin Yao stood quietly nearby like a dutiful butler. The World Martial Arts Tournament. First place prize of 500,000. Who will be the world's strongest? The raucous cry from a street corner loudspeaker suddenly captured Jiang Xiaofei's attention. He pushed through to the bulletin board, his eyes lighting up at the words, "World Martial Arts Tournament," displayed above. He knew this year's tournament would be different. Master Roshi would disguise himself as Dragon. Only by sparring with strong opponents can one break through fastest. Jiang Xiaofei clenched his fist and turned to dash toward the registration booth. "Qin Yao, I'm signing up." The registration staff looked at the seemingly ordinary child before him and proceeded with routine procedure. Name: Jiang Xiaofei. Participation declaration: I want to take first place. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Someone remarked, "Look, he's only about 10 years old. Does a kid like him really think he can take first place?" Before the laughter at the registration desk subsided, a man as massive as an iron tower squeezed out from the crowd. He wore a tight tank top, his muscle masses stacked upon him like stones, his shadow almost completely engulfing Jiang Xiaofei. Hasn't even grown his hair out, and he's already talking about taking first place. The massive man grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth, and reached out to pat Jiang Xiaofei on the head. "This isn't some game of house. If you get beaten and cry, nobody'll comfort you." Jiang Xiaofei shifted his feet lightly, casually evading that massive hand laden with force. He raised his head, his gaze calm and unruffled, simply looking at the massive man. "Whether I can take first place or not, we'll know once we fight." The massive man was slightly taken aback, surprised that he had managed to dodge his hand. "Interesting. We'll see during the match." With that, he turned and walked away. The tournament was still 1 day away, and Bulma had gone out shopping. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Jiang Xiaofei took Qin Yao to eat, and coincidentally encountered Son Goku, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamo Cha, and Bulma. Jiang Xiaofei quickly exchanged greetings and silently commanded within his heart, "System, check their combat power." The omnipotent system responded, "Yamo Cha combat power 57. Krillin combat power 68. Son Goku combat power 86. Master Roshi combat power 90. Bulma at that moment wore an easy and joyful expression. Her signature blue-green long hair adorned with a red bow at the crown added a touch of playfulness and charm. She wore a red short-sleeved t-shirt emblazoned with the bold letters, Bulma, proudly declaring her personality. She held an ice cream in hand, multi-flavored and decorated with chocolate shavings, as if preparing to savor the treat. Cain Sanin, spotting Bulma, could not resist approaching to make advances only to be punched away by Bulma in a single blow. Bulma then pulled Yamcha aside and stated flatly, "We are breaking up." Yamcha stood frozen in place, completely bewildered. Bulma was still a young girl, naturally unfamiliar with love. Her initial relationship with Yamcha had been purely for fun. There had been little deep emotional bond between them, and no physical intimacy whatsoever. It was only after Jiang Xiaofei saved her that she felt a sudden flutter in her heart, making her realize this might just be the legendary love at first sight. Bulma eagerly approached Jiang Xiaofei, fussing over him with concern, while Yamcha watched from the side, seething with rage. The onlookers, however, were utterly clueless about what was happening. That evening, Jiang Xiaofei and Qinyao shared a room, where Qinyao provided a bathing and massage service. The next morning he woke up early, and a system notification chimed. Ding! Current combat power 30, actual 766000. After working out and showering in the room, Jiang Xiaofei headed to the martial arts tournament venue to prepare for the matches, with Bulma and Qinyao flanking him on either side, cheering him on. The competition officially began, and after several rounds of elimination matches, the burly man, who had earlier taunted Jiang Xiaofei, was also effortlessly slain with a casual strike. Such disparities in height and age, combined with the overwhelming strength difference, left the audience dumbfounded, finding it all unbelievable. After successfully advancing to the quarterfinals, the referee shouted loudly, "Next match, Jiang Xiaofei versus Yamcha." The martial arts tournament arena was buzzing with excitement, and in the center of the ring, Jiang Xiaofei and Yamcha stood facing each other. Yamcha clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his eyes swirling with anger and resentment. He glared fixedly at Jiang Xiaofei, as if wanting to devour him alive. "You brat, today I will show you what happens for stealing someone's girlfriend." Jiang Xiaofei stood opposite, his expression calm, simply replying, "I have not stolen anyone. Moreover, this is a competition arena where only victory and defeat matter, nothing else. Cut the crap." Yamcha suddenly stepped forward, the stone tiles beneath his feet cracking instantly. "Take this." His figure blurred, transforming into an afterimage as he lunged at Jiang Xiaofei, unleashing his signature move, the Wolf Fong Wind Fist. This shadows fell like heavy rain, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds. In his view, no matter how agile this kid was, he absolutely could not withstand his years of practice ultimate technique. Below the ring, Bulma clenched her fists and shouted nervously, "Jiang Xiaofei, be careful." Qinyao, however, stood straight, her gaze calmly fixed on the stage, as if having absolute confidence in her master. Jiang Xiaofei's feet shifted slightly, his figure like a willow leaf in the wind, seemingly slow, yet he always managed to lightly evade the moment the fist shadows reached him. He did not even launch any offensive, he merely kept dodging each movement, perfectly timed, never forced to the edge of the ring, while causing all of Yamcha's punches to miss. "Damn it! Are you only good at running away?" Yamcha grew more impatient with each strike, his fist speed increasing, yet he still could not so much as touch Jiang Xiaofei's garment, and his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. In the stands, a martial arts expert with discerning eyes stroked his beard and murmured with appreciation, "This kid's footwork is no ordinary skill." The audience also watched in astonishment, discussing among themselves, "He seems to be dodging Yamcha's attacks with ease. Their speed is so fast it is almost impossible to see clearly. How powerful they are." Just as Yamcha's punch went wild, and the gap between his exerted force and the next came, Jiang Xiaofei finally moved. He merely took one step forward, his speed so fast that a faint afterimage appeared, while simultaneously raising his hand, and with his fingertip gently tapped Yamcha's chest. At that moment, although he only used 30 points of combat power based on his perfect realm of high-level martial arts, he could exert combat power equivalent to 90 points. The move was executed with such casual ease that it hardly made a sound, yet Yamcha felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, letting out a muffled groan as his entire body was sent flying backward like a kite with a cut string. Bang! Crashing into the protective ropes at the edge of the ring, then sliding to the ground, unable to rise for a long time, still muttering, "I will not give up." No one knew whether he meant he would not give up the match or his feelings for Bulma. The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into thunderous clamor. No one had expected that Yamcha, who was highly regarded, would be defeated by such an apparently ordinary child in so effortless a manner. The referee, dumbfounded, counted out the 10 seconds and raised Jiang Xiaofei's hand, announcing loudly, "The winner is Jiang Xiaofei." For the semifinal match, Jiang Xiaofei's opponent was Chung Long, disguised as Kame Sennin. After the match began, the two faced off on the ring for a long time, never making a move. In the center of the ring, Jiang Xiaofei and Chung Long stood several meters apart, sizing each other up. Kame Sennin had his hands behind his back, eyes squinted, a playful smile on his face, yet deep within his gaze lay scrutiny and gravity. Jiang Xiaofei stood straight, his eyes calm, his breath long and steady, as if shrouded in an invisible barrier. The surrounding audience, growing somewhat impatient, began to whisper, "Why are they not making a move yet? What is this Chung Long competitor up to?" Below the ring, Bulma also grew a bit anxious, tugging at Qin Yao's sleeve. "Qin Yao, will there be any issues with Jiang Xiaofei?" Qin Yao slightly shook her head and softly replied, "My master has his own measures." Just then, Chung Long suddenly moved. He appeared to take a slow step, yet his figure instantly blurred, carrying a fierce gust of wind straight toward Jiang Xiaofei's face, his fist wrapped in chi energy, emitting a woo-woo sound. The power of this punch was countless times stronger than Yamcha's Wolf Fawn Wind Fist. Merely its momentum made the air around the ring seem to solidify. Jiang Xiaofei's eyes narrowed, no longer relying solely on dodging. His footwork shifted, his hands quickly crossed in front of him, and he actually managed to forcefully block Chung Long's mighty punch. With a muffled bang, a shockwave spread outward, making both their garments flutter violently. Chung Long's eyes flashed with sharp light. "Not bad at all." Before the words had finished falling, his other hand shot out like lightning, transforming his palm into a blade and striking directly at Jiang Xiaofei's neck. Jiang Xiaofei ducked to avoid it, while simultaneously driving his elbow toward Chung Long's ribs. Chung Long, having anticipated this, sidestepped and launched a series of rapid leg kicks, fast as a sudden rain. The two instantly clashed in a whirlwind, fists and feet exchanging blows so fast that only after images could be seen. Chung Long's every move was unadorned, yet contained the profound essence of martial arts honed through countless trials with inexhaustible power. Jiang Xiaofei, relying on reaction speed far beyond ordinary people and exquisite footwork, weaved and danced amidst Chung Long's attacks, occasionally managing to strike back. The audience below the ring was stirred with hot blood. Some could not help but wave their fists and shout, "Amazing! Competitor Jiang Xiaofei and competitor Chung Long are fighting so fiercely." Others clenched their fists, nervously murmuring to themselves, "Who will win in the end?" Bulma's heart was in her throat, her eyes never blinking as she stared at the stage. On the ring, Jiang Xiaofei felt pressure suddenly intensify. Chung Long's strength far exceeded Yamcha's, and every collision made his arms numb. He knew he could not remain passive any longer. With the same combat power, he did not have the upper hand. Thus Jiang Xiaofei quickly jumped back to charge up, unleashing the Turtle Shell Energy Wave. 30 points of base combat power combined with a threefold amplification from his perfect high-level martial arts realm, exploding into 180 points of combat power. Chung Long also rapidly charged up, unleashing the same Turtle Shell Energy Wave, yet its initial power was inferior to Jiang Xiaofei's. Seeing this, he concentrated all his chi into a single point, his muscles instantly swelling and bulging, unleashing the Turtle Shell Energy Wave at full power, similarly elevating his 90-point base combat power to 180 points. The two turtle shell energy waves fiercely collided in the air, producing an ear-splitting roar. Chung Long, disguised as Kame Sanina's face flushed red, his breathing becoming heavy. He could clearly feel the qi in his body rapidly depleting each second, as if being drained by an invisible giant hand. He gritted his teeth desperately, maintaining the energy output, but exhaustion swept over him, like a tide, gradually making him feel powerless. "Damn it!" Chung Long growled internally, never expecting that this youth, who seemed only 10 years old, not only had eerie footwork, but also the remarkable power and control of the turtle shell energy wave. The audience below the ring had their eyes wide open, mouths agape enough to fit an egg. "Wow! What technique is this? The power is too overwhelming." They were evenly matched. Some were so tense their hearts nearly burst out, hands tightly clasped together, knuckles turning white. Buma, meanwhile, was both surprised and delighted watching Jiang Xiaofei calmly handle the situation on stage. Any lingering concern about his age in her heart completely vanished, leaving only abundant pride and worry. "Hold on, Jiang Xiaofei." The turtle shell energy waves in the air were still contending, but seeing Chung Long exhausted, and the energy wave gradually weakening, Jiang Xiaofei quickly directed his own turtle shell energy wave toward the sky. Chung Long was now drenched in sweat, plopped down onto the ground panting heavily, and said with difficulty, "I yield." The referee swiftly stepped onto the stage, raised Jiang Xiaofei's hand, and announced loudly, "The winner is Jiang Xiaofei." A clash of two titans, Jiang Xiaofei versus Sun Wukong. The air on the arena seemed stretched taut by an invisible force, as the two stood facing each other. Sun Wukong scratched his head, grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth, his eyes brimming with pure excitement. "Brother Jiang Xiaofei, you are incredibly strong. I heard that even the powerful old man earlier lost to you." Jiang Xiaofei also allowed a rare smile. "You are strong too, brother Sun Wukong." He could sense that the Sun Wukong before him harbored a wild and vigorous power within, far surpassing any opponent he had faced before. Even the Jackie Chan, disguised by the turtle hermit, seemed slightly inferior in the face of this life force. "Then let's begin." Before his words faded, Sun Wukong shot forward like an arrow from a bow, his fist aimed straight at Jiang Xiaofei's face, with a sharp whistle cutting through the air. His movements were utterly devoid of flourish, yet astonishingly fast, driven by an innate combat instinct. Jiang Xiaofei dared not be careless. He swiftly shifted his footing, narrowly dodging the fist, while twisting his wrist to let his own fist graze along Sun Wukong's arm. Though seemingly gentle, the strike carried a subtle force, forcing Sun Wukong to sidestep. "So fast!" exclaimed Clin from below the stage. The two instantly became entangled in a melee, fists and legs crisscrossing with roaring wind. Sun Wukong's attacks were like a raging storm, wild and fierce, each punch carrying the force to tear through the air. Jiang Xiaofei, like a small boat in a tempest, weaved nimbly through the storm, always evading lethal blows at the last moment, occasionally seizing an opening to counterattack. Yet at this moment, Sun Wukong's martial arts understanding was still inferior to the turtle hermit's, and Jiang Xiaofei gradually gained the upper hand. Just as he seized a flaw and knocked Sun Wukong to the ground with a punch, no one expected that today was a full moon. Sun Wukong, lying on the ground, suddenly began to convulse violently, emitting low, beastly growls from his throat. His bones cracked audibly, and his body visibly expanded. Muscles bulged, body hair grew wildly, his once clear eyes turned crimson, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a giant ape about 10 meters tall. Jiang Xiaofei's tail was always coiled around his waist. As a high-level scion, seeing the moon did not cause him to lose his reason, and he could choose whether to transform at will. But seeing the moon still excited him somewhat, and his tail involuntarily slipped out from his pants. The Dragon Ball warriors were all shocked to see Jiang Xiaofei's tail. The turtle hermit thought he was already exhausted and utterly powerless to stop it. Clin and Yamcha trembled, sweat rolling down their foreheads, their hearts filled with panic. "Is this the end of the world?" If just one Sun Wukong turning into a giant ape, was this terrifying if both transformed? Who could stop them? Bulma, also anxious below the stage, grabbed Qin Yao's hand and asked, "Qin Yao, what if Jiang Xiaofei turns into a giant ape?" Qin Yao gently shook her head, her tone firm. Qin Yao will always trust Master. At that moment on the arena, Jiang Xiaofei murmured in his mind. System detect Sun Wukong's current combat power. The omnipotent system scanned and replied. Sun Wukong Giant Ape State Combat Power 860 points. Instantly a terrifying aura spread, and everyone felt an immense pressure. The giant ape lifted its huge foot aiming to stomp on Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei, who had originally suppressed his combat power to 30 points, actual 766000 points, suddenly raised it to 1000 points, actual 766000 points, with a loud shout. Everyone felt his aura was even more terrifying than the giant apes, and they were astonished yet relieved that they hadn't seen him transform. By then the ordinary audience had already fled in terror. Just as the giant ape's foot was about to land on Jiang Xiaofei's head, he blocked it with one hand, then used his greater strength to stagger the giant ape backward, causing it to sit down heavily on the spectator seats, crushing many chairs. The giant ape, refusing to admit defeat, beat its chest and charged forward again, its hand swatting at Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei quickly grabbed the giant ape's fingers, and with a burst of force flung it away. The giant ape flew out of the spectator area, quickly stood up, and leaped back onto the stands. Sensing that its strength was no match for Jiang Xiaofei, the giant ape opened its mouth, and fired a huge energy wave at him. Jiang Xiaofei clenched his fist, gathered power, and punched the energy wave into the sky, then swiftly leaped into the air, and landed a light punch on the giant ape's nose. The giant ape covered its nose with both hands, showing a pained expression. Jiang Xiaofei took the opportunity to circle behind it, and cut off its tail with a blade of energy. The giant ape's body rapidly shrank, eventually reverting to a naked, unconscious Sun Wukong lying on the ground. The referee below counted to 10, and announced loudly, "Winner, Jiang Xiaofei." Clint below muttered in confusion. Jiang Xiaofei only seemed slightly stronger than the giant ape. How could he defeat it so easily? But the turtle hermit saw the truth. Jiang Xiaofei possessed an extremely high martial arts realm. Though he appeared only a little stronger than the giant ape, he could instantly unleash several times the power from the same amount of strength. This was the mark of a true martial arts master. The turtle hermit sighed inwardly, realizing he still had a long way to go, and that the path of martial arts was not lonely. After all, before this, the strongest people in the world were only the turtle hermit, the crane hermit, Son Gohan, and the like. Now it seemed that Jiang Xiaofei had reached a new height. His appearance might bring new changes to this world. The turtle hermit gazed deeply at the arena as calm gradually returned, his mind filled with thoughts. Jiang Xiaofei stood in the center of the ring, looking at the unconscious Sun Wukong, also feeling a wave of emotion. He recalled that more than 8 months ago, he had been easily defeated by Sun Wukong. Now, though he had grown stronger, he knew that his current combat power was nothing compared to the enemies he would face in the future. The road ahead was long, with many powerful opponents awaiting him, but he was ready. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles lay ahead, he would move forward with his love for martial arts and his pursuit of power, writing his own legend. Jiang Xiaofei fed the unconscious Sun Wukong a senzu bean. Sun Wukong woke up and asked in confusion, "What happened to me? What's going on?" Everyone laughed and said it was nothing. Then Jiang Xiaofei suggested treating everyone to a feast, and they happily headed toward a hotel. On the way, Yamcha looked at Jiang Xiaofei dejectedly. Most people, when they perceive a small gap, will strive to compete. But Yamcha, feeling the immense disparity between them, didn't even have the courage to compete with Jiang Xiaofei for Bulma. They arrived at a bustling hotel where the restaurant was brilliant with lights, and the aroma of food filled every corner. Everyone sat around a large round table, their faces relaxed and joyful. The fierce battle just now seemed like a thing of the past, replaced by laughter and cheer. During the meal, Qin Yao and Bulma sat on either side of Jiang Xiaofei. Whenever a plate of exquisite dishes was served, Qin Yao and Bulma would carefully feed Jiang Xiaofei, making Clint envious. The turtle hermit sighed that he too had been popular with girls in his youth. Yamcha muttered to himself, "Am I not good enough?" Sun Wukong didn't think much, he just ate and drank heartily. After the meal, everyone was stunned by the appetites of Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong. The bill came out to 2 million zenny. Jiang Xiaofei secretly thanked his past self for withdrawing some money beforehand. After all, the championship prize for this tournament was only 5,000,000 zenny, far from enough to cover the meal. After the meal, everyone said their goodbyes. Bulma invited Jiang Xiaofei to her house, and he accepted, curious about what the home of the planet's richest person looked like. Arriving at Bulma's house, Jiang Xiaofei was instantly awestruck by the sight. A magnificent dreamlike castle-like mansion stood amidst a lush garden surrounded by colorful blooming flowers that exuded a charming fragrance. The mansion's snow-white exterior walls shimmered softly in the sunlight, and the huge glass windows seemed like portals to another wondrous world. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, "Bulma, your house is so huge and beautiful." Bulma proudly put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, "Of course. My house gathers the most advanced technology in the world." With that, Bulma led Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao into the mansion. Once inside the hall, Jiang Xiaofei was again stunned. The hall was as spacious as a giant square. A dazzling crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting soft bright light that illuminated the entire hall like daylight. The hall was furnished with various oddly shaped furniture and decorations, glowing sculptures, walls that could automatically change patterns, and all kinds of advanced electronic devices. Jiang Xiaofei sighed inwardly. Such luxury was unimaginable in my past life. Bulma gently took Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao by the arm, guiding them to the plush, comfortable sofa in the hall, where the three of them sat down slowly. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, spilling onto them like golden threads, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Bulma tilted her head slightly, her face adorned with a smile as warm as the spring sun, her voice as soft as a breeze brushing past the ear. "Xiaofei, Qin Yao, what would you like to drink to quench your thirst?" Jiang Xiaofei sat up a little straighter, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and said softly, "A cup of coffee, please. The rich aroma always refreshes me." Qin Yao tilted her head, a sweet smile on her face, her eyes full of dependence. "I'll have the same as master." Bulma nodded with a smile, then turned to the robot standing silently nearby, her voice crisp and clear. 3 cups of coffee." Soon the robot, with light and orderly steps, placed 3 cups of steaming coffee steadily on the table in front of them, and the aroma of coffee instantly filled the air. At that moment, Bulma's mother suddenly appeared. She wore a light blue house dress, her hair casually tied back, a gentle smile on her face, as she walked toward them with light steps. "Mom, what brings you here?" Bulma stood up quickly, walked over, and took her mother's arm. "Mrs. Fu gently patted her daughter's hand and said, "I smelled the coffee from upstairs, and thought I'd come down and sit with you all." Then she looked at Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao, and said warmly, "Children, don't be shy. Make yourselves at home." Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao quickly stood up and greeted her politely, while Bulma introduced them to each other. Mrs. Fu smiled and asked them to sit down, then took a seat beside Bulma. She picked up a cup of coffee, took a gentle sip, closed her eyes, and said with a look of bliss, "This coffee is truly authentic. Every time I drink it, I feel so comfortable." Bulma protested, "Mom, that's my coffee." To ease the awkwardness, Jiang Xiaofei also took a sip and praised, "It really is delicious. Bulma, your family's coffee is excellent." Qin Yao took a sip and nodded in agreement. Fragrant and mellow." Bulma raised her chin proudly. "Of course. Our coffee beans are carefully selected and homegrown. You won't find anything like this outside." Just then Mrs. Fu set down her coffee cup, looked at Jiang Xiaofei and said, "Xiaofei, our Bulma doesn't have many friends. She's been spoiled by us, and sometimes she's willful. I hope you'll be patient with her." Jiang Xiaofei quickly waved his hand and said sincerely, "Mrs. Fu, please don't say that. Bulma is a wonderful person, frank, warm, and delightful to be with. It's not as serious as you make it sound." Hearing this, Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly. She pretended to be angry and glared at her mother. "Mom, why are you saying bad things about me in front of others?" Then she stole a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, her heart fluttering like a little rabbit. Mrs. Fu, observing this, teased, "Xiaofei, do you want a wife?" If you say the word, I'll introduce my daughter to you. Jiang Xiaofei was so stunned by the sudden bluntness that he almost dropped his coffee cup. He quickly put down the cup and stammered. Mrs. Yuli Fu, you're joking, right? This is too sudden. Qin Yao covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, and teased playfully. Master, maybe this is a good thing. Sister Buma is so beautiful and kind. Buma's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She stamped her foot in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance and said reproachfully, Mom, what are you saying? How can you say such things in front of everyone? Then she stole a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, her eyes filled with both anticipation and a hint of panic. But Mrs. Yuli Fu kept smiling brightly and waved her hand, saying, I have 2 daughters, and I wasn't talking about you. Why are you so anxious? Hearing this, Buma was first stunned, then realized her mother was still teasing her. The blush on her face deepened like the gorgeous sunset glow in the sky. She put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry. Mom, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you. Her charming and cute demeanor made everyone present burst into laughter. And so the days passed one by one. Buma's initiative and warmth, like the blooming flowers in spring, were brilliant and enduring, seeping into every corner of Jiang Xiaofei's life. Every day Buma would carefully prepare little surprises. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight gently fell into the room, Jiang Xiaofei would find a glass of warm milk and a delicate breakfast by his bedside, along with a handwritten note from Buma adorned with a cute smiley face and the words, Good morning, Xiaofei. May your new day be full of energy. Jiang Xiaofei looked at these warm little gifts, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, his heart filled with sweetness. Imagine being pursued by such a beautiful girl, who wouldn't be moved? Jiang Xiaofei was not made of wood, and their relationship quickly heated up. However, as his feelings for Buma deepened, Jiang Xiaofei found himself in deep inner conflict. On one hand, he enjoyed the warmth and happiness Buma brought him, and on the other, he remembered his faraway fiancée Lu Qingqing. One day Buma came to see Jiang Xiaofei. He took a deep breath, his eyes serious and uneasy, and said slowly, Buma, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I have a fiancé. Buma's face, which had been radiant with happiness, instantly froze. The brilliant expression, like spring flowers, gradually faded, replaced by a look of shock and disbelief. Her eyes widened slightly, her lips trembling, as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. What? You have a fiancé? Her voice trembled slightly, and she instinctively took a small step back, as if trying to cushion herself from the sudden blow. Seeing Buma's wounded expression, Jiang Xiaofei felt a sharp pang in his heart. A flicker of gloom passed through Buma's eyes. She lowered her head, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, and her voice choked with tears. So in your heart I'm just an accident. Jiang Xiaofei quickly stepped forward, wanting to take Buma's hand, and said anxiously, Buma, that's not true. You are very important to me, extremely important. The days I've spent with you have been truly happy and blissful. Buma slowly lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. She bit her lip, trying to steady herself. Then what are you going to do? Jiang Xiaofei was silent for a moment, looking into Buma's eyes, which were full of hope and a hint of fear, his heart a mix of emotions. He knew that his decision would affect Buma's life and also change the course of his own future. Buma, I don't want to lose you, and I don't want to lose her either. You are both equally important to me. But I don't want to be an irresponsible person either. I will have a good talk with Qingqing and tell her about my experiences and feelings here. As he spoke, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. Hearing this, Buma's gaze gradually became resolute, and she said, Actually, as long as you treat me well, that's all that matters. Nothing else is important. Jiang Xiaofei embraced Buma tightly, as if to give her strength and a sense of security. He silently vowed to handle this matter properly and give Buma a beautiful future. Then he turned to Qin Yao and said, Contact Qingqing for me. Qin Yao's fingers quickly operated the interface of the communication device, and soon the screen lit up. After a faint crackle of static, Lu Qingqing's face appeared on the screen. She seemed to be indoors with a bookshelf and neatly arranged items behind her. "Xinyao, what's the matter?" Lu Qingqing's voice came through the device tinged with confusion. Xinyao quickly replied, "Qingqing, it's Xiaofei. He has something to tell you." With that, she handed the communication device to Jiang Xiaofei. He took it, looked at Lu Qingqing's familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face on the screen, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "Qingqing, it's me, Jiang Xiaofei." Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up with surprise when she saw Jiang Xiaofei, and she said happily, "Xiaofei, I've missed you so much." Jiang Xiaofei nodded and replied, "I've missed you too, Qingqing. What I'm about to tell you might be sudden, but I have to let you know." Jiang Xiaofei recounted to Lu Qingqing every detail of how he had saved Bulma on the road, and their subsequent interactions. He had prepared himself for Qingqing's judgment, yet, after listening to his tale, her face showed neither the anger nor the sorrow he had anticipated, but instead a gentle smile. She spoke softly, "Xiaofei, on our planet, it is common for the strong to have multiple partners. I understand your experiences here, and I can feel your affection for Bulma. Since she means so much to you, I am willing to accept her as part of our lives." Jiang Xiaofei was both surprised and deeply moved by her words. He had never imagined Qingqing could be so magnanimous and accepting, which greatly alleviated his worries about the future. He looked at her with gratitude. "Qingqing, thank you. I will strive to balance our relationship and ensure neither you nor Bulma suffers any harm." Qingqing nodded with a smile. "I trust you, Xiaofei. We are a family, we should support and understand each other." Bulma, who had been worried about Qingqing's opposition, saw a flash of delighted surprise in her eyes upon hearing this. She thought to herself, "I never expected Qingqing to be so reasonable. I will surely get along well with her." She decided to communicate with Qingqing directly, and arranged a video call through the communication device. Xinyao, standing nearby, listened with a strange emotion stirring within her. Although she knew she was an AI, the emergence of her soul made her feel no different from humans. She thought quietly, "As long as I can always stay by my master's side, that is enough." Bulma asked Xinyao for a communication device, added the contact, and returned to her room. When the screen displayed both their images, they were initially shy but soon opened up. Bulma said sincerely, "Qingqing, thank you for accepting me. I will love Xiaofei dearly and treat you as a dear sister." Qingqing replied with a smile, "Bulma, I am also very happy to meet you. From now on we are a family. We must take care of Xiaofei together." The two girls exchanged a smile, and a special bond silently grew between them. The video call continued, and they gradually moved from initial shyness to talking about everything. Bulma shared fascinating tales from her travels, and her thrilling adventures captivated Qingqing, who gasped in amazement from time to time. Qingqing in turn described the unique culture and customs of her planet, with Bulma eagerly asking for details. Laughter filled the room. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei sat on the sofa in the living room, his heart full of emotion. He had never imagined that what he thought would be a turbulent situation could be resolved so peacefully and beautifully. Lu Qingqing's magnanimity and Bulma's sincerity made him deeply realize how precious this happiness was. Noticing Xinyao standing nearby looking a little dejected, he said, "Xinyao, you have long been a part of this family. No matter what your identity is, in my heart you are as important as them." A flicker of delight shone in Xinyao's eyes, and she looked at Jiang Xiaofei with gratitude. "Master, thank you. I will always be by your side." After a few more days together, Jiang Xiaofei and Bulma became engaged. He told Bulma that he needed to continue his adventures. He constantly reminded himself not to sink into comfort. Carrying a large supply of prepared materials, Jiang Xiaofei and Xinyao boarded the spaceship, continuing their journey toward greater strength. Jiang Xiaofei suddenly realized he had never asked about Xinyao's combat power. Out of respect, he did not use the system to scan her, but asked curiously, "Xinyao, how strong are you?" Xinyao replied, "As the core AI of a divine-grade spaceship, as long as I am not destroyed, I can recreate the divine-grade spaceship. My base combat power is 10 billion points, and I can be upgraded with materials to increase it further." Jiang Xiaofei hadn't expected Xinyao to be so powerful. Her cute appearance had never made him think of combat. He smiled and said, Jinya, I'll trouble you to assist me in my cultivation. With such a beautiful companion, the days of training became more pleasant. After several days of flight, they gradually approached their destination. Jiang Xiaofei murmured, "System, check my combat power." The universal system responded, "Boast current combat power 826000 points." He felt the improvement was still a bit slow. After entering the central area of the Galactic Patrol, Jiang Xiaofei suppressed his combat power to 5000 points to avoid unnecessary trouble. After being inspected, they arrived on a planet belonging to the Galactic Patrol. But just then an unexpected incident occurred in the demonized Dragon Ball world. Son Goku encountered Tao Pai Pai. In this world, the evil ones had grown stronger. Although Son Goku was stronger than his counterpart in the original story, he was still knocked down by Tao Pai Pai with a single blow and lay motionless on the ground. At the same time, a ding sounded, and the universal system issued a mission. Proceed to the main quest world of demonized Dragon Ball, rescue Son Goku, and kill Tao Pai Pai. Mission failure, system unbinding. As the words fell, Jiang Xiaofei instantly appeared in a nearby forest. Just as he stepped out of the forest, he saw Son Goku lying on the ground in pain, and Tao Pai Pai looking arrogant and ready to strike again. Jiang Xiaofei shouted, "Stop!" Tao Pai Pai noticed the sudden appearance of Jiang Xiaofei, halted his attack, and narrowed his eyes, warily looking him up and down. He asked coldly, "Where did you pop up from, you little brat? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" Jiang Xiaofei silently commanded, "System, scan Tao Pai Pai's combat power." The universal system responded, "Name Tao Pai Pai combat power 1100 points, 10 times demonic enhancement." Jiang Xiaofei was stunned. Why was the enhancement multiplier even higher than in the previous demonized Dragon Ball world? He took a deep breath, suppressing his confusion, and stared at Tao Pai Pai with determination. "Since I, Jiang Xiaofei, am here today, I will never let you run rampant." Tao Pai Pai laughed arrogantly. "You? A mere brat wants to stop me. You must be tired of living." With that, he vanished and reappeared like a ghost, throwing a punch at Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei extended a single finger. The motion seemed effortless, yet carried boundless power. A loud bang echoed as Tao Pai Pai's fist collided with Jiang Xiaofei's finger. Surprise flickered in Tao Pai Pai's eyes. He had never expected this insignificant kid to block his punch with just one finger. But no matter how hard he exerted himself, his fist could not advance an inch. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He knew he had met his match, leaped backward, and knelt immediately. "Spare me!" However, Tao Pai Pai was secretly planning to ambush Jiang Xiaofei once he let his guard down. He didn't expect Jiang Xiaofei to play by different rules. Jiang Xiaofei raised his palms, struck a cool pose, and fired a one-handed energy blast. In an instant, Tao Pai Pai was obliterated. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. "Ding, system coins increased by 3300. He smiled with satisfaction and turned to walk towards Son Goku. At that moment, Son Goku lay on the ground, pale and weak. Jiang Xiaofei approached him, took out a senzu bean from his pocket, and brought it to his lips. "Here, eat this. It will heal your injuries and restore your strength." Son Goku looked at Jiang Xiaofei with gratitude, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. He slowly opened his mouth and ate the bean. Soon his face regained its color, and his breathing became steady and strong. He sat up and patted Jiang Xiaofei on the shoulder. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Son Goku. If it weren't for you, I would have been in grave danger today." "What's your name?" Jiang Xiaofei replied. "I'm Jiang Xiaofei." Then Son Goku turned to brush the dust off his back, but when he turned back, Jiang Xiaofei had already vanished. He scratched his head in confusion. "Strange, where did he go?" Jiang Xiaofei returned to reality, where everything remained unchanged. Together with Qin Yao, he arrived at the Galactic Patrol's recruitment center for mercenaries. It was a magnificent and imposing structure resembling a colossal spaceship, exuding an aura of mystery and majesty. Entering the main hall, they were met with a bustling crowd of beings from various galaxies, all gathered here striving to become mercenaries for the Galactic Patrol. Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao approached the registration desk, where a blue alien with tentacles was working. He spoke in a slightly stiff but fluent universal language. "Welcome both of you to register as Galactic Patrol Mercenaries. Please fill out this form to complete your basic information." Jiang Xiaofei took the form and quickly filled it out, while Qin Yao diligently wrote in her own information beside him. After submitting the forms, the staff member smiled and said, "Congratulations on your successful registration. You may now proceed to the mission hall to browse and select tasks." Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao thanked the staff member and made their way to the mission hall. As they stepped inside, Jiang Xiaofei was stunned by the sight. The hall was spacious and brightly lit with rows of high-tech control panels and display screens lining the walls. Each screen shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors showcasing various mission details. The screens were arranged in a staggered yet orderly fashion, forming a vast information matrix. In his past life, this was something beyond imagination, like stepping into a science fiction world. Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao approached a screen and began to examine the mission details. The tasks were numerous, ranging from escorting vital supplies, exploring unknown planets, to combating space pirates. After browsing for a while, a certain mission caught Jiang Xiaofei's eye. "Qin Yao, look at this," he said, pointing at a task on the screen. The screen displayed a mission titled, "The Evil Namekian Faction." The detailed description explained how the evil Namekian, along with his officers and soldiers, had been committing atrocities across the universe, pillaging, burning, and killing, posing a severe threat to the safety and peace of various galaxies. The mission objective was to eliminate the evil Namekian and his forces with a generous bounty of universal currency. Jiang Xiaofei continued reading and noticed that many people had taken on the task of hunting down the evil Namekian soldiers. Although the soldiers were numerous, their individual strength was relatively weak, making it a popular choice for mercenaries seeking easy earnings. However, the mission to eliminate the evil Namekian himself and his officers remained untouched. "Why doesn't anyone take this mission?" Qin Yao furrowed her brow in confusion, her small nose wrinkling slightly, making her look adorable. Qin Yao furrowed her brow in confusion, her small nose wrinkling slightly, making her look adorable. Jiang Xiaofei pondered for a moment and said, "I think it's because the evil Namekian and his officers are too powerful. Ordinary mercenaries are no match for them, so no one dares to take on this mission." Recalling his past life, the Jinyu Force captain had a battle power of 120,000, and several members each had tens of thousands, enough to dominate the universe. A battle power of 20,000 to 30,000 was already considered highly formidable in the universe. Just then a tall, muscular mercenary nearby overheard their conversation. He turned around with a sneer and said loudly, "If you two little brats want to take on this mission, don't be so arrogant. That evil Namekian is not to be trifled with. He possesses immense combat power, and his officers are top-tier experts. You be walking to your deaths." Jiang Xiaofei was not offended. He smiled at the mercenary, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. "Thank you for the warning, senior, but since we came to look at this mission, we naturally have some confidence." Jiang Xiaofei was not offended. He smiled at the mercenary, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. "Thank you for the warning, senior, but since we came to look at this mission, we naturally have some confidence. Moreover, it is the duty of every mercenary to rid the universe of evil." The mercenary paused for a moment, then a hint of admiration appeared on his face. "Good you've got spirit. But I still warn you, this mission is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Moreover, it is the duty of every mercenary to rid the universe of evil." The mercenary paused for a moment, then a hint of admiration appeared on his face. "Good you've got spirit. But I still warn you, this mission is extremely dangerous. You must be careful." After speaking, the mercenary turned and walked away with a look of regret. The battle detector on his eyes had just scanned your battle power, a mere 5000. Although you were a genius for your age, taking on such missions would likely mean you wouldn't come back. "Qin Yao, let's take this mission," Jiang Xiaofei said firmly, his eyes gleaming. Jiang Xiaofei said firmly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Qin Yao looked into his determined eyes and nodded. Okay, I'll follow your lead. So they went to the mission registration desk and informed the staff that they wanted to take the evil Namekian mission. The staff member confirmed again. Are you sure you want to take this mission? It is extremely dangerous. Once accepted, there is no backing out. Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao exchanged glances and said firmly in unison, We are sure. The staff member nodded, registered the mission in the system, and handed them a dossier. This is the detailed information on the evil Namekian faction. Study it carefully and make thorough preparations. Good luck to you. Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao took the dossier and read it attentively. The document described the location of the evil Namekian's lair, the strength and characteristics of his officers, and their combat tactics. After reviewing the information, they felt more confident and began discussing their next course of action. Xiaofei, according to the data, the evil Namekian's lair is on a remote planet, said Qin Yao. Jiang Xiaofei replied, Good, let's set off now. With that, Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao, carrying the mission dossier, left the Galactic Patrol Mercenary Recruitment Building and flew toward the planet where the evil Namekian resided. After several days of flight, they finally spotted the remote planet. Its surface was covered with strange landscapes exuding a mysterious aura. Xiaofei, this is the evil Namekian's lair. How should we land? Qin Yao asked, looking at the planetary image on the screen. Jiang Xiaofei thought for a moment and said, According to the data, their lair is surrounded by many defensive installations. We can't land directly. Let's find a hidden spot nearby, and then approach on foot. Qin Yao nodded. Okay, let's do that. The spaceship landed in a concealed valley near the planet. Jiang Xiaofei and Qin Yao cautiously stepped out of the ship. Shortly after stepping out, they heard a strange noise. The two immediately became alert, hiding behind a large boulder and observing the surroundings. A group of oddly shaped soldiers emerged from the other side of the valley. They were holding weapons and muttering incomprehensible words. Master, these must be the minions of the evil Namekian, Qin Yao whispered. Jiang Xiaofei nodded and said to Qin Yao, Let's bypass them. After some time, they spotted a palace. This should be their lair. Kamehameha. Jiang Xiaofei quickly formed hand seals, erupted with full power, and then thrust his hands forward. A massive blue energy wave shot out from his hands, like a roaring dragon charging toward the palace with earth-shattering force. Wherever the Kamehameha passed, everything was instantly destroyed. Huge rocks were blasted into pieces, and the flying dust blotted out the sun. When the Kamehameha finally struck the palace, a tremendous explosion occurred. The entire palace was completely destroyed by this immense power. Countless fragments and debris flew in all directions, and the dust rose into a massive mushroom cloud shooting straight into the sky. The once magnificent palace vanished in an instant, replaced by a huge crater from which steam continuously rose, as if narrating the terrifying explosion that had just occurred. Just then a crisp voice sounded in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Ding, system coins increased by 6 million. He felt a surge of joy, but before he could celebrate, an even more powerful aura emanated from the crater. You dare destroy my lair and kill so many of my men. You will all die today. A low, furious voice came from the crater, filled with murderous intent, as if it could freeze the entire universe. As the sound faded, a towering green figure slowly rose from the deep pit. This figure was the evil Namekian, standing fully 2 meters tall, wearing a purple and white helmet, his face green, clad in an orange high-collared outfit. He was absolutely furious. He had just summoned his officers for a meeting to assign tasks, only for Jiang Xiaofei, that cunning opportunist, to wipe them all out with a single energy blast, catching them completely off guard. Only some low-ranking grunts remained outside, muttering, Unforgivable. Their noses almost twisted with rage, their faces genuinely turned green with fury. Because their encounter came earlier on the timeline, he appeared far less aged than in his original anime incarnation. Jiang Xiaofei said, System scan is combat power. The omnipotent system replied, Name Slug. Combat power 10 million. No matter who you are, you have successfully angered me. Slug's voice rasped like rusted gears grinding together. With each word, waves of green energy erupted from between his teeth. "Now I will tear you into pieces with my own hands." Before his words had even finished echoing, Slug's figure had already vanished from his spot, leaving behind only a pale green afterimage. Jiang Xiaofei's pupils contracted sharply. He rolled violently to the left. The spot where he had just stood exploded into a 10-meter diameter crater, sending shards of rock and scorching waves of energy crashing toward him. Jiang Xiaofei thought to himself, with his 850000 combat power tripled by his peak-level martial Dao realm, he still hadn't clearly tracked Slug's movement. If not for his instinctive reflexes barely dodging that strike, he would have been seriously injured. "Fourfold King Kaioken!" Jiang Xiaofei roared. A pale red aura erupted around him, his muscles swelling like tempered iron forged in magma. His speed skyrocketed fourfold. He almost instantly closed the distance to Slug upon rising, and the two collided in a furious exchange, trading blows mercilessly. After dozens of rounds, Jiang Xiaofei pushed the fourfold King Kaioken to its absolute limit, tearing a crimson streak through the very air. His left hand deflected Slug's sweeping arm, while his right fist, carrying the force of a collapsing mountain, drove straight for Slug's chest. Bang! The dull thunder of fist meeting fist cracked Jiang Xiaofei's palm. A small dent appeared on Slug's green chest, but the backlash instantly numbed his entire right arm. In that split second of struggle, Slug's knee struck like a battering ram. Jiang Xiaofei twisted sharply, letting the blow graze his ribs, but even the glancing hit produced the crisp snap of cracking bone. Blood sprayed across Slug's orange collar. Jiang Xiaofei used the momentum to flip backward, his fingertips digging into a crevice in the rock face the moment he landed, halting his retreat and forcing him to release the fourfold King Kaioken. He looked down at his bleeding side. Those ribs were likely broken in two places. Slug let out a sinister chuckle. "Trading injuries with me? How foolish!" In the blink of an eye, Slug used his energy to completely heal his wounds. His combat power dropped to 7 million. Slug said again, "Didn't expect that, did you? My recovery ability is quite terrifying, isn't it?" Jiang Xiaofei remained silent, pulling out a senzu bean and chewing it. His Saiyan physiology quickly recovered from his severe injuries and boosted his combat power. Beyond 3 million in base form, the recovery effect became marginal. His combat power surged to 2 million. Seeing Jiang Xiaofei healed, Slug felt his oppressive aura intensify and was momentarily dumbfounded. Jiang Xiaofei said, "I'm done playing around. Let's try a new technique I've never used before. Super Saiyan Full Power. Super Saiyan base form grants a 50x multiplier. Full Power grants a 75x multiplier." With those words, the aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei changed drastically. The previously simmering energy instantly erupted, golden light surging from his body, like a tide enveloping him completely. His black hair transformed into brilliant golden locks under the energy surge, each strand standing upright, pulsing with a living golden radiance. His irises shifted to a piercing teal hue, sharp enough to see through anything. This was not the wild, outward, explosive state of an ordinary Super Saiyan. The golden aura no longer burned recklessly like flames, but condensed into something as thin as silk, flowing tightly against his skin. Every inch of radiance held terrifying power, yet was under absolute control, wasting nothing. This was Super Saiyan Full Power, compressing the Super Saiyan strength into its most concentrated and stable state, unleashing its full potential without wasting energy or draining stamina. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei's combat power reached 150 million. What? What kind of monster is this? Slug was utterly panicked. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure radiating from Jiang Xiaofei, a sense of oppression far beyond his own combat power, as if an invisible mountain crushed his chest, making every breath a struggle. His 7 million combat power seemed so pale and weak in the face of this aura. "Now do you think your healing ability will still work?" Jiang Xiaofei's voice carried a cold, calm intimidation. The moment his words fell, the ground beneath his feet cracked violently, and the golden figure had already vanished from the spot. Slug barely registered a flash before an irresistible force slammed brutally into his chest. He couldn't even see how Jiang Xiaofei had moved. His body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily into a distant rock wall, and carving a massive human-shaped crater into the hard stone. Cough! Cough! Slug struggled to rise, but the agonizing pain in his chest forced him to spit several mouthfuls of purple blood. His prized regeneration ability undermined by that single strike became painfully slow. The green skin around the wound quivered but refused to heal quickly. Jiang Xiaofei stood before him, his golden aura flickering gently. "I barely tapped you," he said. "My current combat power as measured by a scouter has reached 150 million. Slug lay buried in the rubble of the human-shaped crater, his green fingers digging into the rock face, trying to push himself up. But the struck area on his chest felt like a red-hot branding iron had been jammed inside. Every movement sent shooting agony through his organs. He stared at the silk-like golden aura around Jiang Xiaofei, his throat bobbing, as he found no words, because that punch had carried no ostentation at all. Yet it had crushed through all his defenses, like a meteor plowing into mud, scorching his regenerative cells until they'd lost all vitality. 150 million combat power. This is impossible. Slug finally squeezed out a few words, terror almost overflowing from his violet pupils. Having lived this long, he had encountered the most ferocious warriors in the universe, but never someone this strong. That golden aura appeared gentle, yet was more dangerous than the sharpest blade. Every wisp of light seemed to declare his death sentence. "No! I am Slug, a Namekian destined to rule the universe." Slug suddenly let out a hysterical roar, his entire body erupting with his final surge of green energy. His 7 million combat power burned recklessly. "I will not lose to someone like you." He launched from the crater like a madman, his green body contorting into an unnatural arc midair, both fists gathering his last reserves of energy to smash toward Jiang Xiaofei. But to the perception of a Super Saiyan in full power, his movements were as slow as a snail crawling. Jiang Xiaofei didn't even shift his feet. He simply tilted his torso slightly, effortlessly avoiding the dying strike. Then he raised his hand index and middle fingers extended, and a slender yet supremely concentrated golden beam shot from his fingertips, striking Slug's energy core with pinpoint accuracy. The green aura collapsed instantly. Slug froze midair, the light in his pupils rapidly fading. The tiny puncture wound on his head leaked energy, like a deflating balloon, draining his life force along with it. "So, this is the gap." Slug's body slowly collapsed, thudding heavily into the rubble, and never moved again. Jiang Xiaofei dispelled the Super Saiyan full power, his golden aura and hair fading away, reverting to his original appearance. He looked at Slug's corpse and let out a soft breath. 150 million combat power, tripled by his peak martial Dao realm, made 7 million seem as insignificant as ants. The omnipotent system announced, "System coins increased by 100 million. Jiang Xiaofei said, "Open the system shop." After browsing the available items for a moment, he exchanged for the side effect-free King Kaioken X10, deducting 100 million system coins. Next, it was time to clean up the stragglers. Jiang Xiaofei flew towards some nearby grunts, and Qi now hurried to follow. The omnipotent system stated, "System coins increased by 3 million. After several days traveling by spaceship, they returned to the Galactic Patrol Mercenary Hall. The hall was thick with the mingled scent of sweat and metal, as mercenaries from various nations gathered in small groups before the bar discussing the latest bounty missions. When Jiang Xiaofei and Qi Niao stepped inside, the once noisy hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone recognized them. After all, fewer than 3 mercenaries in the entire hall could claim to have taken on an S-rank mission, like eliminating the Slug base. Mission complete. Jiang Xiaofei slapped a metal token engraved with the Namekian rune onto the mission counter. The token still bore the wet green bloodstains of Slug's personal crest. The old alien clerk adjusted his reading glasses, picked up the token, examined it closely under the light, and cross-checked the energy signal feedback from the base on his terminal. When he confirmed that the long-standing evil stronghold had been utterly eradicated, he looked up at Jiang Xiaofei, his eyes betraying undisguised astonishment. "Slug. Truly eliminated." After the confirmation, the entire hall was stunned. Once the reward was issued, the old clerk reported the matter to his superior, who in turn reported it to the Galaxy King. The Galaxy King had a light green octopus-like appearance, with a massive head and numerous tentacles. He wore a golden crown, and the front of the crown bore the emblem of the Galactic Patrol. At that moment, he sat upright on a throne forged from star crystals, surrounded by swirling halos of dark energy that deepened the creases on his face. After hearing the message relayed from layer to layer, he narrowed his golden eyes, capable of piercing the nebulous mist of the cosmos, and gently slid his fingertip over the star chart relief on the armrest. There the marker for Slug's base had long since dimmed. Jiang Xiaofei Qinyao. He murmured the two names that issued a command. I wish to meet them. Thus several more days passed. When the Galaxy King met Jiang Xiaofei and Qinyao, he pleaded for help. The cosmos is filled with many evil and powerful forces, but I have very few strong warriors under my command. He hoped they would lend a hand. Jiang Xiaofei pondered for a moment and agreed. In a certain region of the universe, there was a powerful ruler named Gu La, who was frenziedly expanding his territory. I hope you can go investigate him. Jiang Xiaofei took the existing intelligence handed over by the Galaxy King and set off. After dozens of days traveling aboard a divine-grade spaceship, Jiang Xiaofei and Qinyao arrived at Gu La's sphere of influence. At this point, Jiang Xiaofei's battle power reached 2078000. He had just broken through to the fourth layer of the Hunyuan art unteachable, gaining a maximum increase of 10000 battle power, with a 6x training speed over 9 hours of training, adding 10000 years to his lifespan, and multiplying his chi storage limit by 8. This month's system lottery granted him a skill-enhanced senses. Upon contact with a target, he could instantly sharpen their senses, a useful tool for interrogation. Jiang Xiaofei was about to ponder where to start, when not far away a massive plume of fireworks rose from a nearby planet. After some time of exploration, Jiang Xiaofei had discovered that he could survive in the vacuum of space thanks to his cultivation of the Hunyuan art. Jiang Xiaofei opened the hatch and told Qinyao to pilot the ship and wait there. The vacuum of space was as level ground to him. He flickered, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward the planet where the fireworks had risen. As he neared the planet's atmosphere, scorching air currents brushed against his skin, but they were effortlessly isolated by the chi enveloping his body. Through gaps in the clouds, he saw towering structures on the ground collapsing at terrifying speed. He quickly suppressed his chi to 10000 battle power out of 2078000 and observed from the air for a while. He realized that this planet was a prison for those who resisted Gu La's forces. Now many prisoners had escaped, and were engaged in fierce combat attempting to flee. He approached the window of a tall building and looked inside. There was a massive cage holding a group of people. He scanned them with the system and discovered that among them were the Galactic Patrolman Jaco and Tace. It turned out that the Galactic Patrolman Jaco was carrying out an investigation mission for the Galaxy King, and also hoped to find a chance to rescue some people. Tace had come along seeking material and inspiration, begging her close friend Jaco to bring her. However, her creative works had received little attention in the universe. Unexpectedly, the two were discovered by patrol aliens here, captured and locked up. At that moment, Jaco was lowering his voice to calm the somewhat flustered Tace. Jiang Xiaofei stormed straight and took out the surrounding guards, and pried the cage open with his bare hands. The alloy bars of the cage screeched and twisted under his palms, the once indestructible metal bending like soft mud as he tore a gap open. Jaco and Tace were stunned. They had seen energy blasts used to break locks and high-tech tools used to crack codes, but they had never seen anyone tear apart a custom-made prison cage of the Gu La core with brute force. Go! Jiang Xiaofei's voice carried an unyielding authority, the warmth of crushed metal still lingering in his palms. Jaco quickly recovered, shielding Tace behind him, as the group slowly retreated. Tace followed close behind. As she passed Jiang Xiaofei, she just opened her mouth to ask something, but Jaco pulled her forward. Don't just stand there. There were definitely patrol squads nearby. Meanwhile, the riot outside grew more intense. Just then, the Gula Mecha Special Forces stationed near the planet rushed over to suppress it. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaofei dashed out swiftly and blocked their path. Captain Sabai's eyes and Door stopped, finding it odd that a mere brat dared to stand in their way, but they didn't think much of it. They thought just a flick of the hand and he'll be gone. At that moment, many of the fleeing rebels saw you in the air, leaping out to help you block the Gula Mecha Special Forces. Some fierce and powerful individuals jumped out, knowing that they couldn't escape without taking down these three members of the Gula Mecha Special Forces, who were infamous throughout the cosmos. About a dozen alien warriors flew up to assist. Jiang Xiaofei sensed their chi roughly and estimated their battle powers ranged from A0000 to 20000. He then scanned the Gula Mecha Special Forces with the system Captain Sabai's at 140000, battle power Nai's at 133000, and Door at 155000. Since the timeline was earlier, they were not as strong as in the future anime. The dozen or so fighters charged forward, but within moments they all fell to the ground. Some muttered, "Is this where it ends?" "This is where it ends." "Not yet." Jiang Xiaofei's voice was like ice cutting through the chaos of the battlefield. He slowly raised both hands and began to surge his chi. Captain Sabai's battle power detector read 10000000207800002078000020780000. The detector on his face instantly smoked and exploded. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He felt that the chi on your body was still growing stronger, and he was too stunned to speak. Beside him, Door asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing Sabai's astonished expression, Door was unimpressed. "My battle power detector can only measure up to 20000 at most," he thought. "Even if Captain's detector is broken, why be so surprised? A kid like him probably doesn't even have a few tens of thousands." Because Gula's forces were stronger and more technologically advanced than Frisia's, Captain Sabai's calmed down a little and said, "The one I brought is the latest research model. It can detect battle powers up to 2000000. Door exclaimed in shock, "What? Over 2000000 battle power? How is that possible? Maybe the detector is broken." Door's voice trembled. With 155000 battle power, he was laughable before this opponent. His fingers shook. The strongest warrior under Lord Gula is only. Shut up. Attack. Sabai's roared, cutting him off. Time was pressing. The three quickly formed a triangle surrounding Jiang Xiaofei and attacked with all their might like a prince's assault. In moments the attacks landed on Jiang Xiaofei. Because the power gap was too vast, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't be bothered to dodge. The energy blasts exploded on and around him, kicking up clouds of dust and smoke. The three attackers' assault grew faster, but soon they were panting heavily. Nai's asked, "Did we get him?" As the smoke slowly cleared, revealing Jiang Xiaofei's completely unharmed body, the trio was plunged into despair. They immediately tried to flee. Jiang Xiaofei watched their direction, raised his hand, and fired 3 energy blasts. In an instant the blasts caught up to them, and they were obliterated. You swiftly eliminated a vast number of enemies on this planet, though a handful managed to escape, and sent a distress signal to Kula, who was far away in the distant cosmos. At that moment Kula was in the midst of obliterating disobedient factions. Upon receiving this news, he immediately boarded his spaceship and began the journey back at full speed. In his mind, he wondered who dared to challenge his dominion, yet his words were cold and resolute. "Whoever it is, I will make them pay a heavy price." The rescued individuals, many of whom were leaders of major factions and planets, expressed their gratitude and pleaded for your aid. "Please save our homeworlds." Jiang Xiaofei pondered briefly and then agreed. With the assistance of these various factions, locating the remnants of Kula's forces would be far easier. Meanwhile, Jocko and Tights watched your heroic performance. Tights' eyes lit up as she rushed toward you, with Jocko calling after her. "Hey, where are you going?" Tights approached Jiang Xiaofei. She had short light golden hair, neatly trimmed and exuding a refreshing charm that complemented her bright countenance. Her large luminous eyes sparkled with intelligence and curiosity, and her delicate features combined to create a lively and spirited appearance. She wore circular earrings that added a touch of elegance to her look, and her energetic attire radiated youthful vitality, reflecting her passion for space exploration and creative writing. Introducing herself as a writer named Tights, she asked, "Can I join you on your adventures? I believe the material I gather from following you will be a surefire hit." Jiang Xiaofei replied, "My name is Jiang Xiaofei," and deliberately added, "Do you know Bulma?" Tights looked puzzled and asked, "She's my sister. How do you know that?" Jiang Xiaofei then explained his relationship with Bulma, adding, "You resemble your mother so much that I felt compelled to ask." Realizing that Jiang Xiaofei was her future brother-in-law, Tights beamed with joy. She grabbed his arm and shook it vigorously, pleading with him to take her along on his adventures. Jiang Xiaofei's arm trembled slightly under her persistent shaking. Seeing the eager anticipation in her eyes, so reminiscent of Bulma's own mannerisms, he could only let out a helpless smile. All right, stop shaking," he said, gently pulling his arm free, his tone tinged with indulgence. "I'll take you with me, but you must follow the rules, stay well back during battles, never venture into dangerous areas, and—" He glanced at the recorder in Tights' hand. "You can record, but don't make me sound too ridiculous." "Mission accepted." Tights immediately straightened up and nodded emphatically, her short golden hair bouncing with the motion, the circular earrings jingling. "I'm a professional writer. I'll record everything faithfully. Maybe just add a touch of reasonable artistic embellishment." Jocko shook his head from the side but couldn't help adding, "Bringing her along might not be a bad idea. Tights is well versed in the cultures and customs of various cosmic races. She could prove useful." He turned to Tights, his tone turning serious. "But you must obey Jiang Xiaofei's commands. No more sneaking off to find material like last time." "Got it, Officer Jocko." Tights made a playful face, then immediately leaned in close to Jiang Xiaofei, chattering away. "How did you and Bulma meet?" Thus over a year passed. With the help of numerous factions, tracking down Kula's forces became much faster. During this time, they swiftly dismantled most of Kula's strongholds. Jiang Xiaofei marveled at the sheer scale of Kula's empire. Checking his system coins, he found that he had accumulated a total of 300 billion, thinking to himself that the nearly 2 years of hard work had not been in vain. Jiang Xiaofei's battle power had also risen to 43.78 million, and he was nearly 13 years old. Over the past 2 years, the monthly system draws had yielded a Mystic Gohan transformation skill, several Senzu beans, and a host of worthless items. Jiang Xiaofei said, "Open the system shop." The universal system responded, "Opening the shop. Host, you have 314 billion system coins." Jiang Xiaofei surveyed the available items. He selected Super Saiyan 2 Full Power for 2 billion system coins, and Super Saiyan 3 Full Power for 20 billion system coins. He also chose the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline, which grants a 2,000 training speed boost, and when transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan, while already in Super Saiyan form, multiplies battle power by 10, costing 100 billion system coins. He added the Peak Martial Arts Grandmaster skill, which amplifies battle power by 100 times for 10 billion system coins, and the 100x Harmless Kaioken for 100 billion system coins. Ding! Remaining system coins 78.014 billion. The system opened its own panel, and a pleasant voice announced, "Host panel. Name Jiang Xiaofei, age 12, soon to be 13, battle power 43.78 million, technique Hunyuan Jue, non-transferable 4th layer. Training for 9 hours yields a maximum increase of 1,000,021 training speed multiplier battle power. Skills enhanced senses system exchange upon contact greatly amplifies the target's senses, ideal for interrogation. Kaioken system draw heavy side effects, increase stamina drain. Flight self-taught Kamehameha self-taught instant transmission system exchange. Cosmic Realm Division Peak Martial Grandmaster Realm allows a 100-fold burst in battle power system exchange, increased stamina drain, after use later evolves into Ultra Instinct Mystic Gohan transformation. System Draw Super Saiyan 3 Full Power System Exchange only displays the highest power of each system. 100x Harmless Kaioken System Exchange Increased Stamina Drain after use. Bloodline Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline System Exchange when transformed into a Legendary Super Saiyan, while in Super Saiyan form battle power is multiplied by 10 training speed for 9 hours of training. Base 1000100009 Hunyuan Jue 4th layer 2000 Bloodline bonus 2100 Special State Maximum Key Reserve Base 8 Hunyuan Jue 4th layer bonus lifespan base 10000 years Hunyuan Jue 4th layer breakthrough reward system space 1000 square meters time frozen cannot store living beings Sinzu Beans 360 System space system coin balance 68.014 billion. Just as he closed the system Tights exclaimed joyfully, "Xiaofei, my book is climbing the charts across the universe, now it's a bestseller." Jiang Xiaofei thought to himself, "Isn't that because the major factions want to know my latest movements? You wrote about the annihilation of Kula's forces in your book, of course they'd be interested." Jiang Xiaofei listened to Tights' words, a knowing smile crossing his face, though he didn't point out the real reason. Instead he went along. "Congratulations then. It seems following me on adventures hasn't disappointed you." Tights' eyes grew even brighter as she waved her recorder excitedly. "Of course not. You should see the reader's reactions to the part where you single-handedly stormed Kula's core flagship and blasted the energy core with a Kamehameha. They're going crazy. I've had leaders from dozens of planets approaching me privately to ask for spoilers." Jocko rolled his eyes from the side and chimed in. "Nowadays she's got several publishing starliners tailing her just to grab the latest chapters." Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, with a smile, his gaze drifting out the window into the vast cosmos. 2 months ago, after nearly 2 years of travel, Kula finally arrived at this star region he had once considered his own. When his flagship slowly emerged from the hyperspace lane, he saw on the star map that his territory had shrunk to almost nothing, with only a few crumbling outposts remaining. Crimson fury ignited in his eyes. "Useless. All of you are useless." He slammed his fist into the console, denting the alloy panel. "A brat who came out of nowhere, and he's turned my empire into this." His adjutant tremblingly handed him a report. "My lord, according to the soldiers who escaped the enemy is a scion named Jiang Xiaofei with abnormally terrifying battle power, and he seems to possess numerous transformation abilities and skills never seen before." He paused, then added, "Also, a best-selling book has been circulating in the universe written by an author named Tights. It details the process of our outposts being destroyed. Rumor has it that many factions we've oppressed are following his example." Jiang Xiaofei. "Tights!" Kula let out a cold laugh, his knuckles cracking. "Excellent. Now it seems I'll have to crush both troublemakers together. Issue the order, all remaining fleet forces assemble before me. In 3 days, I'll make that brat Jiang Xiaofei understand the cost of provoking the Freezer race, especially the cost of provoking me, Kula." The starship's engines hummed with a low roar as they accelerated toward the star region where Jiang Xiaofei was located. A great battle was quietly brewing. 3 days later, Kula's remaining fleet finally assembled. The dark mass of starships spread across the cosmos, like a pack of lurking beasts exuding an oppressive, suffocating aura. Kula stood at the highest point of the flagship's bridge, his crimson gaze piercing through the viewport. Having spent 3 days reorganizing the remnants of his fleet, his gaze was icy cold, his heart ablaze with rage driven solely by the desire for vengeance against Jiang Xiaofei and Tao Pai Pai. On Jiang Xiaofei's side, the intelligence networks of various factions had already delivered news of the Gula fleet's assembly. All allied forces summoned one another to the main Stars Hall to discuss countermeasures, and Jiang Xiaofei was also invited. "Gula's offensive is formidable, we must not underestimate him," said a planetary leader, his expression grave. Jiang Xiaofei nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Everyone, over the past year we have fought side by side and achieved many victories. Now that Gula has returned in full force, it is the very moment to test the strength of our unity. If we work together, we can surely repulse him once more." Tao Pai, recording rapidly beside him, said excitedly. Exactly. This is a legendary epic battle rarely seen in the universe. It will make perfect material for my next book. Jiaka cast a helpless look at her. Tao Pai, now is not the time to think about writing. Safety comes first. Meanwhile, after more than a month of travel, Gula's fleet had drawn near, and the great battle was on the verge of erupting. Their vanguard fleet launched the first attack, and beams of energy light rained down like meteorites upon the planet where Jiang Xiaofei stood. Activate the defensive shield. At Jiang Xiaofei's command, the planet's defense system swiftly activated, and a translucent energy barrier enveloped the entire globe. The energy beams collided with the shield, sending dazzling sparks cascading. We can't just wait for death. Let's take the initiative. Jiang Xiaofei's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light that charged toward the enemy fleet. An overwhelming aura radiated from his body. With the Prince's strike, enemy battleships exploded one after another. The leaders of the major factions followed suit, and the interstellar battlefield was instantly consumed by the flames of war. Seated inside the spaceship, ignoring Jiaka's safety warnings, Tao Pai's fingers flew across the recorder, capturing every intense moment of the clash. Her eyes burned with fervor for epic material. This war will decide the future of the galaxy. My book must record the truth. Seeing Jiang Xiaofei's ferocity, Gula's fury blazed even hotter. He personally piloted a super battleship, charging straight at Jiang Xiaofei. Brat! Today is your death day! Gula roared savagely, his arm shooting upward. In an instant, countless vicious energy fissures split open on the battleship's surface. Deep blue energy surged and condensed like liquid flames, eventually forming a terrifying energy cannon dozens of meters in diameter, which hurtled toward Jiang Xiaofei with the force to annihilate heaven and earth. Jiang Xiaofei showed no fear. The system scanned Gula's battle power. Ding! The Omni-System replied. Name Gula 180 million battle power. Fourfold Kaioken, no side effects. Jiang Xiaofei roared. A pale red aura exploded around his body, his muscles bulging like tempered steel forged in magma. His battle power surged to 175. 12 million. A formidable aura spread across the cosmos. He unleashed the Kamehameha, and his power instantly multiplied. Ka! Me! Ha! Me! Ha! With Jiang Xiaofei's earth-shattering roar, a blue-white energy wave erupted from his palms. It blazed like a stellar explosion, colliding head-on with Gula's energy cannon. Boom! Heaven and earth lost their color, the universe trembled. At the point of impact, blinding white light burst forth, and a terrifying shockwave rippled outward in a ring. Ships within a 100-mile radius were flung away like fragile toys, metal fragments tracing grim trajectories through the vacuum. Amid the smoke and dust, two figures stood anchored like nails in the void. Gula bared his fangs, his arm muscles knotted. Jiang Xiaofei's hair flew wildly, his eyes blazing with battle lust. Almost simultaneously they gathered power again, their auras colliding like invisible sparks in the cosmos. Again! Gula roared, his body enveloped in an eerie purple-red light. My thoughts exactly! Jiang Xiaofei cried out, his pale red aura shooting skyward. The two transformed into streaks of light, clashing fiercely among the stars. Each collision erupted in dazzling light, each exchange stirred up energy vortices. Shattered warship fragments danced around them, as if accompanying this epic battle of the century. After a dozen exchanges, Gula suddenly leaped back 100 meters, and hovered in the void. In the universe, there exists a warrior like you. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. But what follows is the true decisive battle. Let me tell you an unfortunate piece of news. Gula can transform once more. It has been a long time since anyone forced me to use this form. Feel my terror. As he spoke, Gula's entire body bulged, energy roiling like boiling magma. His aura swelled and spread outward, climbing rapidly. His body underwent a visible transformation, becoming taller and more massive. The patterns and colors on his skin changed. 4 horns grew from his head, and between them a large gem seemed embedded. His appearance grew even more ferocious. His battle power steadily rose to 360 million. At that moment Jiang Xiaofei said, "System scan Gula's battle power." "Ding!" the Omni-System replied. "Name Gula battle power 360 million. The surrounding allied forces, though unable to sense Ki, still felt the tremendous pressure of this aura. Their hearts quaked, and many proposed, "Should we retreat? This is an enemy we cannot possibly defeat," some said. Yet others insisted on standing together. "Abandoning our allies? What kind of behavior is that?" Inside the super spaceship, Jia could watch the terrifying scene, outside his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Let's retreat," he said to Taisi, his voice tinged with pleading. Taisi looked at him in confusion. "Jiaku, are you scared?" Jiaka thought to himself, "How could I not be afraid? That's a Universe Emperor level existence, the powerful and cruel frozen demon clan." But his voice was resolute. "Impossible. I am the super elite of the Galactic Patrol Jiaku." After saying this, he deliberately made a comical gesture to conceal his inner fear. Qin Yao saw this and smiled happily. Jiaka, somewhat annoyed, said, "Don't you worry about your master at all." Qin Yao answered firmly, "My master is invincible in my heart." Jiaka shook his head helplessly, thinking the girl was beyond hope. But hearing Qin Yao's words, Taisi's tension and anxiety eased a little. Jiang Xiaofei had saved her, and after more than a year together, he had accompanied her through the low points of her creative life. A strange feeling had already taken root in her heart. She thought to herself, "This is just concern for my brother-in-law." Jiang Xiaofei, watching the menacing Gula, was lost in his own thoughts. Although he possessed many powerful trump cards in this universe teeming with strong warriors, he did not wish to reveal too much too soon. After all, who knew if even more formidable enemies lurked in the shadows watching everything? Jiang Xiaofei shouted, "Tenfold Kaioken, no injury." His pale red aura expanded, and a terrifying presence even greater than Gula's instantly spread across space. His battle power skyrocketed to 437.8 million. Gula punched swiftly, charging straight at Jiang Xiaofei, who did not dodge. Gula's fist landed squarely on Jiang Xiaofei's 8-pack abs. Jiang Xiaofei felt a slight sting. In the same instant, he threw a punch into Gula's stomach. Gula doubled over in pain, clutching his belly. Gula hovered in the void, clutching his aching abdomen. The gem between his four horns flickered with an eerie light fueled by rage. He stared at the nearly solid pale red aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, and for the first time a flicker of disbelief and fear crossed his eyes. "Impossible. You are nothing but a puny wild monkey. How could you possess power surpassing mine?" Suddenly a thought struck him. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan among the Saiyans? Gula's incredulous roar made the hulls of the remaining warships vibrate. He raised his hand, and 10 purple-red energy blades shot through the void, each ripping space with a sharp shriek. Feeling the onrushing energy, Jiang Xiaofei fired off energy blasts to neutralize them. He said, "It's time to end this. Kamehameha." In panic, Gula formed a massive energy sphere with his finger and hurled it down. Boom! The moment the sphere collided with the Kamehameha, the universe seemed to press the mute button. Blue-white light clashed with golden-red energy. The violent blast wave tore the alloy plates of nearby wrecked ships into shreds, and even the defensive shields of the distant allied forces developed fine cracks. Gula's pupils contracted sharply. He could clearly feel the energy sphere being pushed back layer by the blue-white beam. Jiang Xiaofei's pale red aura expanded, and the power of the tenfold Kaioken poured frantically through the core of the Kamehameha. "No! I am a frozen demon. How can I lose to a mere wild monkey?" Gula roared in unwillingness, carried away by the Kamehameha that pushed against his energy sphere, vanishing into the distance. Jiang Xiaofei wondered. Why no system coins? Will Metal Gula come after me later? "Master!" Qin Yao's voice came through the communicator, carrying an irrepressible joy, though she had anticipated it. "You won!" Jiang Xiaofei withdrew his gaze and replied softly into the communicator. "It's not over yet." He helped the allied forces mop up the remaining enemies. Ding! The universal system announced. System coins increased by 1.2 billion. Afterwards, the Allied fleet was circling the battlefield to clear debris, while the planetary leaders nearby were directing their soldiers to rescue the wounded. Jiang Yao piloted the divine-grade spaceship over the hatch opened and Jiang Xiaofei quickly flew inside. Tiz was walking briskly with a datapad followed by Gak, whose face still bore the relief of having survived a disaster.
Jiang Xiaofei. That last strike was absolutely breathtaking.
Tiz rushed over the image on her datapad, still frozen on the moment when the Kamehameha pushed away the energy sphere.
But he just vanished like that. I can't write in my book the villain was blasted away and disappeared without a trace, can I? He's still alive,
Jiang Xiaofei said with certainty.
And according to the laws of this universe, he'll likely return in another form.
Gak leaned in, shuddering at the words.
Another form. Like, covered in metal lumps.
He had seen similar records in the Galactic Patrol's archives. Some cosmic powerhouses used mechanical modifications to prolong their lives and even become stronger. Jiang Xiaofei nodded.
Possibly. The Frost Demon race is already tenacious, and with his arrogance, he would never accept such a defeat.
Tiz paused, her pen, her eyes suddenly gleaming.
Returning in a mechanical form. That's the perfect material for a sequel.
She quickly wrote,
Unfinished Revenge, the foreshadowing of Metal Kula,
on her datapad. When she looked up and met Jiang Xiaofei's helpless gaze, she quickly added,
I mean, we need to be prepared in advance.
Jiang Xiaofei chuckled softly, and didn't refute her. Beside him, Jiang Yao's eyes shone like stars studded on the ship's porthole. She handed Jiang Xiaofei a freshly heated nutrient drink, her voice brimming with pride.
Master knew all along that he wouldn't be so easily dealt with, didn't you? When you finished your technique and stared into the depths of space, you must have been tracking his energy signature.
Then she turned to Tiz, her small face earnest.
Sister Tiz, when you write the sequel, you must include Master's caution. It's not about being careless after winning, but always preparing for possible dangers. That's true strength.
Gak, listening nearby, was astonished and couldn't help interjecting.
So I'm the only one who thought the fight was over.
Jiang Xiaofei took the nutrient drink, and seeing Jiang Yao's expression of
ready at any moment,
a warmth rose in his eyes. During the battle against Kula, he hadn't missed Jiang Yao's tense expression inside the ship. She said,
Master is invincible.
But in the heat of battle, she had quietly adjusted herself to optimal condition, waiting to support at any moment. After finishing the nutrient drink, Jiang Xiaofei said,
Things are settled for now. I'm going back to Blue Star. Sister Tiz, are you coming back?
Tiz said,
Not for now. I need to publish a book on such a great subject.
Gak helplessly rubbed his forehead with one hand. Thus they took their leave of Tiz and the others. Jiang Xiaofei and Jiang Yao piloted the divine-grade spaceship and initiated a space jump. They first went to the purple-blue planet to visit his fiancée Lu Qingqing and sister Lu Ruyan. The space jump engine of the divine-grade spaceship glowed with a faint purple aura. With a slight spatial tremor, the stars outside the porthole instantly changed. The unique double-ring atmosphere of the purple-blue planet came into view, its surface covered with violet vegetation intertwined with blue lakes, like a gem set in the cosmos. As soon as the ship landed smoothly on the landing pad of the Lu family palace, and before the hatch fully opened, a figure rushed over quickly. Lu Qingqing wore a playful skirt, its hem lifting in a graceful arc as she ran. When she threw herself into Jiang Xiaofei's arms, her eyes were slightly reddened.
Xiaofei, you're finally back. I miss you every day,
Jiang Xiaofei said.
I miss you too.
They held each other quietly for a while, until a cough from nearby interrupted the tender scene. Lu Ruyan stood not far away with her arms crossed, her white shirt collar neatly fastened, a black belt accentuating the cut of her white blazer, her legs straight beneath a short skirt. Though she appeared composed, her eyes held a hint of barely concealed jealousy. She crossed her arms and said,
If you keep hugging, the sun will set.
She stepped forward, her tone teasing, but a flicker of warmth for their reunion passed through her eyes. In her heart, she couldn't help muttering,
You two are making me stand here and eat dog food.
Jiang Xiaofei awkwardly let go and scratched the back of his head. Lu Qingqing blushed and lowered her head, twisting the hem of her skirt with her fingers. Following Lu Ruyan into the palace hall, They saw a table full of warm dishes, and then looked at Jiang Xiaofei, who had grown a bit taller and become more handsome. Lu Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. She grabbed Jiang Xiaofei's arm and said,
"By the way, Xiaofei, I read the book Tais wrote. When I saw the part about you fighting Kula, my heart was in my throat. The scene of your battle against Kula was written so powerfully. It's a shame I couldn't be there. I could only imagine how cool your moves were from the words."
Jiang Xiaofei smiled and ruffled her hair.
"Sorry for making you worry. I'm fine. If there's a chance next time, I'll take you to see what a cosmic battlefield looks like."
Lu Rian sat to the side watching the two of them chatter back and forth. She lifted her teacup to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth, silently thinking this kid finally didn't let Qingqing wait in vain. Jiang Xiaofei invited Lu Qingqing and Lu Rian to visit Blue Star. Lu Rian said,
"I have a lot of work to do. You two go ahead."
But in her heart she envied them, yet she had her mission, the duties of an empress. Lu Rian stood up and called for a servant, instructing them to prepare supplies for the journey, including the purple-blue planet's special preserved fruits and some gifts. At that moment Lu Qingqing hugged Lu Rian's arm and coaxed,
"Sister, don't worry. I'll take care of myself and Xiaofei, and I'll send you pictures of Blue Star often. You're such a sweet talker."
Lu Rian poked her forehead, the tenderness in her eyes impossible to hide. On the landing pad, the divine-grade spaceship's engine glowed faint purple again. Jiang Xiaofei held Lu Qingqing's hand and stood at the hatch. He turned to look back at Lu Rian, who still stood where she was, still in that crisp white suit, her hands behind her back, her posture as straight as a tree facing the wind.
"Sister, we are leaving."
Lu Qingqing waved her other hand, her voice clear and bright. Lu Rian raised her hand and waved, saying only,
"Take care,"
then turned and walked away quickly, afraid that if she looked any longer the reluctance in her eyes would show, and even more afraid that she would be unable to resist abandoning her duties and boarding the ship heading far away. The ship slowly ascended. Lu Qingqing pressed against the porthole, watching the double-ring atmosphere of the purple-blue planet gradually shrink until it became a faint halo in the universe. She turned to look at Jiang Xiaofei, her eyes sparkling.
"Xiaofei, does Blue Star really have those glowing fireflies you mentioned? And edible wild berries?" "Of course there are."
Jiang Xiaofei ruffled her hair, his fingers tracing the stars reflected on the porthole.
"When we land, I'll take you to the back mountain. On summer nights, fireflies circle around the trees like a handful of scattered stars."
Jiang Xiaofei leaned against the porthole, listening to their cheerful chatter, but his gaze secretly drifted into the depths of space. On one side the homeland they were about to reach, and the joy beside him; on the other sister Lu Rian, who remained on the purple-blue planet bound by her duties.
"Vroom!"
The sound of the divine-grade spaceship's engine gradually faded. The familiar azure atmosphere of Blue Star spread out beyond the porthole, and below vast green fields and scattered houses became clear. Lu Qingqing pressed against the porthole, her fingers tracing the winding river courses, her eyes bright as if filled with starlight.
"It's Blue Star. It's so much more beautiful than the pictures in the data."
Meanwhile, somewhere in the universe, Frisia listened to his subordinates report that his brother Kula had been killed by a siren. His face showed surprise.
"Didn't I destroy planet Vegeta? Where did this wild monkey come from? Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan?"
Thinking of the words passed down from his ancestors,
"Beware of the siren with golden aura and golden hair,"
he felt it didn't quite match. Frisia was proud and arrogant, but he had to admit that his brother Kula's combat power at that time was far higher than his own. After reviewing the intelligence and analyzing the battlefield, he felt that this wild monkey was only slightly stronger than his brother Kula, but he still sensed a trace of threat. So he walked to the window of the spaceship, put his hands behind his back, and let out a sinister
"Hey hey hey"
laugh. His laugh was low and dignified, and he muttered to himself,
"Since I was born, I have never trained, and I became the emperor of the universe. It seems when I have time, I'll just spare a little bit to train. I'll easily surpass them in combat power. Mere wild monkeys."
The spaceship landed smoothly on the clearing behind Jiang Xiaofei's hometown. As the hatch opened, a breeze carrying the scent of grass and trees rushed in. Lu Qingqing pulled Jiang Xiaofei's hand and jumped down briskly. The moment her toes touched the soft soil, she was drawn to the wild daisies nearby. Crouching by the flower patch, she murmured in awe.
So these are the little wildflowers you mentioned. They're even softer than the crystal flowers on the purple-blue planet.
Qi now followed behind, carrying gifts, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of the green mountains and clear waters. Jiang Xiaofei held Lu Qingqing's hand and walked down the hill, slowing his pace so she could carefully admire the scenery along the way. When they passed a fruit tree laden with green jujubes, Lu Qingqing suddenly stopped, stood on tiptoes, and tried to reach the fruit on the branch. Her skirt fluttered gently in the wind as she asked,
"Xiaofei, can I eat this fruit? It looks so round and cute." "It's not ripe yet, a bit astringent,"
Jiang Xiaofei said.
"Just a little further ahead is my hometown." "What kind of person is Grandpa Xiaofei?"
Lu Qingqing asked. Lu Qingqing immediately straightened up, took his hand, and quickened her pace. Her skirt brushed against the wild grass by the roadside, leaving a trail of light footsteps.
"Will Grandpa like me?"
she asked. "Should I take out the fruit from the purple-blue planet first as a gift?"
"Grandpa is very kind. He'll definitely be happy to see you."
Jiang Xiaofei ruffled her hair and turned to Qiniao.
"Qiniao, put the gifts in the house first. I'll take Qingqing to see Grandpa."
Qiniao nodded in agreement and walked toward the old house with the items. Before long, Jiang Xiaofei led Lu Qingqing to the courtyard gate. There an old man with a white beard sat on a stone stool trimming vegetables. The bamboo basket of greens still held the morning dew.
"Grandpa,"
Jiang Xiaofei called out. Sun Wufan looked up, his cloudy eyes instantly brightening. He put down the vegetables and stood up.
"Xiaofei, you're back."
His gaze fell on Lu Qingqing and Qiniao, and he asked curiously,
"And who are these two?"
Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, with Lu Qingqing smiling as he introduced them.
"Grandpa, this is Lu Qingqing, my fiancée from the purple-blue planet. And this is Qiniao, my housekeeper." "So she's your fiancée. No wonder she's so beautiful. And this Qiniao is lovely too,"
Sun Wufan said cheerfully as he took the box. He then handed Lu Qingqing a freshly picked strawberry from the yard.
"You're thoughtful, dear. Try this. I just picked it this morning. It's very sweet."
He then turned to Qiniao, his tone gentle.
"Miss Qiniao, you've worked hard coming with Xiaofei. There's mung bean soup cooling in the house. Go inside and rest, have a bowl."
Qiniao quickly bowed her head.
"Thank you, Grandpa's son. I'll put the things away first, then come out to help you trim the vegetables."
Sun Wufan waved his hand.
"No need, no need. Just sit down. Xiaofei, take Qingqing for a stroll around the yard. Show her the flowers I planted. She's from the purple-blue planet, so she must have never seen the flowers of our blue star."
He then looked down at Lu Qingqing, his eyes full of affection.
"Don't be shy, dear. Treat this place as your own home. If you want to eat or play anything, just tell Grandpa."
Lu Qingqing held the strawberry in her hand, her fingertips touching the fine fuzz on the skin. When she took a bite, the sweet juice spread across her tongue and her eyes lit up.
"Grandpa, this strawberry is even sweeter than the fruit on the purple-blue planet."
Sun Wufan was amused by her expression. He wiped the vegetable juice from his fingers.
"If you like it, eat more. I planted half a row in the yard. In a couple of days, when they're riper, I'll have Xiaofei pick some for you to snack on."
Jiang Xiaofei took Lu Qingqing's hand and led her to the flower bed in the corner of the yard. Pink, red, and yellow blossoms were in full bloom, releasing a faint fragrance with every breeze. Lu Qingqing crouched by the flower bed, gently touching the petals. She turned to Sun Wufan and said,
"Grandpa, can I learn to grow flowers with you? The flowers on the purple-blue planet are all made of crystal. They're not this soft." "Of course you can."
Sun Wufan smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling.
"Tomorrow morning, I'll teach you how to loosen the soil and fertilize. When these flowers bear seeds."
Over the next few days, Lu Qingqing followed Sun Wufan to learn flower planting and vegetable picking. In the early mornings, she crouched in the garden pulling weeds. In the evenings, she helped gather the dry corn. Dirt often clung to her face, yet her smile was radiant. Qiniao also grew accustomed to life on Blue Star, often helping with cleaning and preparing meals. Occasionally Lu Ruyan would use her terminal to record the daily scenes in the yard, and send them to her sister, who was far away on the purple-blue planet. After a few days of staying there, Sun Wufan took a bite of a steamed bun, and suddenly said to Jiang Xiaofei,
Xiaofei, the day after tomorrow is the registration day for the Tenkaichi Budokai. Are you interested in participating?
Jiang Xiaofei paused, his hand holding the chopsticks. He looked up at his grandfather.
Budokai.
The Scion's combative nature stirred within him. The thought of fighting someone again awakened the dormant warrior spirit deep inside. Lu Qingqing, with an egg stuffed in her mouth, immediately lifted her head and chimed in.
Xiaofei, go for it. Grandpa and I will cheer you on. Tai's book said you were incredibly powerful when you fought Gula. You will definitely take first place.
Qingyao nodded.
Qingqing, would you like to sign up for the martial arts tournament too? Just for fun?
Lu Qingqing asked.
Can I really participate? On our planet, I'm just a weakling.
Qingyao gave a playful smile.
But on Blue Star, you're more than enough. Don't you want to experience what it feels like to be a powerhouse?
Lu Qingqing's big, beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement.
Okay, I'll sign up.
The moment she said it, she grabbed Jiang Xiaofei's arm and shook it.
Xiaofei, can we compete together? If I can't beat someone, can you secretly help me?
Jiang Xiaofei tapped her nose, both helpless and amused.
It's a martial arts tournament. How can I secretly help? But I can teach you a few basic defensive moves, first, at least enough to handle ordinary opponents.
He thought to himself.
With her battle power of 300, isn't she basically a one-woman army on Blue Star now?
Sun Wufan laughed heartily, and put down his porridge bowl.
Great. I can come along and enjoy the excitement too. If Qingqing is afraid of losing, Grandpa will teach you a couple of special moves. I once won against the young men in the neighborhood with these moves.
He rolled up his sleeves and struck a horse dance, making Lu Qingqing giggle. Qingyao sat to the side, adding with a smile.
I've already checked the rules of the tournament. The opponents won't be too strong, just right for the experience. I'll prepare the sportswear and protective gear for you, and then record the matches to send to Miss Lu Ruyan. Oh, right. Send it to my sister too.
Lu Qingqing's eyes grew even brighter. After the meal, Jiang Xiaofei took Lu Qingqing to the open space in the backyard to practice techniques. He patiently held her wrist, teaching her the angle of punches and the force of blocks. Lu Qingqing studied earnestly. Sweat soon beaded on her forehead, but she never complained. When she missed a punch, she simply stuck out her tongue and immediately adjusted her stance to try again. After practicing until evening, Lu Qingqing collapsed on the grass, rubbing her sore arms.
So fighting is this tiring,
she muttered.
It's almost as exhausting as learning etiquette on the purple-blue planet.
But when she turned to see Jiang Xiaofei handing her water, she immediately sat up, her eyes full of anticipation.
But it's okay. I can't wait to compete with Xiaofei.
The sunset cast long shadows across the backyard. Lu Qingqing leaned against Jiang Xiaofei's shoulder, imagining the scenes of the tournament. Sun Wufan hummed an old tune, while trimming vegetables nearby, and Qingyao gathered the scattered stones. The upcoming martial arts tournament filled the little Blue Star courtyard with even more warmth and joyful anticipation. Early the next morning, just as the sky was turning light, Lu Qingqing jumped out of bed, brimming with excitement. She slipped on her slippers and ran to the backyard, where she saw Jiang Xiaofei already practicing his punches. In the morning light, the wind from his strikes was crisp and sharp. She hurried over and called out,
Xiaofei, teach me the defensive moves you mentioned yesterday. Registration is today, so I have to practice hard.
Jiang Xiaofei stopped his movements and smiled, nodding. He began with the basic blocking stance.
Keep your wrists tight, don't straighten your arms too much. That way you can absorb the opponent's force.
He held Lu Qingqing's arm to adjust her posture, patiently correcting her foot placement.
Yes, spread your feet shoulder-width apart. This stance is stable and harder to push over.
Sun Wufan also woke up early. He returned from the vegetable garden carrying a basket, and chuckled when he saw them training seriously.
Stop practicing for now. Eat breakfast before heading to the city to register. I made sweet potato porridge and steamed your favorite buns.
At the table, Lu Qingqing held her porridge bowl and chatted animatedly with Sun Wufan. After the meal, the four of them headed to the city. They arrived at the registration point that Qin Yao had checked in advance. Jiang Xiaofei helped Lu Qingqing fill out the registration form. She leaned in close, staring at the contestant group column, and whispered playfully,
Xiaofei, if I meet an opponent stronger than me, will I cry from being beaten? No.
Jiang Xiaofei ruffled her hair.
The martial arts tournament emphasizes restraint. If you really can't win, just concede. No one will laugh at you.
But in his heart, he thought, with Qingqing's strength, her opponent would be the one in trouble. When it was Lu Qingqing's turn to register, the staff member, seeing her delicate and charming appearance, smiled and said,
First time participating, little girl. Don't be nervous, just do your best.
Lu Qingqing nodded vigorously. This was her first time competing in a Blue Star tournament, and she felt both nervous and excited. Just as she finished filling out the form, a crisp and familiar voice called out behind them,
Xiaofei.
Jiang Xiaofei turned around. Buma was wearing an orange hooded jacket over a red top paired with white shorts and orange boots, looking lively and stylish. Beside her stood a girl with golden curly hair, a red bow, a black top, dark green trousers, and brown boots. Buma walked straight up to them, her gaze first sweeping over Lu Qingqing, then landing back on Jiang Xiaofei, a bright smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
Big sister Qingqing contacted me, I knew you were coming.
Jiang Xiaofei smiled happily and said,
Buma, let me introduce you. This is my grandfather, Sun Wufan. Grandpa, this is my fiancée, Buma.
Sun Wufan, inwardly shocked, thinking two fiancés. Jiang Xiaofei didn't notice his grandfather's unease, and was still winking playfully at Buma. But Buma keenly caught Sun Wufan's stiffness. Following his gaze to Lu Qingqing, she suddenly understood. Stepping forward half a step, she took Lu Qingqing's hand and explained to Sun Wufan,
Grandpa, son, don't misunderstand. Both big sister Qingqing and I are Xiaofei's fiancés. We've already talked this through.
At these words, Sun Wufan nearly turned to stone. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time, feeling his temples throb. In all his years, he had never seen such a situation. How had his grandson managed to get both girls to be willing? Lu Qingqing nodded, two linking arms with Buma, and gave Sun Wufan a sweet smile.
Grandpa, son, both sister Buma and I love Xiaofei. We've decided to support him together. This time at the tournament, we're even going to cheer each other on.
Seeing his grandfather frozen, Jiang Xiaofei quickly stepped forward and patted his arm.
Grandpa, don't be stunned. Buma and Qingqing are not outsiders.
Sun Wufan finally snapped out of it, coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment, and swept his gaze across the three young faces. Lu Qingqing was sweet and soft, Buma lively and generous. The two girls weren't distant at all, instead, they radiated a sense of closeness. Then he looked at his grandson's smug expression, shook his head helplessly, and his shock slowly turned into a mix of amusement and exasperation.
All right. You young people handle your own affairs. As long as you know what you're doing.
But the golden-haired Lan Qi felt that Jiang Xiaofei dared to cheat on her friend Buma, so she immediately pulled out a machine gun and fired wildly at him. Jiang Xiaofei dodged swiftly, closing in to grab the gun, and said,
Miss, doing this is very dangerous.
Feeling the unconscious aura radiating from Jiang Xiaofei, the golden-haired Lan Qi was stunned, as if facing a terrifying monster. Buma rushed over, in 2 steps grabbed Lan Qi's arm, and shouted urgently,
Lan Qi, put the gun down. What are you doing?
Lan Qi swayed from Buma's pull, but didn't loosen her grip on the machine gun. Her eyes were still fixed on Jiang Xiaofei, the stiffness from being intimidated by that terrifying aura still lingering. Her voice was tense.
Buma, he's two-timing you, bullying you. Who's being bullied?
Buma said, half angry and half amused, swatting her hand.
Big sister Qingqing and I, along with Xiaofei, have already talked it out. We all agreed willingly. Don't cause trouble here.
Then she introduced to Jiang Xiaofei,
This is my friend Lan Qi.
And to Lan Qi,
This is my fiancée Jiang Xiaofei.
Lu Qingqing immediately nodded, leaned in close to Lan Qi, and whispered,
Sister Lan Qi, it's true. Both sister Buma and I love Xiaofei. We've decided to support him together. Please don't be angry. Put the gun away. There are too many people here, it's really dangerous.
Lan Qi looked at Buma's anxious face, then at Lu Qingqing's earnest expression, and recalled the aura from Jiang Xiaofei that had made her stiff. Finally her hand holding the machine gun slowly loosened. In her heart she thought this scumbag was a bit different. Jiang Xiaofei however thought this golden-haired Lan Qi is just as violent as in the anime, always treating people to bullets. At that moment Kamisenin, Kellen and Yamcha, having finished registering, walked over. Kamisenin pointed at them and introduced to Kellen and Yamcha.
This is your senior brother Sun Wufan.
Kellen and Yamcha said.
Hello, senior brother.
Sun Wufan nodded happily and replied.
Hello, junior brothers.
Kamisenin waved his fan, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Xiaofei, and the others finally landing on the machine gun that Lan Qi had just put away. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't ask further. Instead he chuckled and teased.
Wufan, the young ladies around your grandson are full of energy. With your two grandsons Kellen and Yamcha, this tournament is sure to be lively.
Kellen sidled up to Jiang Xiaofei curiously, poking his arm.
Xiaofei, I heard some commotion from afar. Did something happen? I think I saw bullet casings on the ground.
His eyes sparkled with the sensitivity of a martial artist. Yamcha tugged at Kellen's sleeve, signaling him not to ask too much, but he couldn't help stealing a few more glances at Lan Qi. The intimidation of that machine gun was still fresh in his mind. Jiang Xiaofei quickly smoothed things over.
It's nothing serious. Sister Lan Qi just had a misunderstanding, and we've cleared it up. Kellen, are you planning to give it your all in this tournament?
Of course. Kellen immediately perked up, clenching his fists.
I haven't been slacking off lately. This tournament is the perfect chance to test my progress.
After 3 years had passed, Yamcha had put aside his grudge with Jiang Xiaofei. He also nodded and said,
Kellen and I have both learned new techniques. Maybe we'll get to spar with everyone.
Just then a voice rang out.
Who do we have here? Isn't this Kamisenin?
Kamisenin and the arriving He stared at each other for a long moment. Kamisenin said,
He Shinran, I didn't expect you were still alive.
He chuckled.
And you still the same? Your mouth is as sharp as ever.
Behind He stood Tian Shinhan and Kaiatsu. The three of them wore martial arts uniforms with a crane emblem, green tops with yellow sleeves. The overall ancient-style attire stood out conspicuously in the crowd. After a brief exchange of words, He left with his two disciples. At that moment Sun Wukong, wearing animal skins, ran over and greeted everyone. After a round of warm greetings, they all went to a restaurant to eat, and waited for the next day's competition. Early the next morning Jiang Xiaofei wore a black close-fitting outfit with silver cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs, and hems emphasizing his tall straight figure, and exuding a sharp martial aura. Lu Qingqing wore a light cyan short-style martial arts uniform with fine white floral patterns on the hem, and a small jade button at the collar. It didn't hinder movement, but made her look charming and lively, adding a hint of spiritedness to her usual soft and cute demeanor. They arrived at the preliminary venue. Sun Wukong, Kellen, and Yamcha had changed into red martial arts uniforms with the character Turtle on them. Then Jiang Xiaofei and Lu Qingqing walked over. At that moment Kamisenin, thinking to himself, my three disciples must defeat He Shinran's disciples, climbed up the wall, and said to Sun Wukong, Kellen, and Yamcha,
You must use all the results of your training and unleash everything you've learned.
Buma and Qinyao also climbed up. They said to everyone,
Come on everyone. You must win the preliminaries. Tonight I'll treat you all to barbecue.
Buma's gaze at Jiang Xiaofei was almost clinging, thinking it's been almost 3 years, and Jiang Xiaofei has become even more handsome. Lan Qi, who had just climbed up, saw this, and was speechless, thinking what a lovesick fool. Then she also cheered everyone on. Jiang Xiaofei, Lu Qingqing, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha entered the preliminary competition gymnasium. The official announced,
Participation has increased significantly over the past 5 years. The World Martial Arts Tournament will now be held every 3 years instead of 5. Let the competition begin.
Lu Qingqing stood on the fighting platform facing Japawang, while the spectators below erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Master Roshi stood beside Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong saying,
Jiang Xiaofei, tell your fiancé to forfeit.
Jiaowang had never been touched in previous tournaments and won championships effortlessly. He was a terrifying opponent. Jiang Xiaofei sensed with his ki and fixed his gaze on Jiaowang on the platform. The man was burly, dressed in yellow martial arts attire, looming like a small mountain, with a fierce aura forged from countless battles.
He is no match for Qingqing,
Jiang Xiaofei said. Jiaowang sneered back.
Pretty little girl, leave the ring at once. My strikes are merciless.
Lu Qingqing remained determined to continue. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei's system scanned Jiaowang's combat power at 91 points, while Jiaowang charged toward Lu Qingqing, whose combat power registered at 300 points. Lu Qingqing struck him once in the abdomen. Jiaowang collapsed instantly, his thoughts screaming that the speed was incomprehensible, impossible to track. The crowd stood frozen in astonishment, competitors under mounting pressure. Only Jiang Xiaofei could clearly perceive her movements, and the Dragon Ball warriors could barely follow. No one else managed to track Lu Qingqing's strikes. After the elimination rounds, the 8 finalists were confirmed. Jiang Xiaofei controlling his ki at 150 combat power points, Lu Qingqing at 300, Sun Wukong at 150, Tian Xinhan at 145, Master Roshi at 139, Krillin at 115, Yamcha at 102, and Kaiotsu at 94. Stepping out of the preliminary venue, warm sunlight fell across their bodies. The 8 finalists gathered in the waiting area leading to the main arena, where the atmosphere was dramatically different from the preliminaries, charged with palpable tension and anticipation. Jiang Xiaofei felt the subtle scrutinizing gazes around him, but remained composed, keeping his ki steady at 150 combat power points, as he stood alongside Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha. Lu Qingqing stayed close beside him, a faint smile still lingering from her victory, yet her eyes carried a newfound seriousness for the battles ahead. Tian Xinhan stood apart, his 3 eyes coldly scanning the group, lingering momentarily on Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong before a provocative smirk touched his lips. Kaiotsu floated nearby, his small face expressionless, as he quietly observed ahead. Yamcha rubbed his hands together, caught between excitement and nerves.
I hope I don't face someone too strong too early. I want to compete in more matches.
Krillin nodded in agreement, clenching his fists.
Same here. I am determined to reach the later stages this time.
Sun Wukong practically vibrated with anticipation, his eyes shining as he gazed toward the arena entrance.
I wonder who our next opponent will be. I hope this fight is truly satisfying.
An official approached and addressed them.
Please remain here, all 8 finalists. The upcoming matches will be held in the outer arena.
The outer arena was packed with spectators, their cheers and shouts of encouragement rising in waves, far more lively than the preliminary venue. Bulma, Chino, and Launch had already secured their seats, eagerly watching the competition. The broadcast crackled to life.
First match, Lu Qingqing versus Kaiotsu. Both fighters please take the stage.
Kaiotsu drifted to the center of the ring, his small face betraying no emotion. Yet his round eyes remained locked onto Lu Qingqing, a faint blue glow flickering at his fingertips. As the referee called for the match to begin, Kaiotsu immediately attempted to seize the initiative with his telekinetic powers. Lu Qingqing sidestepped with effortless grace, her figure drifting backward like flowing clouds, just enough to escape the telekinetic grasp. The crowd erupted in astonishment.
Such incredible speed!
Yet nobody could trace her movements. When his telekinesis failed to connect, Kaiotsu's brow furrowed slightly. His hands moved rapidly through a series of seals, as multiple energy blasts shot from his palms toward Lu Qingqing's limbs, a familiar stalling technique designed to immobilize his opponent. Instead of evading, Lu Qingqing remained steadfast, a subtle aura rippling around her, as she deflected the energy blasts purely through the force of her ki. Kaiotsu's pupils contracted in shock at the sheer power of her energy. He quickly drifted backward, while using his telekinesis to hurl fragments of the platform toward her like a rainstorm. But Lu Qingqing's cloud-streaming step was too agile. The debris never grazed her robes. Each time she evaded, she closed the distance incrementally, until she was right before him.
I cannot let her close in.
Kaiotsu realized. His strength lay in long-range control. Close-quarters combat was his vulnerability. Understanding this, Kaiotsu halted his retreat and extended a single finger, his energy surging dramatically.
Dodon Ray.
A beam of energy as thick as a finger shot toward Lu Qingqing, carving shallow grooves into the arena floor with its residual force. Bulma gasped in horror from the stands covering her mouth, while Qi Niao watched with an amused smile. Lu Qingqing's gaze hardened. Rather than dodging, she concentrated her energy into her right fist and swung forward. The moment her fist met the energy beam, a pale cyan aura erupted and shattered the Dodon Ray completely.
This is impossible.
Kaiotsu stood frozen in shock. Before he could react, Lu Qingqing had already closed the distance, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. The touch was light yet firm, infused with a gentle ki that pinned him to the ground, preventing any further levitation.
You have lost.
Her voice carried a quiet certainty that brooked no argument. Kaiotsu struggled briefly, but found himself completely immobilized, forcing him to lower his head in defeat. The referee immediately stepped forward.
First match winner Lu Qingqing.
Barely had Lu Qingqing left the ring when the announcer's voice followed.
Second match, Jiang Xiaofei versus Tian Xinhan. Both fighters take the stage.
The announcement sent ripples through the crowd, an exploding commotion. One was the reigning champion from the previous tournament, the other the prized disciple of the Crane School. This clash promised drama from the very start. Bulma gripped her megaphone tighter and shouted toward Jiang Xiaofei.
Xiaofei, go for it. You must defeat that three-eyed man.
Qi now beamed at the prospect of watching her master fight once more, while Lan shed her usual casual demeanor, her attention fixed intently on both Jiang Xiaofei and Tian Xinhan. Tian Xinhan stood on the ring, all three eyes coldly locked onto Jiang Xiaofei, a mocking smirk touching his lips.
Previous champion, today I will see just how capable you truly are.
Jiang Xiaofei stood firmly and bowed slightly.
Likewise. I have heard much about your solar flare and Kamehameha Master Tian. I would like to witness them myself.
With both fighters in position, the referee raised his voice.
Begin.
Before the words had fully left his lips, Tian Xinhan vanished from sight. He bypassed the solar flare entirely, relying purely on speed, his fist carrying razor-sharp wind aimed directly at Jiang Xiaofei's face. The strike came with brutal speed, drawing gasps from the crowd.
Incredible velocity.
Yet Jiang Xiaofei seemed to anticipate it, shifting his weight slightly and evading the punch with precision. Tian's eyes narrowed as he maintained his momentum, rotating his wrist and driving his elbow toward Jiang Xiaofei's side. Jiang Xiaofei remained unfazed, leaning back slightly to dodge again, while raising his arm to block Tian's follow-up strikes. For a moment Tian found himself on the back foot. The two fighters leapt apart, and Tian unleashed his 4 demon fists. 2 additional arms sprouted from his back, as if some monstrous power had awakened. Steel rang against steel as their fists collided in a blur, leaving only afterimages in their wake. The audience watched in stunned silence. Even Bulma forgot to cheer, her eyes locked on the ring, as she feared missing a single movement.
I cannot continue trading blows with him,
Tian realized grimly. Jiang Xiaofei's dodges were too precise, as though he could read every attack. Continuing this way would only drain his stamina. He leaped backward to create distance, retracting his extra arms. With hands forming seals and energy swirling around him, his third eye blazed with light.
Solar flare.
And blinding white light engulfed the entire ring. Spectators covered their eyes instinctively. Bulma cried out desperately,
Xiaofei, close your eyes.
But Jiang Xiaofei had gathered some qi in his eyes, standing still as if completely unaffected by the white light. Tian Jinfan, seeing this, was surprised, but didn't miss the opportunity. He took advantage of Jiang Xiaofei's
blindness.
His figure flickered, his feet left the ground, and slowly rose into the air. His hands assumed the stance of the Qigong cannon, energy wildly converging around him.
Take this. Qigong cannon.
A massive energy wave carrying an earth-shattering momentum blasted toward Jiang Xiaofei. At this moment, the arena floor cracked into fine lines from the residual force of the energy wave. Heavens and earth seemed to turn yellow-red, and the audience below were stunned, nearly blown away by the powerful energy. Jiang Xiaofei thought,
since ancient times, the one on the left loses in beam clashes.
"You're standing on the wrong side, you're doomed," but he said aloud,
Kamehameha full power.
Instantly a blue-white turtle school qigong and a yellow-red qigong cannon collided mightily in midair, where the two energies intertwined, emitting a blinding light, and the shockwaves swept outward like a hurricane. The ropes around the arena rattled with a buzzing sound, and the audience below were forced back step by the pressure. Even the small horn in Buma's hand almost slipped. Tianjin Fan's forehead veins bulged, his three eyes fixed on the colliding energy waves, his hands continuously channeling qi, trying to raise the power of the qigong cannon even further. He couldn't believe Jiang Xiaofei could withstand his full-powered killing move. But the blue-white beam was not suppressed. Instead, it slowly advanced forward at a visible speed, the yellow-red light at the wavefront being gradually devoured.
Impossible!
Tianjin Fan exclaimed in shock. In an instant, he was hit by the energy wave, and Tianjin Fan crashed heavily onto the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust, and fell into unconsciousness. Below the arena, Buma, sitting in the audience, saw Yu win, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Beside her, blonde Lan Chi's eyes shone with a strange light. Seeing Jiang Xiaofei's strength and his masculine side, a peculiar emotion began to brew in her heart. The referee quickly stepped forward to check, and waved his hand.
Second match, Jiang Xiaofei wins.
And so Sun Wukong and Chen Long Turtle Immortal both advanced to the semifinals. The broadcast's matchup information followed immediately.
Semifinal first match, Lu Qingqing vs. Chen Long Turtle Immortal. Please both contestants come on stage.
Chen Long Turtle Immortal stared at the beautiful Lu Qingqing and said lecherously,
"Let's have a friendly exchange."
Lu Qingqing was somewhat annoyed by the stare. The referee saw them both in position and announced loudly,
"The match begins."
As soon as the referee shouted,
"The match begins,"
baited, the audience's discussion rose like a tide, adding a lively buzz to the originally tense atmosphere.
"Whoa!
Contestant Chen Long Turtle Immortal has such a wrong look. That's not looking at an opponent, it's clearly looking at. Cough cough, hearing that friendly exchange gives me goosebumps." A front row spectator in a straw hat nudged the person beside him, his tone full of teasing, but his eyes were fixed on the two on the arena.
"What do you know? Contestant Chen Long is a veteran strongman. Maybe this is his confusion tactic."
The young man in a martial arts uniform immediately retorted, but was debunked by his companion.
"Come on! When Lu Qingqing fought Jiuzi just now, he was staring with his eyes wide open. Now this expression clearly shows he's attracted to the girl's skill and looks."
On the stage, Lu Qingqing swiftly rushed at Chen Long Turtle Immortal and threw rapid punches. Chen Long could barely see her punches clearly, his body unable to react in time, thinking,
"Such speed!
Faster than I anticipated." With one punch, he was knocked off the arena and crashed into the railing wall beside it. His face full of disbelief, Chen Long Turtle Immortal endured the pain and stood up stubbornly, saying,
"Young people nowadays have no martial ethics. Attacking before I was ready."
Then he put his hands behind his back and walked away, enduring the pain.
This is over."
The front row spectator in the straw hat opened his mouth wide, his teasing words stuck in his throat. The young man in martial arts uniform was also stunned, muttering,
"I thought there would be a big battle. Contestant Lu Qingqing's attack is too fast."
The referee looked up at Lu Qingqing in the center of the arena, then at Chen Long, who had fallen out and walked away, raised his arm, and announced loudly,
"Semi-final first match, Lu Qingqing knocks down opponent, wins."
The audience instantly erupted into deafening cheers. Huma raised her small horn and jumped up.
"Qingqing, well done. So awesome."
Qi Niao smiled and clapped, her eyes full of admiration. Colin grabbed Yamu Cha's arm and shouted,
"My God! I didn't even see the trajectory of that punch and missed her. Chen Long was directly sent flying."
Just as the audience's heated discussion hadn't subsided, the broadcast sounded again, drawing everyone's attention back to the arena.
Semi-final second match, Jiang Xiaofei vs. Sun Wukong.
Please both contestants come on stage immediately. The arena, which had just calmed down, instantly boiled over again. One was the previous champion, who concealed his true strength and easily defeated Tianjin Fan. The other was a martial arts prodigy who grew stronger with each battle and was determined to win. This powerhouse showdown was clearly more anticipated than the quick match just now. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong stepped forward almost simultaneously, walking toward the center of the arena. The moment their eyes met, both exuded full fighting spirit for this battle. The cheers from below were almost deafening, filling the entire arena. Ma stood on tiptoe, clinging to the railing wall beside the arena, her face nearly pressed against it. "Wow! It's Xiaofei and Wukong. This is going to be a great show." Blonde Lan, she clenched her fists, her eyes closely following the two figures. When Jiang Xiaofei stepped onto the arena, his fingertips quietly brushed his clothes. He deliberately kept his combat power at 150 points. But the pure hot chi on Sun Wukong's body was rising like a small flame, clearly ignited by this showdown. "Brother Jiang Xiaofei." Sun Wukong scratched his head, but a big grin spread across his face, his eyes shining brightly. "I saw you fight Tianjin Fan earlier, it was amazing. Last tournament, I don't know what happened, I fainted. This time we must have a satisfying fight, let's settle it once and for all." Jiang Xiaofei nodded slightly and assumed a fighting stance. "Me too, give it your all, brother Sun Wukong." The referee, stunned by the aura between them, paused for a moment before quickly shouting, "The match begins?" "Huh?" With that, Sun Wukong stomped the ground, leaving two shallow pits on the arena floor, and his figure turned into a blur as he lunged straight at Jiang Xiaofei. He didn't play tricks, he started with the most direct straight punch, the wind of the fist breaking the air even swifter than his previous match. Jiang Xiaofei lightly tapped his feet, executing the flowing cloud step, his body drifting backward like a willow leaf in the wind, precisely dodging the fist tip. But Sun Wukong had anticipated it. He flipped his wrist, and his elbow followed through to strike at Jiang Xiaofei's ribs, while his other hand formed a fist and delivered a fast punch toward his chest. Such fast combos! Below, Ma subconsciously tightened her grip on the small horn, even her cheering voice became distorted. Jiang Xiaofei's eyes sharpened. He no longer only dodged. He raised his hand to block the elbow, simultaneously sidestepped the punch to his chest, and his palm instantly turned into a light force, striking Sun Wukong's wrist. The force was not heavy, but it precisely disrupted Sun Wukong's punch flow. Sun Wukong's wrist went slightly numb, but instead of retreating, he used the force to flip and leap up, his feet spinning like a whirlwind, to kick at Jiang Xiaofei's shoulder. Jiang Xiaofei leaned back, his body almost parallel to the ground, barely dodging the kick, while his toes touched the ground, sliding backward several meters to create distance from Sun Wukong. This exchange between the two lasted only an instant, yet the audience below held their breath, only bursting into thunderous cheers when both stood still again. "So you've been hiding your skills?" Sun Wukong shook his wrist, his fighting spirit even stronger, and the chi around him began to slowly rise. "Now this is interesting." With that, he spread his feet shoulder-width apart, slowly circled his hands in front of him, and blue-white chi began to gather in his palms, the exact stance of his signature turtle school qigong. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaofei, thinking that if he dodged, the audience behind would be doomed, also put away his relaxed posture, letting his hands hang naturally. "Good, come on! Kamehameha!" Sun Wukong suddenly thrust his hands forward, and a blue-white energy wave roared toward Jiang Xiaofei, the air along the way scorched hot. Jiang Xiaofei remained composed, holding both hands before his chest in a stance to absorb the blow directly. With considerable strain, he managed to catch the blue-white Kamehameha wave. The dull thud of palm meeting energy caused the arena to tremble slightly. His arm muscles tensed, knuckles turning white, yet he truly withstood the impact through sheer physical strength alone. Then both arms surged with power, forcefully thrusting the energy wave upward. The blast shot skyward, a blue-white beam skimming the roof's edge before vanishing into the horizon. The instant the Kamehameha dissipated, Sun Wukong lunged forward, like an arrow loosed from a bow, his fist wreathed in even greater spiritual pressure, aimed straight at Jiang Xiaofei's face. This time Jiang Xiaofei did not dodge. He met the attack head-on, with a fist of his own. The collision sent shockwaves radiating outward from their point of impact, cracking the arena floor even deeper. "How refreshing!" Sun Wukong laughed aloud, his other hand transforming from fist to palm, as he struck toward Jiang Xiaofei's side. Jiang Xiaofei used the force to leap backward. The two exchanged offense and defense, their figures blurring across the arena as punches and spiritual energy collided in relentless succession. The spectators below had long forgotten to cheer, everyone holding their breath and fixing their eyes on the ring, terrified of missing a single moment. At that instant, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a powerful punch that Sun Wukong could not evade, forcing him to leap into the air. Just when everyone thought Sun Wukong would fall and be unable to dodge, he inhaled deeply and blew forcefully, halting his descent mid-air to evade Jiang Xiaofei's attack once more. The crowd erupted in cheers. Such a maneuver! Then, drawing on years of combat experience, Jiang Xiaofei swiftly executed an upward kick with his left leg, striking Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was sent flying upward from the kick before falling back down, but Jiang Xiaofei countered with an inverted hook kick that sent him crashing out of the arena. Thus concluded this highly anticipated clash between two formidable opponents, with Jiang Xiaofei emerging victorious and advancing to the finals. The moment Sun Wukong was kicked from the ring, the entire venue fell into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous cheers louder than before. Bulma waved her megaphone, shouting until her voice grew hoarse.
Xiaofei is so amazing! So cool!
The blonde lockers relaxed her clenched fists, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as she watched Jiang Xiaofei on the arena floor, an involuntary smile lifting the corners of her lips. The referee hurried to the ring's edge, confirmed Sun Wukong had landed outside the bounds, and raised his arm high to announce.
Quarterfinals, second match, Jiang Xiaofei wins. Advancing to the finals.
The broadcast immediately followed.
The martial arts tournament finals matchup is set, Jiang Xiaofei versus Liu Qingqing.
Jiang Xiaofei and Liu Qingqing gazed affectionately at each other on the ring, as the referee raised his arm, stating the unchanged final rules. One who concedes, steps out, or loses the ability to fight is defeated. After a pause, he sharply brought his arm down.
Begin!
The moment the words fell, Jiang Xiaofei thought to himself about holding back against his fiancée, yet outwardly charged toward Liu Qingqing with the appearance of full power. His moves were remarkably slow, and to his surprise, Liu Qingqing shared the same mindset. The audience below watched in amusement as the pair moved in slow motion before them. Below, Bulma's awkward pause with her megaphone midair, her eyes blinking as she whispered to the blonde lockers beside her about whether they were performing a slow-motion martial arts scene. She glanced around at the awkward atmosphere, covering her forehead with her hand. After a moment, Bulma lowered her hand and shouted through her megaphone.
Hey, you two! Can you at least throw a real punch? Stop feeding us all this PDA!
No sooner had she spoken than Liu Qingqing suddenly slipped, falling toward the edge of the ring. Jiang Xiaofei reacted swiftly, grabbing her wrist and pulling her close. Their bodies pressed close together. Liu Qingqing glared up at him.
You did that on purpose.
Jiang Xiaofei smiled and replied softly.
I was worried you'd fall.
The crowd's cheers and jeers nearly shook the roof off, and Bulma completely gave up on her commentary, laughing as she told lockers.
Well, whoever wins the championship, we've already had our fill of this couple's drama.
The referee could no longer bear watching, and stepped forward again to remind them to focus on the match. Only then did Jiang Xiaofei and Liu Qingqing drop their affectionate expressions, exchanging a glance before both stepping back half a pace simultaneously. Finally assuming a proper combat stance, Jiang Xiaofei's surroundings suddenly erupted with pale white chi, his combat power steadily climbing by 1000 to reach 46.93 million. His previously contained aura violently expanded outward, his robes billowing in the wind, his hands forming attack positions, and the softness in his eyes giving way to focused determination for martial combat. The spectators below stared in stunned silence, wondering if this was really about to escalate. Bulma sarcastically remarked that it looked like a domestic violence scene was about to unfold. Jiang Xiaofei charged forward at incredible speed, so fast that not a single person in the audience could track his movements. He appeared instantly before Liu Qingqing. Before she could react, he took her hand and deliberately slammed it into his own chest, sending his entire body flying backward. He crashed through the ring's perimeter wall and collapsed motionless, appearing unconscious. Seeing this, the referee turned and walked to the center of the ring, shouting with all his might,
"The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament Final. Lu Qingqing is the winner. This year's champion is Lu Qingqing."
The crowd erupted in cheers, and as Jiang Xiaofei was carried away, the competition concluded gracefully. With the match now finished, dusk was settling in as Jiang Xiaofei and the others approached the hotel entrance, ready for dinner. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered he'd left his Rui staff and dragon radar at the venue. Krillin offered to retrieve them for the exhausted fighter. As Krillin prepared to fetch the Dragon Balls and Rui staff, Jiang Xiaofei recalled how in his past life as an anime character Krillin had been killed by Piccolo Jr. while retrieving items from the venue. So he suggested accompanying Krillin, and as they walked toward the venue together, the setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. Inside the venue, they spotted a monstrous creature hanging upside down from the roof, with mottled green skin, enormous green wings spread behind it, and red and black garments covering its lower body. This was Tambourine, one of Piccolo's sons, the same being who had dodged numerous attacks from Krillin before delivering a fatal kick that severed his neck. At that moment, Tambourine initially ignored them, recognizing the need to preserve humanity for their conquest plans. Still holding the Dragon Ball, he spotted a register on a nearby cabinet, and resolved to take it as well. Krillin suddenly intervened, declaring that the Dragon Ball would never fall into such a person's hands, and lunged forward. But Jiang Xiaofei held him back, saying he would handle it instead. With no confidence in victory, Krillin felt a surge of reassurance seeing Jiang Xiaofei step in front of him as protection. Tambourine impatiently demanded they hurry, remarking it made no difference who faced him. Jiang Xiaofei invoked his system to scan his opponent's combat power, which registered at a mere 137 points. Amplifying his energy to 500 points, Jiang Xiaofei charged forward and delivered a single devastating punch that sent Tambourine crashing through the venue's walls. The monster perished instantly, unable to believe that Earthlings had grown so powerful. Too quick to perceive, Krillin could only ask how strong Jiang Xiaofei had become. With a modest reply that he was merely slightly stronger, they returned to the hotel where Krillin recounted the encounter. Upon hearing the monster's description, Master Roshi's face paled, as he recognized it as the son of King Piccolo. Sun Wukong questioned what was wrong, and Master Roshi explained King Piccolo's history to the group. The revelation sent tension through Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Noticing their composure despite the danger, Krillin asked if they weren't afraid. Jiang Xiaofei replied calmly that as a martial artist and warrior, he faced fear without backing down. Considering that confronting King Piccolo might require entering a demon-transformed realm, Jiang Xiaofei suggested to Sun Wukong that consuming the super-secret water under the Cat Hermit's guidance would provide the strength needed to defeat him. The group pressed him on how he knew such details, but Jiang Xiaofei merely smiled enigmatically and dismissed it as a secret that must remain undiscovered. After dinner, the blonde lockers mentioned she'd visit them next time she had the chance, leaving everyone puzzled by her words before they departed. Jiang Xiaofei, Lu Qingqing, Buma, and Qinyao walked together toward Buma's home. The sunlight bathed them along the way, and wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze. A sudden thought struck Jiang Xiaofei. He turned to Qinyao and said, "When Wukong goes to challenge Piccolo Daimao, keep an eye on him." Qinyao replied obediently, "Yes, master." Buma's curiosity was piqued, her big eyes sparkled with confusion. "Sister Qinyao, are you very strong?" Lu Qingqing also leaned in, her face full of anticipation. Jiang Xiaofei's lips curled into a faint smile. If the Turtle Hermit's battle power is 139, then Qinyao's is 100 billion. At these words, Buma and Lu Qingqing's eyes widened in utter shock, their mouths involuntarily forming an O shape. In this Dragon Ball world, just as in the original story, Piccolo Daimao was successfully defeated by Sun Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei stood aside watching it all unfold, but a hint of confusion furrowed his brow. He muttered under his breath, "Strange. Why hasn't the system's main quest arrived yet?" In another corrupted Dragon Ball world, however, the situation had changed drastically. The evil Piccolo Daimao and his sons had gained terrifying boosts in battle power, and moved with incredible speed. When Damblin went to retrieve the Dragon Balls, luckily Klin did not encounter him. Piccolo Daimao successfully obtained the Dragon Balls, and made a wish to regain his youth. Restored to his prime, his ambition swelled. He arrogantly broadcast a declaration to rule the world from the television station. The news spread instantly, shocking everyone. Upon learning of this, Sun Wukong and the others did not hesitate to intervene. A fierce battle erupted. However, Piccolo Daimao's side was overwhelmingly powerful. The Z warriors, Sun Wukong, Tenshin, and Jiazi Klin, the Turtle Hermit, and Yamcha, were all struck down, their faces contorted in pain. Bulma, leaning against a helicopter in despair, trembled as she spoke. Are we really going to be destroyed? At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei heard a ding. The Universal System's pleasant female voice announced main quest activated: kill Piccolo Daimao and save the Z warriors. Failure will result in system unbinding. Instantly, Jiang Xiaofei was teleported near the scene. Without pausing to survey his surroundings, he rushed toward the battlefield. Seeing a stranger hurrying over, Bulma shouted desperately, "Run! Piccolo Daimao is here!" Jiang Xiaofei nodded at her, his gaze resolute. "Don't worry, it's fine. I'll defeat him." Bulma, seeing his confident demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of safety. Though she didn't know this person, she somehow felt she could trust him. Sun Wukong recognized Jiang Xiaofei as the one who had saved him before. He quickly shouted, "Jiang Xiaofei, Piccolo Daimao and his crew are incredibly strong. We couldn't even fight back. They didn't let us use our full power. Be careful." Jiang Xiaofei nodded gravely at him, his eyes fixed intently on Piccolo Daimao and his sons. He then used the system to scan their battle power. The Universal System quickly provided the results named: Tongwa 900 Battle Power 15x Demonic Enhancement, Damblin 2055 Battle Power 15x Demonic Enhancement, Zinbala 1230 15x Demonic Enhancement, Dualimo 2670 15x Demonic Enhancement, Piccolo Daimao 3900 15x Demonic Enhancement. Piccolo Daimao and his sons burst into laughter upon hearing Jiang Xiaofei's boastful claim to defeat them. Damblin mocked, "Where did this brat come from? He doesn't know his place." At that moment, the fallen Z warriors all turned their gazes to Jiang Xiaofei as if he were their last hope. Jiang Xiaofei took a deep breath and began to surge his energy. A white wave of energy erupted from him, expanding outward with overwhelming pressure. Although none of them could sense ki yet, they all felt an immense force bearing down on them. 10000, 20000, 30000, 1000047. 56 million battle power. Piccolo Daimao's group instantly felt the enormous threat. Their faces changed drastically, and without hesitation they charged at Jiang Xiaofei together. With a sharp gleam in his eyes, Jiang Xiaofei blurred and passed through them. Everyone only saw a flash. None could follow his movements. The next second, gaping holes were blasted through the abdomens of all 5 opponents. The 4 sons of Piccolo Daimao collapsed and died instantly. Piccolo Daimao stared at Jiang Xiaofei in disbelief. How could anyone be this strong? Had the world changed so much during his long imprisonment that humans had become this powerful? With great effort, Piccolo Daimao forced out an egg from his mouth and spat it with all his might into the distance. Then he fell to the ground and died. Jiang Xiaofei did not stop him, thinking to himself, "That's going to be Sun Wukong's family's babysitter." After the battle, he went to the Z warriors and fed each of them a senzu bean. After consuming the beans, their injuries healed rapidly. They all looked at Jiang Xiaofei with gratitude. Sun Wukong's eyes shone with anticipation. "Xiaofei, you're so strong. Can you teach us to train?" The other Z warriors also turned to Jiang Xiaofei, their eyes filled with longing. Jiang Xiaofei felt a pang of hesitation. Knowing that he would return immediately after completing the mission, he said, "Actually, I come from another timeline. Now that I've dealt with Piccolo Daimao, I'll have to go back soon." Hearing this, the group was stunned that he was from another dimension, but when they learned he would leave, they all showed signs of disappointment. They realized the vast gap between themselves and Piccolo Daimao, and despaired at the thought of even stronger enemies appearing in the future. Seeing their dejection, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't bear it. I can't teach you personally, but I can arrange a method for your training." With that he asked Buma to put away the helicopter, then said to everyone, "Reach out your hands." Though puzzled, they complied, and soon all their hands were joined together. Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes, concentrated, and locked onto the key of the god. Only those who had reached a certain level could sense the god's presence, which was imperceptible to ordinary mortals. In an instant, he teleported the group there. The god and Mr. Popo were observing the great battle from above. They were startled when Jiang Xiaofei and the others suddenly appeared before them. The god and Mr. Popo felt Jiang Xiaofei's terrifying aura, and were inwardly shaken. The Z warriors were also startled by the sudden change of scenery, especially when they saw the god, who looked exactly like Piccolo Daimao. They immediately became wary. Jiang Xiaofei raised a hand to stop them. "This is the god of earth, not Piccolo Daimao." He then turned to the god, his expression serious. "God, you saw it too, didn't you? The evil forces in this world have grown much stronger. I hope you can guide them in their training. In the future, even more terrifying enemies will threaten Earth." The god had witnessed the warriors' performance in battle, and sensed no evil aura from them. He nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaofei called Sun Wukong and Buma aside once more, speaking earnestly. "Don't ask why, just follow my arrangements. Let Sun Wukong and the others train here for 3 years. Buma, what you need to do is first, after 1 year, gather the Dragon Balls and wish for a gravity room. The higher the gravity, the better. In the 2nd year, find the Dragon Balls again and wish for a gravity suit, then give it to Wukong and the others for training." After a moment of thought, he retrieved from the system 2 types of talent enhancement potions. A basic one for 1 million system coins, and an intermediate one for 100 million system coins, and had each person drink 1 bottle, leaving a few extra bottles for later use. He then continued, "In 3 years, the 2nd generation of Piccolo, the Great Demon King, will appear. In the 4th year, go find the Dragon Balls, and wish to teleport Sun Wukong and the others to King Kai's place for training. 8 years later, an even more powerful enemy will emerge. Keep the Dragon Balls ready to summon Sun Wukong and the others back at any time." With that, Jiang Xiaofei leaped off the cloud and vanished instantly. Returning to his own Dragon Ball world, he found Sun Wukong and the others, and asked if they were willing to join the training he had organized. Everyone agreed, eager to grow stronger. Jiang Xiaofei exchanged talent enhancement potions from the system, and gave each person a bottle, then arranged their training in the same way. This time, however, Lu Qingqing, Buma, and Grandpa Sun Wufan were also training there. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei would occasionally teleport to guide Lu Ruyan and Taisai in their cultivation, and they too drank the intermediate talent enhancement potion. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 1st year, they used the Eternal Dragon to wish for a gravity room, with the maximum limit being 1000 times gravity. In the 2nd year, they wished for a gravity suit with a maximum limit of 500 times gravity. During these 2 years, Blonde Lanchi would often visit Jiang Xiaofei. She asked him excitedly, "Want to go on a robbery? That would be thrilling." Jiang Xiaofei smiled and said to her, "Robbery is wrong. But there's something even more exciting. Do you want to go?" Then he took Blonde Lanchi aboard the divine spaceship, gave her an intermediate talent enhancement potion, and sent her off to adventure in the cosmos with Qin Yao. During their cosmic adventures, Blonde Lanchi occasionally transformed back into blue-haired Lanchi. Though blue-haired Lanchi didn't know what had happened when she saw the note Blonde Lanchi had left her, she understood everything. Gradually, she too was drawn to Jiang Xiaofei's charm. During this period, Lu Ruyan encountered danger, and Jiang Xiaofei immediately rushed to her rescue upon learning of it. Thus, shuttling between guiding the group at the Celestial Palace and venturing into the cosmos, 2 years passed. The bond between Jiang Xiaofei and the 5 women grew deeper and deeper. Over these 2 years, the monthly system lottery yielded a large pile of sins of beans and some useless items. The only somewhat useful finds were a divine cultivation technique and the skill Spirit Ball Slash, though the technique only had the first 10 layers. This divine cultivation technique could elevate one's dimension and extend lifespan. Each layer also granted a base increase in combat power. The first layer added 1 point, and strengthened the body. The second layer added 10 points. And so on with different effects at higher realms. Jiang Xiaofei passed the technique to everyone including Lu Rian Taisai and Blonde Lanchi. His system coins had increased by 600 million, but after deducting the cost of the potion enhancers given to the others the balance stood at 66.014 billion. His combat power meanwhile had risen to 286 million. That day Jiang Xiaofei lay in the luxurious lounge of the divine spaceship enjoying Qinyu's closed body massage. Qinyao wore a black JK uniform skirt paired with black stockings that hugged her slender calves. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the woman massaging him so intimately. The black JK uniform skirt swayed slightly, with her movements revealing glimpses of her figure. Beside him blue-haired Lanchi gently fed him grapes. Jiang Xiaofei tilted his head slightly. He saw blue-haired Lanchi dressed in a light apricot knit cardigan over a cream-colored round-neck thin cotton t-shirt paired with light blue denim suspender shorts that revealed her fair slender legs. Jiang Xiaofei sighed, feeling he was almost becoming decadent. Blue-haired Lanchi picked up a plump purple grape with her fingertips and brought it to his lips, her touch soft and warm. He opened his mouth and took the grape, the sweet juice bursting on his tongue. Smiling, he said to blue-haired Lanchi,
"Lanchi, this grape is very sweet. Try one."
With that he picked up a grape from the fruit plate and gently offered it to her lips. Blue-haired Lanchi's cheeks flushed slightly. She obediently opened her mouth to accept it, the sleeve of her light apricot cardigan slipping down as she raised her hand, revealing her slender wrist. A gentle smile filled her eyes as she sat quietly beside him, feeding him and savoring this moment of leisure. Suddenly the projection screen of the divine spaceship popped up, and Lu Rian's urgent voice shattered the tranquility of the lounge. She pleaded,
"Xiaofei, our planet is in grave danger. A mechanical planet, like an octopus's tentacles, is gripping our world. Mechanical soldiers are pouring in endlessly. Our defenses are about to fall. I need your help."
Jiang Xiaofei frowned. This scene was identical to the plot of Metal Kula in the anime from his past life, though the invading planet was different. He immediately used his ki to sense Lu Rian's location. Despite the difficulty due to her combat power of 500,000 and the vast distance, his exquisite ki perception allowed him to pinpoint her precisely. The next second Jiang Xiaofei activated instant transmission and appeared on the battlefield of the purple-blue planet. The sight before him was shocking. The colossal big geat star, resembling a giant octopus, had already engulfed half the planet. Countless mechanical soldiers surged, like a tide, toward the defense forces led by Lu Rian. Recalling the Metal Kula from the anime, Jiang Xiaofei quickly pieced together the cause and effect when he had defeated Kula long ago. Somewhere in the universe long ago, a computer chip in the cosmic graveyard had absorbed energy over time, enhancing its power. It then absorbed cosmic matter as energy, gradually forming the massive mechanical planet Big Geat Star. The dying Kula drifted to this planet and was captured by the Big Geat Star, merging with the main computer and dominating the planet. He transformed into Metal Kula, creating countless replicas. Now, after absorbing energy from several planets, Metal Kula had set his sights on the nearby purple-blue planet, intending to devour its energy for self-replication, then take revenge on Jiang Xiaofei and rule the universe. Ahead, Lu Rian, clad in a yellow battle armor, was surrounded by a swarm of mechanical soldiers. Jiang Xiaofei quickly moved to stand before her, his aura surging. With a combat power of 200 million, he used the prince's war cry, and the surrounding machines exploded instantly. Fragments of metal floated upward toward the Big Geat Star. Seeing more robots wreaking havoc across the planet, Jiang Xiaofei chose to transform into Super Saiyan Full Power, a 75-fold increase in combat power, to finish the fight quickly. With a shout, his energy rapidly escalated. The previously faint ripples of energy erupted as golden light surged from within him, enveloping his entire body. His black hair turned into dazzling golden strands, standing on end, as if alive, shimmering with a golden luster. His golden aura condensed like a thin veil, flowing tightly around his body. The ground trembled under the immense power, and small stones, and debris began to float upward. With a final roar, all the floating objects in the sky crashed down. Now with a combat power of 15 billion, Jiang Xiaofei dashed toward the robots, unleashing punches and energy blasts. Explosions erupted in waves. Soon he returned to his starting point. Lu Ruyan stared in astonishment in Jiang Xiaofei's direction, murmuring,
"So fast! He has become even stronger! It's incredible how quickly he grows!"
At that moment a metallic blue gula walked over slowly from afar, his entire body gleaming with a metallic luster. "Seeing you," he greeted.
"Long time no see, Jiang Xiaofei. I was planning to find you and settle the score, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Sure saves a lot of time."
Gula looked at your golden hair and blue eyes and said,
"So you're the legendary Saiyan?"
Jiang Xiaofei replied,
"That's right. Follow me."
Then he flew to a desolate place, a barren wasteland with dark red rocks covering the ground, distant fractured canyons, and no sign of life. Even the wind carried the harsh sound of gravel scraping across the earth, perfect to serve as our
final stop.
Jiang Xiaofei hovered midair, his golden aura condensing around him without dispersing, and cast a cold gaze at the metal gula following close behind.
"Aren't you here for revenge? Don't waste time. Just show me everything you've got."
Metal Gula burst forth with energy and charged at him. The two instantly clashed into a fierce battle, their collisions generating tremendous shockwaves. Jiang Xiaofei was astonished to find that Metal Gula easily blocked his attacks. He thought in the original anime Metal Gula's battle power was 10 billion. How could he block my attacks so easily? At that moment Metal Gula threw a rapid punch. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't react in time, and the fist landed squarely on his face, sending him flying. Before he even hit the ground, Metal Gula appeared above him, clasped his hands together, and smashed downward. Jiang Xiaofei's head took a heavy blow, plummeting toward the earth like a meteor striking the ground. Jiang Xiaofei quickly shot out of the ground, rubbed the back of his head, and muttered to himself,
"That hurts."
Then he said,
"System scan Metal Gula's battle power."
The universal system replied,
"Name Metal Gula. Battle power 20 billion.
Jiang Xiaofei was stunned. 20 billion battle power, so much higher than in the anime. Seeing his shock, Metal Gula said,
"You didn't expect that, did you? The great big star on its way here absorbed several planets, including one with advanced technology. That allowed the great big star to evolve, increasing its energy limit and creating a stronger me. My current battle power is 20 billion. Tremble. Fear. Even a Super Saiyan is nothing before me."
After speaking, he let out a confident, devilish laugh.
Heh.
Jiang Xiaofei suddenly threw his head back, and the golden aura around him erupted uncontrollably. The originally condensed veil-like energy instantly transformed into a surging golden wave, even lifting the dark red rocks beneath his feet into the air. His black eyebrows turned a dazzling gold under the energy wash, and his muscles bulged slightly with veins pulsing, as if magma flowed through them. This was the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 full power.
20 billion battle power. That's enough to make me take things a little seriously.
Jiang Xiaofei's voice carried a heavy resonance of energy, and his green eyes grew even colder.
Gula Super Saiyans have more than one form. Don't underestimate a Super Saiyans.
Before his words faded, the energy within him underwent a qualitative change. Dazzling bolts of lightning burst through the golden aura, and the crackling sound of electricity spread across the entire canyon. His originally spiky golden hair became fluffier, and the energy around him shifted from pure gold to golden lightning swirling around him. Even space itself seemed to creak under the pressure of this power. The Super Saiyan 2 full power form. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei's battle power surged to 30 billion. The smile on Metal Gula's face instantly froze. His mechanical eyes locked onto the golden lightning surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, and his once arrogant aura shrank noticeably. With a mix of disbelief and rage, he asked,
What? What form is this? Scions can evolve to this level."
He suddenly raised his hand, condensing a deep blue energy sphere several times larger than before in his palm, and hurled it violently at Jiang Xiaofei.
"Impossible. How can I with 20 billion battle power lose? Annihilation Cannon.
The energy sphere came with a devouring momentum. Jiang Xiaofei simply narrowed his eyes, leaving a golden afterimage in place, as he appeared behind Metal Gula, in an instant dodging the annihilation cannon. His electrified fist slammed into the opponent's metallic back with a loud clang. Metal Gula's body was dented slightly. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a flurry of hundreds of punches, leaving the metal body battered and broken. Metal Gula crashed into distant rocks, causing a mountain-shaking tremor. After a moment, he reappeared fully intact in front of Jiang Xiaofei, smirking.
Even if I'm damaged, the main brain will calculate and repair me,
Jiang Xiaofei said.
Is that so?
Then he assumed the classic stance of the Kamehameha and shouted.
Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Full power.
Metal Gula also unleashed a massive energy wave with all his might. The two powerful waves collided instantly, but Metal Gula's wave couldn't hold back even a moment. In an instant, Metal Gula cried out in frustration.
Damn it!
He thought to himself, if only I could become a Super Saiyan. All these transformations, and shouting for power. And then, he was instantly obliterated. Jiang Xiaofei muttered inwardly, you don't even have hair. Just like that, as Jiang Xiaofei prepared to fly toward the big star, 4 more Metal Gulas appeared surrounding him from 4 corners. One of them said,
The one you just defeated was a mass-produced replica of the Great Big Star.
Jiang Xiaofei, maintaining his Super Saiyan 2 full power form, with golden lightning crackling around him, felt his recently relaxed tension snap back. He scanned the 4 Metal Gulas in all directions, his pupils slightly contracting. Each mechanical body gleamed with the same cold hard luster, and even the energy fluctuations they emitted were identical.
Mass-produced replicas.
Jiang Xiaofei sneered, his golden aura flaring up even more.
Looks like the big star has a good plan, trying to overwhelm me with numbers.
Before he finished speaking, the Metal Gula on the east side attacked first, forming a deep blue energy sphere in his palm, and firing it without warning. Jiang Xiaofei tapped his toes on the ground, transforming into a golden streak of light as he sidestepped. The energy sphere hit the dark red rock, instantly blasting a crater dozens of meters in diameter. Before he could regain his footing, the Metal Gulas from the west and north simultaneously burst forward, their metal fists tearing through the air as they attacked his vital points from left and right. Jiang Xiaofei crossed his arms to block. 2 loud clangs rang out, and his arms went numb from the force of the combined strike, forcing him back half a step.
So what if you have 30 billion battle power?
The Metal Gula on the south side slowly raised his hand, and all 4 mechanical bodies lit up with a blue metallic glow.
4 of us each with 20 billion are enough to tear you apart.
Jiang Xiaofei's eyes sharpened, and the lightning around him grew denser. He suddenly spun and kicked, sending a golden leg wind crackling with electricity toward the nearest Metal Gula. That mechanical body did not dodge, taking the blow head-on. Its body was only slightly dented, and then it immediately reached out to grab his ankle and slam him into the ground. Jiang Xiaofei swiftly dodged, leaping into the air. He raised his right hand and shouted, Destructo Disc. A massive disc-shaped energy wave appeared above his palm, and he hurled a dozen of them toward the 4 Metal Gulas. Caught off guard, the 4 were sliced into multiple pieces. But the cut edges quickly began to reconnect, with thin lines slowly regenerating. Jiang Xiaofei then unleashed a Prince's Battle Method, blasting the 4 Metal Gulas into smithereens. The Metal Cooler Core angrily unleashed all of its Metal Cooler copies. They charged toward Jiang Xiaofei, more than 1,000 of them. Fearing the battle might spin out of control and endanger the violet-blue planet, Jiang Xiaofei resolved to end it quickly. He began to transform into Super Saiyan 3 full power, 600 times his normal state. His golden hair lengthened visibly at a frantic pace, cascading to his waist in an instant. His once fluffy golden locks blazed into a dazzling bright gold, and his eyebrows vanished entirely. The golden aura around him suddenly swelled tenfold, causing the entire planet to tremble. Dark red rocks were ground to powder by the sheer force of his ki, and even space rippled like water. Most striking of all were the jutting brow ridges above his eyes, and those deep green eyes burning with fighting spirit, This was Super Saiyan 3 full power. Jiang Xiaofei murmured to himself.
It's not over yet.
He then began to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. His hair gradually turned green, while his golden aura and lightning grew far more intense. His muscles and frame swelled, his physique turning more imposing. Jiang Xiaofei quipped inwardly, I've turned green, and I've grown stronger. His battle power reached a staggering 1.2 trillion, based on his base battle power of 200 million multiplied by Super Saiyan 3's 400-fold multiplier, then by full powers 1.5 times, and finally by the legendary form's 10-fold boost. In an instant, Jiang Xiaofei fired over 1,000 ki blasts, reducing every metal cooler copy to ashes. With a flicker of motion, he appeared directly before the metal cooler core. The metal cooler core was both shocked and suspicious.
How can you possibly be this strong?
Jiang Xiaofei's voice thrummed with energy.
This attack will send you and your big geek star into oblivion. Ka mi ha mi ha.
The instant the words left his mouth, Jiang Xiaofei, his Kamehameha fully charged, thrust both hands forward. A colossal beam of light roared from his palms, like a dragon surging toward the metal cooler core with an all-devouring force. The metal cooler core disintegrated instantly like a sheet of paper before the beam. Its core components were pierced straight through by the energy erupting in a piercing overloaded screech. The beam did not stop. It tore straight through the core and slammed into the big geek star. From the outside, the big geek star's silhouette began to crumble under the beam's overwhelming impact. Layer after layer of its metallic shell peeled away until, with an explosion echoing across the universe, it scattered into countless fragments drifting through space. Jiang Xiaofei slowly drew back his hands, the emerald aura around him gradually fading as he returned to his normal state. Even that strike had been delivered with his power deliberately held in check, and its range carefully controlled.
Ding!
The Universal System's voice rang out.
System coins increased by 300 billion. Current balance 366 billion and 14 million.
Jiang Xiaofei was speechless. All those copies hadn't counted as system coins. He raised a hand and ruffled his hair, then turned and flew toward Lu Ruyan, his figure gradually fading into the distance. The battle fought to protect those he cared about came to a decisive and clean end. Seeing Jiang Xiaofei fly over to her, Lu Ruyan threw herself at him, looking him over left and right.
Are you hurt?
Seeing that he was unharmed, her taut expression relaxed at once. She was about to say,
that distant explosion in the cosmos just now,
but suddenly realized how improper her actions were and hurriedly tried to pull away. Jiang Xiaofei, however, tightened his arm around her slender waist, a mischievous grin on his face.
What, you think you can take advantage of me and just run?
Lu Ruyan stiffened at his embrace, her earlobes instantly flushing crimson, and a pink bloom spreading across her cheeks. Her fingers tightened around Jiang Xiaofei's sleeve as she hastily averted her gaze from his smiling eyes.
Who's taking advantage of you? I was just checking that you hadn't lost an arm or a leg.
The word sounded hollow even to her own ears, and her voice faded to a mumble. When she had flung herself at him just now, her heart had been filled with nothing but worry. The distinction between man and woman had never crossed her mind. Now, with Jiang Xiaofei calling her out, her ears burned and her breathing grew a little unsteady. She tried to push gently against Jiang Xiaofei's chest, but he only held her closer. Unable to miss the mischievous smile lurking in his eyes, Lu Ruyan was both annoyed and embarrassed. She reached out and gave his arm a light pinch.
Jiang Xiaofei, let go of me. Everyone's watching.
And so another year passed. During the year, half a year prior, Jiang Xiaofei's Hunyuan art had broken through to the 5th layer, non-transferable. 9 hours of training could now increase his battle power by up to 1,000,000 points. Cultivation speed 21. His lifespan extended by 1,000,000 years, and his key storage cap increased 16-fold. At the same time, he achieved a dimensional breakthrough and the initial formation of a divine body. His physical defense, regenerative ability, and key recovery rate all soared. His presence became imperceptible to ordinary mortals. He also comprehended a higher-level technique, which required energy equal to 100 times his battle power to offset and would only grow stronger with further cultivation. During a year the system drew a pile of Sinza beans every month, and it also drew a skill called Potential Awakening, which could develop the latent potential of both himself and others. Jiang Xiaofei was now 17. Over the past few years, as his feelings for several young women had deepened rapidly, he had become engaged to Lu Riantites and Launch respectively. His battle power had reached 620 million. Through his cooperation with the Bulma family, and years of dedicated management, the value of his assets had multiplied 100-fold. That day was the last day to register for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Jiang Xiaofei had intended to go sign up, when he suddenly sensed an immensely powerful evil aura from beyond the universe. On an alien planet, he saw a black-robed man fleeing in panic. In an instant, he used instant transmission to appear before him, completely sealing off the man's escape route. The black-robed man skidded to a halt. Beneath the shadow of his hood, a pair of crimson-tinged eyes constricted. Clearly, he had not expected to be cut off so abruptly.
"Who are you? And why are you skulking in the shadows?"
Jiang Xiaofei asked in a flat voice. The black-robed man, somewhat flustered, shouted angrily.
"Get out of my way!"
"System," Jiang Xiaofei said.
"Scan the black-robed man's information."
The universal system scanned and replied.
"Name keys. Race Demon Clan. Battle power 300 billion.
Jiang Xiaofei was slightly taken aback. Where had such a master come from? Seeing him standing still, the black-robed man charged straight at him. Jiang Xiaofei swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The golden aura around him burst outward, his bright gold hair cascading to his waist, in an instant brow ridges, jutting out, green eyes blazing with battle intent. Super Saiyan 3 full power was achieved in a flash, and the force of 372 billion battle power shook the surrounding rocks to dust. Against Aki's straight punch wrapped in destructive energy, Jiang Xiaofei sidestepped, and in the same fluid motion drove his right fist, coated in golden ki, into the man's ribs. The black-robed man grunted in pain. Propelled by the impact, he leapt backward several zhang, tens of feet, and condensed a dark red energy sphere between his palms, hurling it at Jiang Xiaofei with savage force.
"A cheap trick!"
Jiang Xiaofei snorted coldly. His figure blurred into a golden afterimage, and the instant he evaded the energy sphere, dozens of ki blasts shot from his fingertips. Amid the explosions, he flashed behind Aki's and drove his elbow hard into the man's back. The black-robed man staggered forward, his hood ripped away by the blast of ki, revealing a face covered in dark red markings, and a pair of crimson eyes filled with shock and fury.
"Your combat power can actually suppress me!"
Uxa roared, his dark red aura surging violently, as he formed hand seals to condense an even larger energy sphere. Jiang Xiaofei wasted no more words. He brought his hands together like a flower calyx, golden energy rapidly gathering in his palms.
"It's over! Kamehameha full power!" A dazzling blue beam roared forth from between his palms, a powerful energy wave with a battle power of 744 billion, smashing toward Uxer with overwhelming force. The energy sphere the black-robed figure had gathered was shattered instantly. He tried to dodge sideways, but the edge of the beam grazed his shoulder, instantly vaporizing half his body. His remaining right arm flailed futilely, and Uxer's eyes were filled with reluctance. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze sharpened. He increased his energy output, and the beam suddenly expanded, completely engulfing Uxer. When the light faded, only a wisp of dissipating black smoke remained. Only the lingering evil aura in the air proved that the fierce battle had not been an illusion. Ding! System coins increased by 3 trillion. Current balance 33660140000000.
As the system prompt faded, a glint of light flashed in Jiang Xiaofei's eyes. He thought to himself,
"Open the system shop."
Ding! System shop is now open.
A virtual panel unfolded before him. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze quickly swept through the dazzling array of exchange items, finally settling on a line of golden text.
Super Saiyan 4 full power exchange requires 2.6 trillion system coins. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively made the exchange.
Confirm exchange for Super Saiyan 4 full power. Ding! Exchange successful. Deducted 2. 6 trillion system coins. Remaining system coins 766014000000.
At that moment, two distinct, but equally powerful auras emerged from the distant sky, one gentle as warm sunlight, the other sharp as a cold blade. Jiang Xiaofei's just-released aura suddenly tightened. The system scanning prompt chimed in synchrony.
Ding! Detected 2 high-energy individuals. Name GT Sun Wukong Spacetime Patrol Battle Power 5 billion. Name GT Bei Jita Spacetime Patrol Battle Power 4. 5 billion.
GT Sun Wukong and Bei Jita.
Jiang Xiaofei was mildly surprised. He looked up and saw 2 figures speeding over on energy waves landing on the dark red rocks not far away.
Sun Wukong wore a black short-sleeved shirt under a long red robe tied at the waist with a blue sash. His lower body was clad in loose black pants paired with blue wrist guards and blue leg wraps, and he wore black shoes. He scratched his head, his black eyes studying Jiang Xiaofei with curiosity.
Hey kid, who are you? The demonic energy here just vanished. Did you take care of it? As he spoke, his brow furrowed slightly.
Strange, I can't sense your aura fluctuations, but I can tell you're in Super Saiyan 3 form.
Bei Jita stood nearby with arms crossed, wearing a red tank top, a black vest, and a blue belt along with white gloves and combat boots.
He stared at the youthful features still lingering on Jiang Xiaofei's face, a flicker of disdain in his eyes.
At this point in time, when did a brat capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3 suddenly appear in the universe? How come I've never heard of it?
He rubbed his chin, his tone confident.
He must be someone who crossed the universe without permission. There's probably something fishy about him. In Bei Jita's view, it was already a fluke that Jiang Xiaofei could reach Super Saiyan 3 at his age, and his battle power would definitely not be that strong.
Suddenly a deep blue aura erupted around him, his golden hair bristled and fine electric sparks wrapped around his body. The Super Saiyan 2 full-power form was unlocked with battle power soaring to 675 billion.
Since your origins are unknown, let this prince test your worth.
Bei Jita assumed a fighting stance, his arrogant tone filled with provocation.
I am the rapid-falling Super Saiyan Tragic Vegeta. Take this.
Before his words faded, he had already turned into a blue streak, charging straight at Jiang Xiaofei, his fist whistling through the air, as it aimed directly at Jiang Xiaofei's face. Jiang Xiaofei's eyes sharpened. A scorching torrent of energy suddenly surged within him. Unlike the wild lightning of Super Saiyan 2, this power carried a primal wildness and heaviness flowing through his veins to every limb. He transformed rapidly, his hair shortened slightly, turning from gold to a rich glossy black. His aura erupted even more violently, with red energy intertwined with black lightning-like power. The Super Saiyan 4 full-power form was awakened, with battle power reaching 12. 4 trillion, a 200,000-fold increase over base form. Facing Bei Jita's sudden attack, Jiang Xiaofei made no extra movements. He simply sidestepped slightly, and swung his right leg like a steel whip wrapped in a scarlet energy blast.
Bang!
A dull thud rang out, as Jiang Xiaofei's foot slammed solidly into Bei Jita's abdomen. The arrogance on Bei Jita's face froze instantly, disbelief written in his eyes. He flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing into a distant rock with a loud boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, Bei Jita lay sprawled on the ground covered in ash. His aura had completely vanished, and he had been forced back into his base form. He clutched his aching abdomen, cold sweat beating on his forehead. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and every movement made him wince in pain. Clearly, he was badly injured. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately dropped his curious expression. He quickly ran to Bei Jita's side, crouched down, and patted his back.
Bei Jita, are you okay? Bei Jita raised his head, with difficulty, glaring fiercely at Jiang Xiaofei in the distance. He clenched his teeth and said nothing, only sucking in cold air from the pain.
Sun Wukong followed his gaze to Jiang Xiaofei, and his expression instantly turned serious. The scarlet aura now swirling around Jiang Xiaofei radiated a pressure far beyond Bei Jita's. Then Sun Wukong helped Bei Jita lean against the rock to sit steadily. When his gaze fell on Jiang Xiaofei again, all trace of ease had vanished, leaving only the pure flame of battle in his black eyes. He wiped his face with his hand and spoke firmly.
Though I have a ton of questions for you right now, I want to fight you even more. Before his words faded, a dazzling golden aura burst from Sun Wukong, an energy wave far denser than Super Saiyan 3 sweeping outward. The dark red rock surface trembled and cracked under the shockwave.
His long golden hair visibly shortened its color, turning to a deep black. Two black curved horns quietly protruded from his forehead, dark patterns emerged on his bronze face, and his amber eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He was clearly undergoing a transformation into Super Saiyan 4.
Roar!
With a low primal roar, Sun Wukong's golden aura suddenly turned red. The crimson energy was entwined with fine black lightning, and a fluffy dark red-black fur spread over his shoulders, neck, and back. His muscles tightened and swelled under the energy surge. The system scanning prompt chimed in synchrony.
Ding! Detected GT Sun Wukong's form change. Current form Super Saiyan 4, full power, battle power 100 trillion.
Jiang Xiaofei knew he couldn't match Sun Wukong's combat power in this form, so he immediately transformed again. The legendary Super Saiyan form activated, his hair instantly turning into a dazzling emerald green, and his combat power surged to 124 trillion points.
Is this the legendary Saiyan?
Sun Wukong's just stabilized Super Saiyan 4 aura trembled violently, his amber eyes filled with shock, and his breathing unconsciously quickened. Jiang Xiaofei's energy suddenly underwent a drastic change. The crimson aura rolled back as if torn by a fierce wind. His originally jet-black hair faded at a visible rate, turning into a dazzling emerald green, each strand seemingly containing the power to shatter heaven and earth. Within the green energy waves, golden lightning bolts more violent than black electricity surged. Vegeta propped himself up against a rock, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his originally disdainful gaze was completely replaced by solemnity. He stared fixedly at Jiang Xiaofei's signature green hair, his voice trembling with a barely perceptible tremor.
The legendary Super Saiyan. Just who the hell is this kid?
Before his words faded, Sun Wukong made the first move. He stomped the ground hard, shattering the rock beneath him, and lunged at Jiang Xiaofei like a cannonball. His Super Saiyan 4 fist, wrapped in a red energy aura of 100 trillion combat power, tore through the air with a sharp screech as it aimed for Jiang Xiaofei's face.
Take this!
Jiang Xiaofei did not dodge or evade. He condensed green energy in his palm and raised his hand to meet Sun Wukong's fist head-on.
Boom!
The moment the two terrifying energies collided, as shockwaves swept outwards from the center. The ground cracked into several bottomless ravines, and distant rock formations were flung away like paper. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Vegeta's figure suddenly attacked from the side. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, with a combat power of 90 trillion points, and speed surpassing, before his right leg, wrapped in red energy, turned into a steel whip that ferociously kicked at Jiang Xiaofei's side.
I was just careless earlier. This is my real strength.
Jiang Xiaofei's eyes sharpened. His left arm instantly erupted with green energy, blocking Vegeta's side kick with sheer force. At the same time, he increased the pressure with his right hand, repelling Sun Wukong's fist, and leaped backwards several meters using the recoil. The green aura swirled around him, quickly forming a solid energy barrier.
Both of you coming at me. Interesting.
Jiang Xiaofei curled his lips into a battle-hungry grin, his emerald green hair dancing wildly in the energy waves.
Then let me show you the true power of the legendary Super Saiyan.
As soon as the green energy barrier took shape, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's attacks followed in quick succession. Sun Wukong pressed his palms together, condensing red energy into a spiral.
Kamehameha!
The scorching energy beam, carrying an earth-shattering force, blasted straight at Jiang Xiaofei's barrier. Meanwhile, Vegeta flickered and circled behind Jiang Xiaofei, forming a red energy sphere in his hands.
Gallic Gun!
The two energy attacks, one from the front and one from the back, instantly engulfed the green barrier.
Boom!
The violent explosion shook the entire region. Smoke and chaotic energy surged skyward, and even space rippled with distortions. Sun Wukong hovered midair, his amber eyes fixed on the center of the smoke.
Even a Super Saiyan 4 couldn't withstand that. He
Before he could finish, a jade-green figure suddenly burst out from the smoke. Jiang Xiaofei's green aura had not diminished, on the contrary it grew even more ferocious, golden lightning crackling within the energy waves. Ignoring the residual energy waves rushing toward him, he lunged straight at Sun Wukong, condensing an energy sphere in his right hand.
Try this.
The energy sphere, carrying immense power, hurtled towards Sun Wukong. The latter's pupils contracted, and he hastily sidestepped, but the energy sphere's edge grazed his shoulder, tearing a gash in his red battle suit. Before Sun Wukong could counterattack, Jiang Xiaofei spun around and kicked backward. Vegeta's fist was about to strike his back, but the kick landed squarely on Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying backward, like a broken kite, crashing through several massive rocks before stopping.
How is this possible?
Vegeta clutched his abdomen, struggling to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe that even with him and Sun Wukong working together, they were still being suppressed by Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei slowly withdrew his hand, his emerald green eyes sweeping over the two, his battle intent growing ever stronger.
Super Saiyan 4's power is indeed formidable, but it's still not enough.
He took a deep breath, and the green aura around him suddenly surged, his combat power climbing once more.
Next I'll show you my true strength. Don't fall too quickly.
As his words fell, Jiang Xiaofei vanished and reappeared instantly before Sun Wukong, his fist wrapped in extremely compressed green energy, slamming viciously into the latter's chest. Sun Wukong hastily raised his arms to block, but the energy shock numbed his arms, and he slid back dozens of meters before stabilizing. Meanwhile, Vegeta seized the opportunity, erupting in red energy and charging at Jiang Xiaofei like a crimson beam, his fist colliding with Jiang Xiaofei's other hand. Three terrifying energies interweaved in the air, red and green waves constantly clashing and exploding. The ground of the entire region was completely shattered, and bottomless ravines stretched into the distance. Jiang Xiaofei faced two opponents alone, but showed no sign of weakness. His emerald green hair danced wildly in the energy waves, and every punch and kick carried the power to shake heaven and earth.
What a thrill!
Sun Wukong laughed heartily, his shock turning into excitement.
It's been a long time since I've faced such a strong opponent. Jiang Xiaofei, let's go again.
His red aura surged once more, his fists striking at Jiang Xiaofei with even more violent power. Vegeta also gritted his teeth, unleashing all his remaining strength, coordinating with Sun Wukong in a fierce assault. Jiang Xiaofei smirked and charged into their attacks. Green and red energies collided continuously in the air, explosions, and the tearing sound of energy interweaving incessantly. Even the distant clouds were shaken out of existence. This peak battle between the green-haired legendary Super Saiyan and the two Super Saiyan 4s was just entering its white-hot phase.
Huh?
Sun Wukong roared, his red aura abruptly condensed the fur of his Super Saiyan 4 form standing on end. A faint crimson glow appeared on his fist, a sign that his energy was compressed to the extreme. He shattered the void with a stomp, moving several times faster than before, his fist aimed directly at Jiang Xiaofei's face. A dense array of fist shadows instantly enveloped Jiang Xiaofei, each carrying the oppressive pressure of 100 trillion combat power. Jiang Xiaofei's eyes narrowed, and the emerald green energy formed a high-speed rotating vortex around him, deflecting the incoming fist shadows one by one. But before he could catch his breath, Vegeta's figure had silently appeared above him, his legs wrapped in red energy, kicking down rapidly, striking fiercely.
Well done!
Instead of panicking, Jiang Xiaofei's eyes burned with even greater battle intent. He tilted his head back, crossed his hands above his head, and gathered green energy in his palms.
Boom!
Vegeta's leg strike slammed into Jiang Xiaofei's hands. The terrifying impact sank the ground several meters, and energy ripples spread outward from the center, reducing all surrounding rocks to dust. As Jiang Xiaofei blocked Vegeta's attack, Sun Wukong's fist suddenly came crashing down, grazing Jiang Xiaofei's shoulder and smashing into the ground.
Boom!
The ground instantly exploded into a crater dozens of meters in diameter, penetrating the planet with rubble and smoke shooting skyward. Jiang Xiaofei leaped backward using the impact. Although his shoulder was grazed by the energy, he showed no sign of distress. Instead, he licked the corner of his mouth.
Not bad, you actually managed to hurt me. Don't be so cocky.
Vegeta flipped and landed his red aura surging again.
You think that's it?
He and Sun Wukong exchanged a glance, then both retreated several steps. Their auras began to explode wildly. Red energy waves rapidly intensified, forming an energy pillar that spanned heaven and earth. The surrounding space trembled violently under this immense power.
This is...
Jiang Xiaofei's pupils contracted slightly. He could feel an overwhelming pressure far greater than before bearing down on him.
This is Kakarot and my finishing move.
Vegeta's voice wrapped in his battle aura was exceptionally clear amid the roaring energy beam.
So what if he's the legendary Saiyan? Today I'll show you the true power of Super Saiyan 4, Final Flash.
Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his crimson aura merging with Vegeta's energy waves to emit a terrifying pressure. The surface of the energy beam churned with visible torrents of power.
We're going all out. You'd better hold on. 10 times Kamehameha.
The moment the words fell, two devastating energy attacks erupted simultaneously. Vegeta's final flash transformed into a brilliant crimson beam roaring toward Jiang Xiaofei, with a sharp sound that seemed to tear space itself. Sun Wukong's 10 times Kamehameha surged, as a torrent of red energy, its scorching heat blackening the ground beneath. Together the two attacks formed a pincer strike. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze was extremely grave. He took a deep breath, and his emerald green aura suddenly swelled, golden lightning bolts crackling wildly within the energy haze. He thrust both hands forward, condensing dense green energy at his palms. Leveraging the powerful foundation of his divine body, and his 16-fold energy reserve limit, he pushed the power of the Kamehameha to his current peak.
16 times Kamehameha!
A green beam of energy roared from Jiang Xiaofei's palms, colliding with the two crimson attacks with a thunderous boom.
Pow!
At the moment of impact of the three extreme energies, the entire planet trembled violently. The ground split into crisscrossing deep chasms, dust and chaotic energy surged skyward, and even the high-altitude clouds were completely blown away. At the center of the collision, the green, red, and crimson auras tore, and stalemated, neither side able to overpower the other. Jiang Xiaofei's arm veins bulged, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Although his divine body could withstand the energy impact, his stamina was rapidly depleting under the extreme output. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were also struggling, their faces pale, and the Super Saiyan 4 aura began to flicker, clearly also nearing their limits.
Hold on, Kakarot!
Vegeta gritted his teeth, forcibly channeling the remaining energy to amplify the power of his final flash by another notch. Sun Wukong also roared, increasing his output.
We can't lose!
A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Xiaofei's eyes. He bit down hard, injecting the last trace of his stamina into the energy. The green beam suddenly expanded by a full circle, forcibly pushing the two attacks back half an inch. But at that very moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed their latent potential. The two crimson energy waves surged back, pressing the green beam down again. Jiang Xiaofei spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura weakening instantly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta also grunted in pain, the fur of their Super Saiyan 4 forms beginning to fade. The three energies simultaneously reached their limits. With a deafening blast, the energies exploded fully. The shockwave swept in all directions, leveling the surrounding rocks and mountains into flat ground. Jiang Xiaofei was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the ground. His emerald green aura dissipated instantly, reverting him to his base form. His entire body ached, and he lacked even the strength to lift his arm, only able to gasp heavily. Not far away, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also lay on the ground, their Super Saiyan 4 forms deactivated. Both were utterly exhausted, barely able to speak. The battlefield was a mess, with only the lingering dust slowly settling. This ultimate showdown between the green-haired legendary Super Saiyan and the two Super Saiyan 4s ended in a triple draw, with all three collapsing from exhaustion. As the dust gradually settled, only the heavy breathing of the three fighters remained on the battlefield. Jiang Xiaofei lay face down, his fingertips twitching slightly. The regenerative power of his divine body began to work slowly, sending sharp stings through his sore muscles. This was the first time he had fought so miserably since transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan. Not far away, Sun Wukong propped himself up, sat up, wiped the dust from his face, and suddenly broke into a grin.
Uh-huh. Exhilarating. You, the legendary Saiyan, are truly formidable.
Though his body was weak, his eyes were filled with excitement, with no trace of disappointment from drawing in a 2-on-1 fight. Vegeta also struggled to raise his upper body. His face was still pale, but he couldn't help looking at Jiang Xiaofei. His tone carried a hint of reluctance, yet also a touch of recognition.
I never imagined we'd end up in a draw with you. This kid, he's got some skill.
Jiang Xiaofei heard this, slowly raised his head, and forced a weak yet pleased smile.
You're not bad either. The combined power of 2 Super Saiyan 4s almost overwhelmed me.
The three then began chatting, and they learned that this Sun Wukong and Vegeta from the GT timeline, after defeating Super Yi Xinglong, were invited by the Kai of Time to become Space-Time Patrol officers. They were currently pursuing a demon who had traveled through time, which was exactly the demon clan Jiang Xiaofei had killed. They also learned about Jiang Xiaofei. In this world, Jiang Xiaofei was adopted by his grandfather Sun Wufan. The two were surprised that he was so young yet already so powerful, and the misunderstanding was cleared up. Meanwhile, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth was about to commence. The second generation of Piccolo Daimao, inheriting the memories and power of the original Piccolo Daimao, harbored the dream of defeating Sun Wukong and conquering the world. At the World Martial Arts Tournament arena, cheers swept through every corner like a tidal wave. The first match of the quarterfinals of the 23rd tournament was about to begin. Piccolo slowly walked onto the stage, his green skin gleaming with a cold hard luster under the lights. He exuded an oppressive aura identical to the first Piccolo, a testament to the inherited memories and power.
Sun Wukong, today I will tear you limb from limb and then conquer this world.
His voice was low, carrying undeniable killing intent. He clenched his fist, slightly green energy quietly surging between his fingers. Sun Wukong scratched his head, still wearing a relaxed smile on his face, but the aura around him was subtly changing. He gently tapped the ground with his feet, and the stone slabs of the arena slightly sank.
Piccolo, your power is indeed strong, but it's not enough to beat me.
Before his words had faded, Piccolo made the first move. His figure flashed, charging straight at Sun Wukong with a fierce gust of wind. He gathered a massive energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it at Sun Wukong's face. Gasps erupted from the audience, but Sun Wukong simply sidestepped lightly, easily dodging the blow that could shatter rock. The energy sphere landed on an empty section of the bleachers, erupting into a dazzling blaze of fire and sending rocks flying.
Too slow.
Sun Wukong's voice came from behind Piccolo. Piccolo was startled, spinning around quickly only to see Sun Wukong's fist already flying toward him. He hastily raised his arm to block. With a thunderous
bang,
Piccolo was sent stumbling backward by the punch, his arm numb, and a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The battle that followed became a complete one-sided suppression by Sun Wukong. Piccolo tried every trick, dense energy waves, swift close-quarters attacks, but Sun Wukong effortlessly neutralized them all. Piccolo was in disbelief. How could Sun Wukong be this strong? Sun Wukong's figure darted across the arena, and every punch and kick carried devastating power. Piccolo dodged with all his might, but was still hit repeatedly. His wounds multiplied, and his aura became increasingly chaotic. Finally, Sun Wukong seized an opening and delivered a heavy knee strike to Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo groaned, his body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily at the edge of the arena, unable to stand again. He lay on the ground gasping for air, his eyes filled with bitterness and despair.
How could I lose so miserably?
Sun Wukong walked up to Piccolo, extended his hand, and his smile remained gentle.
Piccolo, you are strong, but you haven't fully mastered your own power yet.
Piccolo was stunned, looking up at Goku, his eyes full of confusion.
You are going to kill me.
According to the enmity between the original Piccolo and Goku, and given his ambitions today, Goku should have eliminated him without hesitation. Goku withdrew his hand and scratched the back of his head.
Killing you would be no fun. At the next martial arts tournament, I want to fight an even stronger you.
Besides conquering the world and such, it's better to train hard and enjoy the joy of battle. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the venue, casting light on the two of them. Piccolo looked into Goku's sincere eyes, and the killing intent in his heart gradually faded, leaving only complex emotions. He was silent for a moment, slowly propping himself up. He didn't say thank you, nor did he mention revenge or conquest again. He just gave Goku a deep look, turned around, and found a corner to continue watching the match. No one knew what he was thinking. On the arena, cheers erupted once more. Next was Tien Shinhan versus Krillin, both giving their all. Tien Shinhan had a battle power of 3,000, Krillin 2,400. By this time, the Dragon Ball warriors had already learned to sense ki to a certain extent. Piccolo sensed their powerful ki and trembled slightly. He recalled his battle with Goku just now. He had given his all, yet was easily suppressed. Back then he only thought Goku was stronger than him, but never imagined the gap was so vast. Even Krillin and Tien Shinhan had such power. What Goku had just displayed was probably less than a tenth. A deep sense of frustration washed over him like a tidal wave. He had once believed that inheriting the memories and power of the original Demon King Piccolo would allow him to easily take revenge and conquer the world. But now, he realized that what he considered strength was laughable in the face of Goku and his companions. He looked down at his scarred hands, and the regret and despair from the battle surged up again. But this time, there was also a clearer understanding of his own strength. Meanwhile, the figures of GT Goku and GT Vegeta disappeared behind the rift in spacetime. Goku and Chi-Chi, who remained in the current timeline, instead held a lively wedding first. Just like in the original story, the father-in-law's house caught fire, and Goku went to borrow the banana fan to put out the fire. And so on. After enduring countless hardships, they finally got married. Jiang Xiaofei returned to the Temple of the Gods, teaching them cultivation, while preparing for the wedding. He spent over 100 billion Sony. A year later, Jiang Xiaofei's grand wedding took place. The Z fighters all arrived to offer their blessings. The grand villa was decorated with great festivity. Colorful silks draped down the stone pillars, complementing the floating balloons. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers Bulma had specially brought from Capsule Corporation. Jiang Xiaofei, dressed in a custom-tailored white suit, stood at the end of the red carpet, in the center of the hall, his gaze occasionally turning to the entrance. He was waiting for the one who had accompanied him through a year of preparations.
"They're coming, they're coming!"
Krillin's voice was the first to ring out. Everyone followed his gaze, and saw 5 brides walking arm in arm with 5 bridesmaids, their white wedding dress hems gently lifting with each step. Behind them was a little girl holding a bouquet, muttering softly,
"Uncle Xiaofei, don't be nervous."
Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward with a smile, his fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of his suit. The barely concealed nervousness melted into a flood of tenderness the moment he saw the light in the 5 brides' eyes. He first walked to the bride on the far left, his fingertips lightly brushing the crane pattern embroidered on her wedding dress, a pattern she had mentioned during last year's preparation, symbolizing companionship. His voice carried a trembling tenderness.
"You said you wanted it embroidered on the outside of the hem, right? I didn't get it wrong, did I?"
The bride nodded with a smile, and a female guest behind her immediately teased,
"Jiang Xiaofei, focusing only on confirming details with one, the other 4 sisters are getting impatient."
This made everyone laugh, and even Tien Shinhan, standing in the corner, with his arms crossed, had a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Xiaofei laughed as well, and took the opportunity to hold the second bride's hand, his gaze falling on the ring on her ring finger. It was crafted from a star-colored stone he had discovered during training, shimmering a faint blue in the light.
"I was always afraid the color was too light, but now I see it matches your eyes perfectly. Uncle Xiaofei."
The little girl holding the bouquet ran over on tiptoe, tugging at the corner of his suit.
"The brides are all so beautiful. You have to be good to them every day."
Jiang Xiaofei crouched down, ruffled the little girl's hair, then looked up at the remaining 3 brides, and reached out to hold each of their hands one by one. 5 pairs of hands overlapped on the red carpet. Sunlight streamed through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, making the lace of the wedding dresses sparkle, and even the floral scent in the air seemed sweeter. Qin Yao pushed a champagne tower over and winked at him.
Don't just whisper sweet nothings. Jiaozi has been holding the camera for ages.
Jiang Xiaofei looked up and indeed saw Jiaozi jumping around with the camera.
Stand up straight. This photo is going to be hung in the wedding room of the villa.
Jiang Xiaofei stood smiling among the 5 brides, casually wrapping his arms around the 2 nearest him. The 5 brides were Lu Rian, Tights, Blonde Launch, Lu Qingqing, and Bulma. At the instant the shutter clicked, he lowered his head and planted a light kiss on the forehead of the bride closest to him. The cheers around and the click of the camera mingled with the fragrance of flowers became the warmest sounds of the wedding. The moment the shutter fell, Jiaozi immediately leaned in to look at the camera, muttering incessantly,
"Perfect. Jiang Xiaofei, your expression is even happier than when you won the last martial arts tournament."
With that he raised the camera for everyone to see. In the photo the smiles in the eyes of Jiang Xiaofei and the 5 brides were so bright even the lens couldn't hide them. Qin Yao clapped her hands, and a robot behind her immediately pushed a 3-tier cake over. The cake was decorated with cream sculptures of Dragon Balls, and on top sat 5 tiny figurines of Jiang Xiaofei and the 5 brides.
"Now it's time to exchange rings."
She gave Jiang Xiaofei a meaningful look.
"I haven't forgotten how you secretly asked me last time how to put on the rings without panicking."
Jiang Xiaofei took the ring box with a smile, and when he opened it the rings inside shone with a soft light. Inside each ring were engraved different small characters. Some said, "Companion." Some said, "Guardian," all decided together with the brides during last year's preparations. He first picked up one ring and gently slid it onto the ring finger of the first bride on the left. As his fingertips touched her cool hand he added,
"I practiced putting on the rings many times before, afraid my hands would shake, but now I feel quite steady."
Just as he was speaking, Tian Xinhan in the corner was suddenly pushed by a bridesmaid who stuffed a small box into his hand.
"You come and help too. Don't just stand there like a statue."
Tian Xinhan frowned but still stepped forward and handed the box to Jiang Xiaofei, his voice muffled.
"Inside is a gift for you."
Jiang Xiaofei was taken aback, then laughed.
"Thanks, Tian."
Tian turned his face away, but his ears quietly reddened. After all 5 rings were put on, the little girl holding the bouquet couldn't resist going near the cake, tiptoeing to reach the cream figurines on top. Krillin scooped her up.
"Little girl, don't be impatient. Wait until the cake is cut before eating, or Jiang Xiaofei will feel bad about his cake."
The little girl pouted in grievance, but still nodded obediently, making everyone laugh again. Jiang Xiaofei picked up the cake knife and turned to the 5 brides.
"Cut it together."
The 5 brides simultaneously placed their hands over his, and 6 hands together gripped the knife handle, slowly cutting the cake. At that moment a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the window. It was Goku's voice. Everyone looked up and saw Goku stopping by the window on his flying Nimbus, holding a giant skewer of grilled meat.
"Sorry I'm late. I went to catch and grill this specially after training to add to your feast."
Jiang Xiaofei smiled and waved to him.
"Come on in. I just cut the cake. Let's eat together."
Wukong immediately jumped in, the grilled meat in his hand still steaming. As soon as he sat down, he called out to Grandpa Sun Wufan.
"Grandpa, last time you said you wanted to taste my grilled meat. Today there's plenty."
Sun Wufan hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over, muttering under his breath,
"I'm just not one to waste food."
The laughter and chatter in the villa mingled with the sweet fragrance of cake, and the tempting aroma of grilled meat drifted out through the windows, even tinting the clouds in the distant sky with a warm, cozy hue. Jiang Xiaofei looked at his brides beside him, then at the lively companions around him, and suddenly felt that, compared to the power he had once sought in cultivation, this kind of lively warmth and tranquility was far more precious. After seeing off the last guest, the villa finally fell silent. Only the crystal chandelier in the living room still glowed with a warm light, casting a soft gleam over the unfinished cake and dishes on the table. Jiang Xiaofei turned to close the door, and when he looked back he saw his 5 brides standing not far away, still in their wedding gowns. Lu Rian was gently brushing a fallen petal from Jean Faudlanchi's blonde hair, her eyes filled with tenderness.
"Tired?"
Jiang Xiaofei walked over, first picking up a shawl and draping it gently over Lu Qingqing's shoulders. She had been standing for a long time today, and her steps had faltered slightly while seeing off the guests. Lu Qingqing looked up at him and smiled.
I'm fine, but the wedding dress is a bit heavy.
Buma teased with a laugh.
Oh, you were saying how beautiful the dress was on the red carpet just a moment ago, and now you're complaining it's heavy.
Her words drew laughter from everyone, easing the lingering fatigue. Jiang Xiaofei took their hands and led them to the bedroom where a set of fresh clothes lay on the bedside table, soft fabrics he had specially chosen according to each one's preferences.
Put on something comfortable first,
he said, handing them the clothes before turning to the kitchen.
I'll warm some water. You've had a lot of juice today. Warm water will help you feel better.
By the time he returned with the warm water, Lu Ruyan had already changed into her nightclothes and was sitting on the sofa carefully arranging the pearl decorations on her wedding dress. She had sewn them on herself and had been overly cautious all day for fear of losing them.
Don't bother with that now. You can deal with it tomorrow,
Jiang Xiaofei said, handing her the cup.
You've had a long day. Rest now.
Lu Ruyan took the cup, her fingertips brushing against his hand.
Don't keep busy either. Sit down and talk with us for a while.
After changing, Jin Lanqi quietly approached Jiang Xiaofei and handed him a small wrapped piece of cake.
You didn't eat much earlier. I saved this for you. Try it.
Jiang Xiaofei took it and took a bite. It was the familiar sweetness, the very flavor he had specially adjusted for everyone.
Delicious,
he said, smiling as he ruffled her hair.
Thank you, Lanqi.
Jin Lanqi's ears turned red, and she quickly sat down beside Buma, pretending to look at the stars outside the window. Lu Qingqing leaned back on the sofa, picked up her phone, and scrolled through the photos Jiazi had taken during the day. Suddenly she burst out laughing.
Look at this one of Kellen. He got cream smeared on him by Wulong and looks so confused. It's hilarious.
Everyone gathered to look. In the photo, Kellen's hair was covered in white cream, his eyes wide open, while Yamucha beside him was snickering. Taisai smiled and said,
Let's have these photos printed tomorrow and put them in the living room album. Every time we look at them, we'll laugh.
Jiang Xiaofei sat in the middle watching his brides chatter excitedly about the photos. He suddenly felt that this quiet moment was even more comforting than the lively daytime. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xiaofei asked,
Should we sleep together tonight?
The 5 women instantly blushed. All of them were still maidens, and the thought of sleeping together was far too thrilling for them. Lu Ruyan was pushed forward by her sisters, her cheeks as red as the evening clouds. Her fingers lightly twisted the hem of her clothes, but she forced herself to stay calm, looked up at Jiang Xiaofei, and spoke in a voice as soft as a feather.
Then, I'll go with you first to the room. They'll go back to their own rooms to rest.
Behind her, Buma immediately teased with a laugh.
Don't worry, big sister, we won't eavesdrop.
Jin Lanqi and Taisai joined in the teasing, while Lu Qingqing, blushing as well, whispered softly,
Sister, if anything happens, call us.
With that, the 4 of them picked up their change of clothes and quickly walked toward the other 4 rooms, closing the doors softly and deliberately, as if afraid to break the tender, shy atmosphere. Jiang Xiaofei noticed Lu Ruyan's tense shoulders. He quickly stepped forward, naturally took her hand, and the warmth of his palm made her tremble slightly, but she didn't pull away.
Don't be nervous,
he said in a gentle voice.
We've just had a long day. Let's rest together and talk just like during the daytime.
Lu Ruyan nodded and followed him into the master bedroom. The warm amber light of the bedside lamp was still on. The bed was spread with soft plush blankets, and on the small table by the window sat the warm water left over from the day. Jiang Xiaofei first pulled up a chair for her.
Sit for a moment. I'll get you some warm water. I noticed you didn't drink much earlier.
When he returned with the water, he found Lu Ruyan standing by the bed, looking down at the embroidered lotus pattern on the bed sheet, the very design she had once mentioned to Jiang Xiaofei that she liked. She hadn't expected him to remember it so deeply.
Do you like it?
Jiang Xiaofei handed her the cup.
Last time you said this pattern makes you feel at ease, so I told the tailor to embroider it on the bed sheet.
Lu Ruyan took the cup, her fingertips brushing against its warmth, and suddenly felt her eyes grow hot.
You remember everything. Of course I remember,
Jiang Xiaofei said, sitting down beside her without getting too close, just lightly touching her arm.
I remember every word you said.
The two of them sat and talked, moving from the embarrassing moment at the wedding when Kelling got cream smeared by Wulong to the time last year when they were preparing for the wedding, and Lu Ruyan had stayed up several nights embroidering the crane pattern on her wedding dress. As they talked, Lu Ruyan's tense shoulders gradually relaxed. Occasionally, she would even laugh at Jiang Xiaofei's jokes, and the blush on her cheeks faded somewhat. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, spilling onto the two of them, wrapping them in a gentle gauzy layer of light. Noticing the exhaustion on Lu Ruyan's face, Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the clock on the wall and said softly,
"It's late. You've had a long day. Get some rest. I'll make do on the sofa next door for the night."
But Lu Ruyan immediately looked up and said hurriedly,
"No need. The bed is big enough. We can sleep together. Don't put yourself out."
After saying that, she quickly lowered her head again, her ears so red they seemed ready to drip blood. Jiang Xiaofei's heart softened at her shyness, and he smiled, nodding.
"All right, I'll listen to you."
After they washed up and lay down, he looked at Lu Ruyan again. Her exquisitely beautiful face was flushed with shyness, her fair skin glowing softly in the moonlight, and even her lips looked tender and delicate. Jiang Xiaofei gently kissed her, slowly helping her out of her clothes. Her graceful figure bathed in the moonlight was as white as jade. An hour later, Jiang Xiaofei went to the other 4 rooms in turn. Each bride had her own unique tenderness and charm which fascinated Jiang Xiaofei deeply, especially Jin Fa-Lanqi, who would turn into Lan Fa-Lanqi halfway through every time. A few days later, the 5 wives were all very satisfied with Jiang Xiaofei's performance. He always came up with fresh ideas, filling their days with sweetness. Several more days passed. That evening, Jiang Xiaofei held Lu Ruyan in his arms. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and looked up at him, asking with some uncertainty,
"Do you want me to relinquish the throne and focus entirely on cultivation?"
Jiang Xiaofei looked at Lu Ruyan.
"If you step down as queen and move in with me, we can exchange cultivation insights anytime, and I can help you advance your strength faster."
Lu Ruyan's gaze grew resolute.
"No. State affairs cannot be treated as a trivial matter."
Jiang Xiaofei raised an eyebrow.
"Then there's no room for negotiation."
Lu Ruyan's tone softened slightly, carrying a hint of compromise.
"I can agree to other conditions."
Jiang Xiaofei understood clearly she was not reluctant to give up the throne, but simply could not bear to abandon her people. Yet he needed her to have enough time to cultivate, so that they could walk together for a long time to come. Jiang Xiaofei secretly activated the skill.
"Sensory Enhancement X30.
Lu Ruyan murmured softly.
It's going to break."
In the end, Lu Ruyan agreed to Jiang Xiaofei's request. Just then a pleasant female voice rang out in his mind.
"System upgrade in progress. Host upgrade conditions have been met. System upgrade in progress. Estimated upgrade time 20 minutes. During the upgrade, non-emergency task notifications will be temporarily blocked. Core functions remain active."
After the system prompt faded, Jiang Xiaofei leaned against the corridor wall to catch his breath, his fingertips still retaining the warmth of the moment. He recalled the grievance and dependence flickering in Lu Ruyan's eyes when she finally yielded, and couldn't help but smile. She had already made up her mind deep down, she merely needed a way out. 18 minutes later, Jiang Xiaofei, holding a sleeping Bulma in the 5th room, smirked with disdain.
"Not a single one who can fight."
20 minutes passed quickly. When the system chimed again, Jiang Xiaofei distinctly felt that new entries had appeared on the panel in his mind, and the figure of a stunningly beautiful woman slowly materialized within his thoughts. She had long golden curly hair, voluminous and glossy, cascading to her waist, exuding great gentleness. Paired with a black headband, it added a touch of refinement. Her eyes were a warm brown red, bright and full of spirit. Her face was petite, with exquisite features adorned with small diamond earrings. She wore a black Lolita-style dress. The top featured a fitted design with lace embellishments, mesh sleeves dotted with black bows, and a black bow at the neckline. The skirt had multiple layers of lace trim design, short in front and long in back. Her long jade-smooth legs were exposed to the air, her figure graceful and alluring.
Ding. System upgrade complete. Monthly lottery cancelled. New feature unlocked: defeat enemies to earn system coins equal to 1/10 of their combat power.
Jiang Xiaofei stared at the beautiful goddess figure now floating in his mind, and asked the system,
Where did you come from?
The system covered her forehead with her hand, thought for a moment, and said,
I can't recall. I only know that you hosts must strive to grow stronger. Something terrible awaits in the future.
Jiang Xiaofei said,
Do you have a name? You can't keep being called Omnipotent System, can you?
The Omnipotent System replied,
I have no name.
Jiang Xiaofei said,
How about I give you one? Let's call you Xiao Pai or Xiao Hei.
The Omnipotent System looked ready to be angry and retorted,
That's a dog's name.
Jiang Xiaofei's survival instinct flared. Images of every teacher from his past life flashed through his mind. He shook his head, clearing away the inappropriate thoughts, thinking to himself, why did my mind turn so impure after getting married? Noticing her refined and noble appearance, Jiang Xiaofei said,
Then let's call you Ling Yao.
Ling Yao gave a faint smile.
Acceptable.
Afterwards, Jiang Xiaofei double-checked the system prompts and raised an eyebrow. Canceling the monthly lottery wasn't such a loss, since most of the items he had previously drawn were insignificant cultivation aids. Over the past 2 years, he had drawn several pairs of black stockings and white stockings, some sins of beans, and the skill, ritual dance, developed by old Kai for Gohan. The new feature, earning system coins equal to 1/10 of a defeated enemy's combat power, actually piqued his interest. And so Jiang Xiaofei stayed by Lu Rian's side and helped her properly hand over the throne. On the day of the succession, Lu Rian, dressed in the ceremonial robes symbolizing the queen, stood in the grand hall explaining post-transition governance plans to her ministers. Jiang Xiaofei had long since redeemed an urban planning capsule from the system shop, which contained comprehensive blueprints for public welfare facilities, with even disaster emergency protocols clearly marked. The ministers reviewed the feasible plans, looked at Jiang Xiaofei beside Lu Rian with his steady and composed gaze, and finally set aside their concerns, bowing in unison to accept. After the ceremony, Lu Rian removed her heavy crown, turned and threw herself into Jiang Xiaofei's arms, her voice as light as a sigh.
I no longer have to struggle with this.
Jiang Xiaofei patted her back and smiled.
From now on you don't need to be the queen, just be Lu Rian by my side.
In the year that followed, Jiang Xiaofei completely shifted his focus to accompanying his 5 wives, taking them on trips, riding the tides, and collecting shells at the beach, picking wild fruits in the forest. Even Bulma joked,
What kind of cultivation is this? You've turned your life into a travelogue.
He only spent 1 hour each day, reaching his cultivation limit, spending the rest of his time with his wives. Qin Yao managed the household meticulously, preparing breakfast according to everyone's preferences each morning, and brewing nourishing soups at night, taking wonderful care of them all. One day Jiang Xiaofei found Piccolo and asked,
Do you want to grow stronger?
Piccolo, unable to sense his aura, replied,
How strong could you possibly be? Don't disturb my training.
Jiang Xiaofei said,
What if I told you I'm stronger than Son Goku?
Piccolo's eyes lit up.
If you deceive me, the consequences will be severe.
Time flew and 3 years passed. Piccolo's aura had visibly surged, and even Son Goku couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing it.
Piccolo, you've improved so fast.
The Dragon Ball warriors' strength steadily increased, their teamwork sharper than before. Jiang Xiaofei's 5 wives, pampered by him, always wore smiles. Their villa was filled with laughter and joy every day. This life-balancing companionship with helping everyone grow stronger was far more interesting than mere cultivation. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Xiaofei trained with Piccolo daily, and earned a total of 7 million system coins. Though the amount was modest, every little bit helped. Piccolo grumbled,
You're amazing, you're selfless, using me as a sparring partner and pushing me to the brink.
Jiang Xiaofei reviewed his cultivation over the past 5 years, and discovered that Super Saiyan 4 and the mysterious Gohan state could be stacked, though the improvement was minimal. He surmised that the mysterious Gohan state couldn't keep pace with Super Saiyan 4's growth. However, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, while wielding the peak Grandmaster martial arts realm could unleash 100x combat power, later evolved into Ultra Instinct, but the physical strain was immense. Thereafter he advanced the peak Grandmaster martial arts realm to its ultimate perfection, enabling a 1000x combat power surge.
Ding!
The system prompt sounded. His remaining system coins totaled 566.84 billion. At this point, Jiang Xiaofei realized that the transformation forms, and the martial arts skill,
peak Grandmaster martial arts realm,
could no longer be stacked. The strain exceeded his body's limits. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei had just broken through to the 7th layer of the Hunyuan art. His personal information updated as follows: combat power 25.1 billion points, Hunyuan art broken through to the 7th layer, non-transferable daily exercise of only 1 hour reaches the upper limit previously required 9 hours, cumulative maximum increase of 10 million combat power points, with 21x cultivation speed, lifespan increased by 10 million years, chi storage capacity increased 64 times, dimensional level 7 unlocked, divine body, physical defense, recovery ability, and chi regeneration all greatly enhanced, aura undetectable by mortals, mastered high-level skill, void, requires 1000x combat power, energy to counter effect strengthens with deeper cultivation, inventory expanded to 2 million square meters, capable of temporal stagnation, cannot store living beings, system scan function, displays targets, combat power, equipment, divine grade spaceship, gravity suit. The afternoon on Lanxing should have been crystal clear, but a piercing screech suddenly tore through the sky. A silver-gray spaceship trailing a faint purple exhaust crashed like a runaway meteor into the suburban grassland.
Boom!
The earth-shattering explosion kicked up a plume of dust dozens of meters high. The scorching heat wave charred the surrounding weeds black, and even the iron roof of a distant farm rattled with a loud hum. Before the dust had settled, a middle-aged man clutching a hunting rifle crept closer, his rough hands trembling uncontrollably from tension. He had just pushed aside the half-meter-high charred grass, when the spaceship hatch in the crater hissed open, and a figure slowly floated upward. Ink black hair spiked like a Super Saiyan 3, each strand sharply angled. A white battle suit bearing the emblem of Feliza's army clung to his body, the red energy core on his chest gleaming coldly, the green scouter on his left eye flickered constantly, while a thick brown tail coiled casually around his waist. This was the Scion Late-Eyes. Late-Eyes floated with an innate arrogance, slowly raising his eyes to the middle-aged man as he pressed the scouter with his left hand.
Beep, power level 5.
The icy mechanical voice fell, and a scornful smirk curled at the corner of Late-Eyes' mouth.
Just a piece of trash with a power level of 5.
The middle-aged man, terrified out of his wits by the bizarre scene, instinctively pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The bullet shot toward Late-Eyes' face with a piercing sound, but he merely raised his left hand indifferently, his fingers closing lightly, to catch the bullet firmly in his palm. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, the bullet returned along its original path, punching through the middle-aged man's chest with a
thud.
The man's eyes went wide, and he collapsed stiffly onto the ground, blood instantly staining the scorched black grass. Late-Eyes glanced down at the corpse, his tone dripping with contempt.
What a weak race. Scum with a power level of 5.
With that, he reopened his scouter, the green scanning beam sweeping the surroundings. When the reading stopped at
8,000 meters distant, strong power level fluctuations.
A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes.
Finally found you, Cockaloot. Is it you? You should still be on this planet.
As his voice faded, a pale blue aura exploded from his feet, and he transformed into a blur, racing toward the direction where the Z warriors were gathered. At that moment, on the training ground outside Jiang Xiaofei's house, the Z warriors were chatting idly around him. Sun Wukong scratched his head, laughing heartily.
Xiaofei, let's have a good match later.
Kellen crossed his arms and nodded.
I've been practicing a new technique lately too. Perfect chance to try it.
Bike leaned against a tree trunk with his eyes closed, only occasionally twitching his nostrils to sense the surrounding chi. To avoid unnecessary commotion, everyone had suppressed their chi to around 100 points, appearing no different from ordinary martial artists. Suddenly a murderous chi descended from the sky. The group's expressions changed drastically as they looked up in unison. Late Eyes hovered in midair, his black hair whipping wildly in the wind. The green light of his scouter swept over each person, before finally locking onto Sun Wukong. Kellen stepped forward first, assuming a combat stance, and demanded sharply,
"Who are you? Why such strong killing intent?"
Late Eyes paid no attention to Kellen at all. After the scouter scanned Kellen's reading, he sneered,
"My target is not a small fry like you."
His gaze locked onto Sun Wukong, staring at the tail wrapped around his waist, identical to his own. The number
130,
flickering on the scouter, filled his eyes with disdain.
"What a waste. After all this time on this planet, your power level is only 130.
Then a meaningful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he spoke slowly.
"You really have the exact same face as father. Cock-a-loot. Cock-a-loot."
Sun Wukong frowned, scratching his head in confusion.
"You must have the wrong person. My name is Sun Wukong. I was born and raised on Lanxing. I've never heard that name before."
Just as Late Eyes was about to press further, asking,
"How could you not remember your own name?"
Bike suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed the faint veiled hostility radiating from Late Eyes, the scrutiny of a predator sizing up its prey, the innate predatory instinct of a scion.
"It seems you're not here as a guest,"
Bike snorted coldly. With a powerful stomp of his feet, a white aura exploded around him.
"What?"
The aura grew stronger, cracking the ground beneath him. Pebbles and weeds were flung away by the force, and even the distant house's windows rattled. Late Eyes' scouter suddenly went haywire, the green numbers jumping from 300 to 500, then 5,000, 10,000. When the reading surpassed 20,000, a sharp crack rang out. The scouter overloaded and exploded, fragments scattering on the ground. Late Eyes' smile froze on his face, his pupils contracting as he stared at Bike. The oppressive force contained in that white aura crushed down on him like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. His proud power level of 1,500 was nothing more than an ant before this strength. His legs went weak uncontrollably. He could no longer maintain his hovering stance, and crashed to the ground with a thud, his knees landing hard on the rubble, causing cold sweat to pour from his forehead from the pain. Only when Bike gradually suppressed his aura, and the white light faded, did Late Eyes, trembling, push himself up from the ground. He looked at Bike with sheer terror, screaming inwardly, how could this wretched planet have such a terrifying being? A power level exceeding 20,000. His survival instinct made him switch his demeanor instantly. He whirled around to face Sun Wukong, pointing at the tails around both their waists, his voice thick with a deliberately crafted sob.
"Cock-a-loot. Look, we both have tails. I'm your big brother, Late Eyes."
With that, he rushed to Sun Wukong, knelt down with tears and snot streaming, and hugged Sun Wukong's leg tightly, wailing,
"Little brother. Our parents died in battle back then, and we brothers were separated for so many years. I searched the entire universe for you for over a decade and finally found you."
His performance of
overjoyed reunion with family
was so convincing that even Kellen's eyes reddened. Only Jiang Xiaofei rolled his eyes internally. Having read Dragon Ball in his past life, he knew all about Late Eyes' Oscar-worthy acting. If not for knowing his true nature, he might have been fooled. Sun Wukong was flustered by this sudden
family reunion.
He scratched his head and said hesitantly,
"But I really am Sun Wukong, not some cock-a-loot. I grew up with my grandfather and never heard I had a brother."
Over the next half hour, Late Eyes wiped his tears while lamenting the Scion heritage, and combined it with the story of Sun Wukong falling off a cliff and hitting his head as a child, finally making Sun Wukong half convinced. Especially when he heard that he was a Scion baby sent to Lanxing. Sun Wukong stared at his own tail in shock.
"By the way, cock-a-loot,"
Late Eyes, seeing Sun Wukong's attitude soften, quickly pressed on,
"how strong is your power level now? After all this time on this planet, you must be stronger than me, right?"
Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and gave an awkward smile.
"I don't really know how to put it. I guess I'm quite a bit stronger than you are now."
Without a scouter, he could only rely on his vague perception of chi to answer, completely unaware that Late Eyes' hand hanging at his side had clenched into a fist, and a flicker of sinister cunning flashed in his eyes, a cold gleam of calculation hidden beneath the guise of
brotherly reunion.
Even the soft-hearted Kellen failed to notice it, but Jiang Xiaofei caught every detail, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his palm, as he knew clearly in his heart this family reunion drama was just beginning. Xiaofei main quest activated. Immediately go to the demonic Dragon Ball world to assist in killing Raditz. Hurry. 3, 2, 1. If the mission fails, the system will forcibly unbind. The moment Ling Yaya's melodious voice faded in his mind, Jiang Xiaofei felt the space around him abruptly twist, and a powerful teleportation force enveloped him, instantly traversing the void. The next second his feet landed firmly on a patch of scorched yellow grass. The soles of his shoes could still feel the lingering heat in the soil, the residual temperature from the clash of energy. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the burnt odor of Scion battle armor. He instinctively circulated his internal energy, a faint white glow forming at his fingertips. Following the several surging auras, he sensed he leaped into the air and flew toward the battlefield. After passing through a forest of trees snapped in half by energy blasts, the full battlefield came into view. Sun Wukong in his iconic orange martial arts uniform, his clothes flapping loudly in the airways, his white aura churning like flames. Each punch tore through the air with a roar as he hammered toward Raditz opposite him. Kellen, clutching a cold glowing energy disc, circled to the side, tense and ready for the final strike. Yamcha assumed a fighting stance, his eyes locked on Raditz's movements, ready to support at any moment. As for the target, Raditz, his black battle suit was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks, dark red bloodstains on the protruding ridges of his forehead, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breath erratic like a candle in the wind, clearly at his last gasp.
Raditz is about to be killed.
Jiang Xiaofei's heart tightened. He was about to call Ling Yaya to initiate a system scan, but he realized it was too late. Before he could scan Raditz's combat power, the thought,
"Even a mosquito is meat,"
immediately took over. He hesitated no longer. Raising his right arm slightly, he aimed his palm at Raditz's back. Energy surged like a tide from his body to his hand, and a pale blue qigong wave rapidly condensed in his palm. With a soft shout, the beam shot out, with a piercing hum, accurately striking Raditz's chest. Boom! The explosion echoed across the clearing, sending shockwaves in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust. Raditz didn't even have time to scream. His body turned to ash under the impact of the qigong wave, leaving only a wisp of smoke that quickly dissipated in the air.
Ding! Successfully killed Raditz. Receive 600,000 system coins. Current remaining system coins 5660846000000.
Ling Yaya's prompt tone sounded on time. As his strength grew, Jiang Xiaofei clearly felt that the universe of this world was shrouded in an invisible gloom. Waves of cold, violent, evil energy surged madly from all directions, like a giant beast lurking in the abyss slowly awakening. These energies were even more intense than what he had sensed before, clearly constantly strengthening the evil beings in the world. Yet, as he traced the direction of the energy flow, he could never find the source of that power.
Where exactly does it come from?
Jiang Xiaofei frowned, the faint white glow at his fingertips flickering slightly. He was about to probe further, but he could not detect the source. At that moment, a cheerful voice suddenly came from behind.
Jiang Xiaofei, that move of yours was amazing.
Jiang Xiaofei turned around and saw Sun Wukong, who had already withdrawn his white aura, walking quickly toward him. His handsome face was filled with an unreserved smile, and his bright eyes sparkled with curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei's strength. Behind Sun Wukong, Bike also walked over slowly, wearing his iconic cape, arms crossed. When his gaze fell on Jiang Xiaofei, his originally calm eyes instantly sharpened, and his aura turned cold, as if he had entered a combat state.
It's you.
Bike's voice carried suppressed anger. Through his lineage, he knew that the one who killed his father, old Bike, was you. His tone was full of wariness.
You are the one who personally killed my father, the great demon King Bike.
Jiang Xiaofei understood. No wonder Bike's hostility was so strong. He was about to explain, but Sun Wukong stepped in first, patting Bike's shoulder with a smile.
Bike, don't be so fierce.
Jiang Xiaofei just helped us kill Raditz. He's a friend. And you're not the villain who only wanted to rule the world anymore. Bike frowned, opened his mouth, but did not refute. Over the years of interacting with Sun Wukong and the others, he had long changed his previous mindset. He was no longer the vengeful, wrathful demon king. He was silent for a few seconds, his gaze still wary, but no longer hostile. Then Sun Wukong's eyes were full of eager fighting spirit.
Jiang Xiaofei,
in these 5 years practicing according to your method, I feel I've become so much stronger. Let's spar, and see how much of you I can catch up to. Jiang Xiaofei looked at the light in Sun Wukong's eyes, and nodded with a smile.
Bring it on!
The moment the words fell, Sun Wukong stepped back 2 paces, took a deep breath, and instantly burst out with white aura. The airwaves swept up fallen leaves from the ground, and spread outward. His aura kept rising. If there were a combat power scanner present, the numbers on the screen would rapidly jump, and finally settle on the astonishing value of 220000.
Take this!
Sun Wukong shouted, pushing off the ground, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage. The next second, he appeared in front of Jiang Xiaofei, his right fist carrying earth-shattering force, smashing toward Jiang Xiaofei's chest. Facing this extremely swift strike, Jiang Xiaofei remained standing still, merely raising his right hand and extending one finger, gently meeting it.
Bang!
The moment the fist and finger collided, a dull sound rang out, and a powerful airwave spread outward, the ground trembling slightly. Sun Wukong's punch, which could shatter rock, was firmly blocked in midair by Jiang Xiaofei's single finger, unable to advance even a fraction.
What?
Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with surprise, then replaced by even stronger excitement.
Not enough. This is not enough.
He abruptly withdrew his fist, took a deep breath, and his white aura suddenly transformed, turning into a violent red, his aura surging several times over in just a few seconds.
20 times Kaioken!
The terrifying aura instantly swept the entire valley. The ground cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, and the trees in the distance were violently shaken by the airwave, leaves falling in a rustling shower. Bike, who was watching nearby, was forced back several steps by the airwave. He couldn't help squinting and clenching his fists. He could clearly feel that Sun Wukong's current power was a full 20 times stronger than before. Kellen and Yamcha both marveled. Sun Wukong's progress was much faster than theirs. With the 20 times Kaioken activated, Sun Wukong's speed and power reached new heights. His figure flickered continuously, leaving dozens of afterimages. Fists, knees, and elbows struck toward Jiang Xiaofei in succession, each blow tearing through the air with a roar, every move fierce and merciless, leaving no room for mercy. But no matter how swift or powerful Sun Wukong's attacks were, Jiang Xiaofei remained standing still, merely adjusting the direction of his finger slightly. That single finger was like an iron wall, firmly blocking all strikes. Sun Wukong's fists landed on that finger, but aside from the dull thud, they could not even make Jiang Xiaofei budge half a step. After a storm of attacks, Sun Wukong gradually stopped, the deep red aura around him slowly dissipating. He was panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat, staring at Jiang Xiaofei's motionless finger, his face full of disbelief. Is the gap really this vast? Sun Wukong murmured to himself, a note of disappointment in his voice, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Xiaofei, his eyes blazing astonishingly bright. That's incredible. Jiang Xiaofei, I never imagined there could be someone this strong in the world. From now on I will train even harder, and one day I am definitely going to catch up to you. Jiang Xiaofei saw the resolute light glowing in Sun Wukong's eyes, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. You've improved very quickly already. Keep it up, and in the future you're sure to surpass who you are now. Seeing that Sun Wukong, though still unwilling, had recognized the gap between them, and stopped pressing the matter, Jiang Xiaofei's heart stirred. He said to Ling Yaya, the main quest is complete. Prepare to return to the original world. Teleportation activated. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Ling Yaya's voice echoed in his mind. A faint white glow gradually rose around Jiang Xiaofei, and his silhouette began to turn translucent. He turned to Sun Wukong and Piccolo and waved. I have to go now. If fate will have it, we'll meet again. Sun Wukong and Piccolo stared blankly at Jiang Xiaofei as he became increasingly transparent, then hurried forward, only to grasp at empty air. Jiang Xiaofei's figure finally faded completely into the valley, leaving Sun Wukong standing there, fists clenched, murmuring with a determined gaze, "Next time we meet I will definitely be stronger." Jiang Xiaofei returned to the original world. No time had passed at all, and everyone had already begun their training. Raditz was astonished to discover that every person there was stronger than him. He could not even make out their movements. Afterward, Raditz spent a day with the group. Observing their training and chatting with them, he learned that this planet had Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. He thus made an excuse to Sun Wukong, saying he had to fetch something from the spaceship first, and would then stay at Sun Wukong's place for a while. Afterward, Raditz entered the spaceship, scheming to himself, "If I tell Vegeta, maybe I'll get a cut of the pie in the future." Once inside the cabin, he immediately contacted Vegeta, and recounted everything he had seen and heard on launching. Vegeta privately pondered the opponent's battle power was over 20000, and there was more than one such person, while his own battle power was only 18000 at the moment. Though he could create a moon and transform into a great ape, the transformation would consume a huge amount of chi, dropping his battle power to 12000 in the process, even if after transforming into the great ape, he could reach 12000. But the enemy still had 2 Saiyans. If they also transformed into great apes, he would be in serious trouble. Although Raditz had said that his younger brother was a low-class warrior who could not remain rational after transforming into a great ape, and was thus of little concern, the other Saiyans' true capabilities were unknown. Moreover, what if someone destroyed the moon? Wouldn't he become a Super Saiyan? Tragic Vegeta. After thinking it over, he felt that going with that good-for-nothing Nappa was not safe enough, so he ordered Raditz to remain on launching and investigate the Z fighter's true strength. Tempted by the thought that the Dragon Balls could make him immortal and allow him to defeat Frieza, Vegeta suddenly conceived a plan: let the Ginyu Force and the launching natives tear each other apart, and he would reap the benefits as a third party. He immediately contacted Frieza's headquarters and put through a call to Frieza. Frieza said in a calm voice, "Vegeta, what do you need?" Vegeta, outwardly respectful, spoke humbly, "Lord Frieza, when my squad member Raditz was conquering a planet on a planet called Launching, a scouter detected a group of people, one of whom had a battle power exceeding 20000. The scouter was overloaded instantly. Its maximum reading is only 20000, so it was impossible to determine that person's exact battle power." And what? For the first time, a hint of interest appeared in Frieza's voice as he pressed. Vegeta continued, and Raditz said that none of those people should be weak. "Lord Frieza, could the esteemed members of the Ginyu Force assist us, and come with me to launching to eliminate them?" Frieza considered for a moment, and agreed. His fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest of his throne, and a malicious smile churned in his scarlet pupils. Only after Vegeta's communication signal had been completely severed did Frieza slowly lift his gaze, and coldly say to the subordinate, standing at attention beside him, "Bring me Ginyu and his men." Within half a minute, 5 figures, with vastly different auras, appeared in the great hall of the ship. They first struck a series of bizarre poses, then came to attention. Leading them was Ginyu, tall and imposing, his purple skin set off by golden armor, hands clasped behind his back, his stance perfectly disciplined. Behind him stood a motley crew, Rikun, with bulging muscles, and arms several times thicker than an ordinary man's, Berta lean, and elongated, faint currents of air swirling around his frame, G's silver hair hanging down, eyes brimming with arrogance, and Guldo, a short plump figure shrinking at the very back, nervously twisting the hem of his garment with his fingers. Lord Frieza. Ginyu was the first to kneel on one knee, and the other 4 followed suit at once, their voices perfectly synchronized with absolute reverence for their master. Frieza leaned forward slightly, his tail swaying gently, his tone giving nothing away. That brat Vegeta found a surprise on a planet called Launching, supposedly a group of fighters with battle powers over 20000. The scouter was blown straight through. At those words, the Ginyu Force members showed the first hints of shock on their faces. Berta could not help blurting out, "Over 20000. Are the natives on that planet really that strong?" "Not just that." Frieza curled the corner of his mouth into a cruel smile. "Vegeta also said that there is more than one strong one there." Go ask those natives if they are willing to become my subordinates. If they are not, eliminate them. Now make your preparations, and depart together with Vegeta. Battle power over 20000, and more than one of them. Rikum clenched his fists, veins bulging along his arms, his eyes filled with battle-crazed excitement. A perfect chance to stretch my muscles. It's been a long time since I've met anyone who could make me go all out. Jeez flicked the silver hair at his forehead, and said contemptuously, they're just natives. So what if their battle power is a little higher? A bunch of wild monkeys, who have never seen the galaxy. Once we get there, we can sweep them away with no trouble. Guldo shrank his neck and muttered over 20000. That sounds terrifying. What's to be afraid of? Berter's form blurred and appeared beside Guldo in an instant. He patted Guldo's shoulder, the air currents swirling around Guldo's clothes. With us here, no matter how strong the natives are, they will behave. Either they submit to Lord Frisia, or they become space dust. Jinyu raised a hand to silence their discussion. His purple face was impassive, and only a trace of sternness showed in his eyes. Everyone be quiet. Lord Frisia's orders are the only thing that matters. First rendezvous with Vegeta as ordered. Once we arrive on launching, we will determine what those people are really made of. He turned back to Frisia, and knelt on one knee again. Rest assured, my lord. I will complete the mission. If those natives are wise enough to submit, we will bring them under your banner. If they refuse, we will wipe them from launching completely. Frisia nodded in satisfaction, his tail sweeping lightly along the edge of the throne. His voice held unshakable authority. Very good. Remember, don't disappoint me. Go prepare now, and set out immediately after joining up with Vegeta. Yes, Lord Frisia. The Jinyu force answered in unison, rose, and turned away without hesitation. Rikum could not resist throwing a few punches at the air. Berter was the first to dash away, leaving only an afterimage. Jeez followed at a leisurely pace while Guldo trotted to catch up. Jinyu walked at the rear, pausing to glance back once in Frisia's direction, his eyes filled with absolute obedience. The 5 figures vanished quickly outside the Great Hall. The ship's launch alarm immediately sounded, and a medium-sized spaceship slowly pulled away from Frisia's main vessel, heading toward launching. The 7 entered the ship's cryo chambers, and began the long interstellar journey. Frisia leaned back into his throne, a hint of calculation flashing in his scarlet pupils. Vegeta, Jinyu, and the warriors of launching. This show had better not bore me. His fingertips tapped the armrest again, as he ordered the subordinate behind him keep a close watch on their movements. The moment there is any exciting news, report it to me at once. Yes, Lord Frisia. The great hall fell silent once more, broken only by the distant rumble of the warship's engines, a portent of a storm racing toward the tranquil planet launching. Time flew by, and a year later a medium-sized spaceship streaked across the sky above the blue planet before touching down steadily. At that moment on the training ground, Raditz was being used as a sparring partner by Goku's son, beaten back step by step with a swollen, bruised face. Because Grandpa Gohan was still alive, Goku's son in this life did not take on the name Gohan. For now, we shall call him Nobi Gohan. Thanks to the intermediate grade talent enhancement potion, Nobi Gohan's battle power was far beyond the same stage level of his previous life. He beat Raditz until his face was twisted in agony, as if he were wearing a mask of pain. He gritted his teeth inwardly. Vegeta, and the others are finally coming. My miserable days are finally over. After a year of sparring, Raditz's battle power had risen from 1500 to 3000. The spaceship hatch slowly opened, and Vegeta, Nappa, and the members of the Jinyu force stepped out one after another. Rikum was the first to speak, his tone full of contempt. Vegeta, you're a complete waste. You've made us come all this way in person. Vegeta was so furious that he ground his teeth, but he dared not speak up. He could only think to himself, just you wait. Jinyu silently repeated priority number 1, complete Lord Frisia's mission, then interrupted the two. Enough. Let's take care of the mission Lord Frisia assigned first. As he said this, he opened his scouter and looked puzzled. The highest battle powers on this planet are only 3000 and 4000. What's going on? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the group shot off toward the Z fighters. Jiang Xiaofei and the Z fighters sensed the powerful malevolent aura, and immediately took to the sky, flying toward its source. The two sides met in a rock-strewn clearing. Seeing this, Raditz immediately flew toward Vegeta. Glancing at the Ginyu Force beside him, he exulted inwardly. This time we've won for sure. Krillin was puzzled and asked, "What is Raditz doing?" Raditz flew up to Vegeta, then whipped around to face the Z fighters with undisguised contempt. "You frogs at the bottom of a well. Do you really think beating me a few times makes you invincible?" A sinister smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Wiping the bruise at the corner of his lips, he went on, "Now that Lord Vegeta and the great Ginyu Force are here, you so-called strong ones are about to become cosmic dust." He suddenly pointed at Jiang Xiaofei and the Z fighters, his voice dripping with long-suppressed venom. "Especially you. What are you grinning at, Yamcha? And you, Nobi Gohan? As for the humiliation you two inflicted on me before today, the Ginyu Force will repay you in full. Just you wait. None of you will even have the right to beg for mercy." The moment he fell silent, the Ginyu Force behind him suddenly struck a bizarre series of poses in formation. A wave of awkwardness saturated the air, and the Z fighters across from them were left staring in stunned disbelief. Ricum's muscles bulged as he forced himself into an odd stance. One knee bent, one arm pointing diagonally, with veins bulging on his neck. He shouted in a deep, muffled voice, "This is the Ginyu Force's greeting opener. You ignorant natives, do you even understand the presence a true powerhouse should have?" Raditz's fierce aura collapsed on the spot. He wished he could bury his head in the ground. If he had known the Ginyu Force's entrance would be so unique, he would have swallowed his earlier threats. After the pose, Ginyu opened his scouter and swept it over the crowd, frowning slightly. "They're all only around 100 in battle power." He turned to Raditz and asked doubtfully, "The 3000 battle power detected earlier, that was you, right? And the one with 4000? Raditz hastily explained, "They all know how to suppress their battle power. The one with 4000 was that little brat Nobi Gohan." And what?" Ginyu pressed. Raditz said awkwardly, "He was afraid he would kill me, so he held back." "With the target confirmed," Ginyu said, "our Lord Frieza wishes to recruit you for his cause. Are you willing?" Seeing no response, he added, "Our Lord Frieza is the Emperor of the universe, commanding countless galaxies under his rule." Goku refused at once. "First, we don't know any Frieza. Second, we will never join you." Jinyu's face darkened. "So ungrateful are you? Then we'll destroy you all." He thought for a moment, and since he was bored anyway, proposed, "Since we're all idle, why not take turns battling, and have some fun with you? What do you say?" He thought to himself that it would not be too late to make his move at the very end. "How about it?" Ricum beside him immediately shouted excitedly, "Great! More fun for us." Jiang Xiaofei thought the proposal was a perfect chance to test everyone's strength, so he and the Z fighters agreed. Seeing this, Raditz quickly pointed at himself and said, I'm going up too." All he received in return were contemptuous looks from the Ginyu Force. Vegeta said coldly, "Don't bring shame upon the Saiyans." Ginyu looked at him and challenged, "If you're afraid, the Ginyu Force can go first." Vegeta was secretly delighted because this served his plan to reap the spoils without lifting a finger, so he remained silent. Nappa beside him, however, was not convinced, and thought to himself, "How strong can that brat who beat Raditz be? If a kid his age is actually stronger than me, then all my years of training have been for nothing." He immediately stepped forward and said, "That waste Raditz has shamed the Saiyans. I'll get revenge for him." At that moment the lineups on both sides were perfectly clear. Jinyu's side: Ginyu, G Spurter, Ricum, Guldo, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Z Fighter's side: Jiang Xiaofei, Goku, Nobi, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan, Master Roshi, Kaiotsu, Krillin, and Yamcha. The great battle was about to begin. Nappa pointed at Nobi Gohan and roared, "So you're the little brat who beat Raditz into a mangy stray? He's disgraced every Saiyan. Today I'll show you just how strong a real Saiyan warrior is." With that, Nappa stepped forward first. Nobi Gohan looked at his tall, burly frame, and could not help but feel a little daunted. Goku sensed Nappa's power with his ki and encouraged him, "Gently, believe in yourself. Use your true strength, and you can definitely win." These words washed away Nobi Gohan's nervousness like a warm current. He took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sharp, clenched his fists, and walked forward step by step to meet Nappa's challenge. Nappa's gaze suddenly landed on the tail behind Nobi Gohan, and a mocking smile curled at his lips. Still keeping your tail. Perfect. Let me show you what a pure-blooded Saiyan looks like. The instant the words left his mouth, Nappa's body erupted. He shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, fists and knees flying at Nobi Gohan in rapid succession, every strike accompanied by a sharp crack of split air. But Nobi Gohan was ready. With the agile footwork honed by a year of sparring, he darted and twisted like a willow cat, and Nappa's punches and kicks could not even catch the hem of his clothes. The moment Nappa's punch cut through empty air, Nobi Gohan seized the opening and swept his right leg out like a steel whip, slamming heavily into Nappa's flank. With a dull thud, Nappa's massive body lurched and flew backward, crashing against a rock before he barely managed to steady himself. After a series of misses and another kick to the body, Nappa became completely enraged. He roared and charged forward again, yet Yebby Fan eluded him with nimble footwork, only to take several more heavy hits. Seeing this, Vegeta frowned and opened his scouter. The numbers on the display were glaring: Yebby Fan 8,000 and Nappa 4,000. He couldn't help shouting sternly, "You idiot! Calm down and use your head. You can beat him." Nappa was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Is that so? Thank you, Vegeta. It's thanks to you that I was able to calm down." Then he took several deep breaths and said in a low voice, "I'm calm now." He clenched his fist tightly, and his aura suddenly surged. The scouter readings danced upward: 5,000, 6,000, 7,500. Seeing this show of force, Yebby Fan no longer held back and unleashed his full power. 9,000, 1,000,000,1,000,000,1,20,000. White waves of aura clashed violently at the center of the battlefield, causing the surrounding rocks to rattle. Even Krillin and Piccolo far away clenched their fists and shouted, "Go Yebby Fan!" Vegeta stared at the jumping numbers on his scouter, his pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help shouting in shock. His battle power has risen to 1,20,000. What? 1,20,000. Nappa whipped his head around, his face filled with disbelief, and his hoarse voice trembled. "That's impossible. I'm an elite warrior, a scion of noble birth, and my battle power is only 7,500. How could some brat reach 1,20,000? Even when planet Vegeta still existed, no one in the entire Saiyan race could do that." He stared at the blinding white aura surrounding Yebby Fan, his eyes filled with turmoil and resentment, as if refusing to accept this cruel reality. But after a brief moment, the fury of humiliation overpowered his shock. Nappa let out a roar, and ignoring the enormous gap in battle power, charged at Yebby Fan. He refused to believe that he, a proud elite Saiyan, would lose to some snot-nosed brat. Yet such an overwhelming disparity in power made all techniques pale in comparison. Facing Nappa's all-or-nothing charge, Yebby Fan merely shifted his body slightly, easily dodged his fist, and at the same time lashed out with a heavy left-handed blow. Bang! Before Nappa could react, Yebby Fan's fist slammed hard into his chest. Nappa couldn't even see the attack, he only felt a tremendous force tear through his body in an instant. He flew backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily into the rock wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Yebby Fan followed up with several one-handed ki blasts. When the dust settled, Nappa rose to his feet with difficulty, covered in blood, his battle suit shredded into strips, and his aura as faint as a candle in the wind. He slowly raised his head and looked at Yebby Fan, who was approaching step by step. The arrogance and anger in his eyes were gone, replaced by nothing but deep fear and despair. He finally understood that from the very beginning he was no match for this kid. Meanwhile, Raditz behind him muttered inwardly, "You call me useless, yet you still got beaten up when you went up." Rikum, watching from below, felt his hands itch and shouted, "Get down here, you trash. Don't waste time, let me take over." Aside from Captain Ginyu, the other Ginyu Force members, Cheeseburger, Rikum, and Guldo, couldn't restrain their eagerness to fight, so they actually settled it with rock, paper, scissors, and in the end Guldo won. Nappa stepped down with a bitter expression while Guldo advanced. The Z fighters all sensed Guldo's energy and found it unremarkable, so they relaxed a little. Only Jiang Xiaofei knew the truth. Guldo's psychic power allowed him to stop time by holding his breath, though it cost a great deal of energy, and he could also directly restrain his enemies. He deliberately reminded him, Yebi Fan, this guy's battle power isn't strong, but he can still join the Jinyu force, so he definitely has psychic powers. You have to be careful. Yebi Fan nodded. Got it, Uncle Jiang Xiaofei. Guldo stood opposite Yebi Fan with a confident look, and Vegeta's scouter displayed Guldo 10000. With a grave expression, Yebi Fan rapidly gathered energy in both hands, and sent two one-handed ki blasts straight at Guldo. But just as the blasts were about to hit, everyone's vision blurred. Guldo had somehow appeared on the other side. The ki blast scraped past rocks and exploded. Yebi Fan's pupils contracted. He had clearly locked onto his opponent a moment ago, so how could he vanish suddenly? Afterward, Guldo repeatedly stopped time by holding his breath, leaving Yebi Fan with no chance to fight back. Yebi Fan couldn't even see the movements of his attacks. Goku, watching from the side, looked serious. Although he could tell that Yebi Fan was only taking a beating and wasn't in mortal danger, thinking the kid needs experience, he suddenly noticed that Piccolo beside him was even more worked up than he was. Piccolo's hands were clenched into fists, as if he were about to rush onto the stage. Goku was dumbfounded and muttered inwardly, hey, who is Yebi Fan's real father? This plot is wrong. Aren't you the great second-generation Demon King Piccolo? Before Goku could ponder further, an invisible restraining force suddenly appeared on the field, locking Yebi Fan as firmly as iron clamps, and leaving him unable to move. Guldo restrained Yebi Fan with telekinesis in one hand, while using the other to control sharp rocks aimed at Yebi Fan's vital points. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaofei rushed forward in an instant, blocked the attack, and saved Yebi Fan. Guldo immediately activated Time Stop, but the frozen space shattered like glass shards. Jiang Xiaofei said in a low voice, we concede this match. With that, he pulled Yebi Fan back to Goku, and the others in a flash took out a Senzu bean and fed it to him. After eating the Senzu bean, Yebi Fan instantly recovered his energy and bounced around on the spot. Guldo couldn't believe that his proud psychic power had been broken so easily. The Jinyu Force members hadn't seen Jiang Xiaofei's movements clearly either, and they were even more puzzled by that bean that could heal injuries in an instant. Jeez murmured, does he have psychic powers, like Guldo too? Jinyu scanned Jiang Xiaofei with his scouter, but got no energy response at all. With a mind full of question marks, he mistakenly believed that Jiang Xiaofei possessed an ability to conceal his battle power. He asked in a low voice, who's next from your side? As soon as he finished speaking, Piccolo stepped forward, with an angry face, stood in front of Guldo, and slowly cracked his neck. Seeing this, Nappa cried out, it's that Namekian. Vegeta added, Namekians have incredible abilities, like magic. The one who made the Dragon Balls might be him. If that's the case, then Namek should have even stronger Dragon Balls. However, neither of them noticed that this conversation had already been monitored by Frisia's men through their scouters, who reported it to Frisia in real time. When Frisia heard that the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant any wish, he wagged his tail joyfully, and curled his lips into a cruel smile. That Vegeta is playing a clever game. He wants to use the Jinyu Force to eliminate Earth's strong warriors, and then snatch the Dragon Balls for himself. Fortunately, I had the foresight to have someone watch him. Frisia gave a cold laugh, and plotted inwardly. Once I get to Namek, I'll find the Dragon Balls, and make a wish first, then go back and settle accounts with Vegeta. The first wish will naturally be immortality. Although my strength is formidable, my lifespan is still limited. The second wish will be to grow 5 centimeters taller. What dignity does the Emperor of the Universe have if he's short? 5 centimeters is neither too much nor too little. It won't look conspicuous, but it will enhance my aura. After saying that, he let out a sinister he-he-he laugh, and immediately ordered his men full speed ahead to Namek. Back on the battlefield, Piccolo rapidly unleashed his energy, his white aura expanding and intensifying. Vegeta's scouter read 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. Finally, with a piercing beat, the scouter exploded into fragments with a bang. This Namekian. Vegeta's pupils contracted, as he instinctively stepped back, his throat bobbing. As he swallowed, he's actually stronger than me. Jinyu, observing from the side, immediately raised his arm to activate his own scouter. As a member of Frisia's elite squad, his equipment far surpassed Vegeta's mass-produced model. The numbers on the display soared and finally settled at an astonishing 80000. Jinyu's eyes flew wide open, his rough voice filled with disbelief. 80,000 battle power. Before Guldo could recover from the shock the numbers still reflected in his eyes, Piccolo had already transformed into a blur of motion, charging straight at him. A fist laden with thunderous fury slammed into Guldo's chest, the crisp sound of bone shattering audible. Guldo didn't even have time to cry out. His body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into a cliff 1,000 meters away, instantly devoid of life. The Jinyu force was startled, both shocked by Piccolo's overwhelming power and panicked. With one member down, what would happen to their formation? At that moment, Jis had a battle power of 43000, Birder 42000, and Recom 45000. Knowing they were no match for Piccolo, they charged together, surrounding him in a triangular formation. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were stunned to hear that the Namekian had a battle power of 80000, their jaws practically dropping to the ground. Piccolo glanced at the three surrounding him, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand, tore off his cloak and hat, and tossed them to the ground. The moment the fabric hit the earth, it blasted two deep craters due to the force imbued within, kicking up dust that blotted out the sky. Jinyu's scouter instantly displayed 100000, and he shouted his battle power has risen to 100000. You three run. Before the three could react, they were sent flying one by Piccolo, grievously wounded. Jiang Xiaofei, having missed the chance to finish off Guldo earlier, like missing out on a fortune, quickly rushed forward to deliver the finishing blows to the trio. 43000 system coins. 42000 system coins. 45000 system coins. Jiang Xiaofei thought, thrilled. It's a bit less, but small gains add up. Seeing this, Vegeta and the others were filled with despair. With so many enemies still untouched, even if they wanted to flee, they likely wouldn't make it. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Vegeta's son. Goku was a low-class warrior, and when he transformed into a great ape, he lost all reason. If they could create chaos, there might be a chance to escape. With that, he called Nappa and Raditz to shield him while he began creating an artificial moon. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jinyu sensed something was amiss. Although his own battle power was 120000, there were still so many opponents who hadn't acted. Just as he took 2 steps forward, Jiang Xiaofei arrived and blasted him into oblivion with a single energy wave, adding 120000 system coins. Meanwhile, Vegeta had finished creating the artificial moon, his battle power dropping to 12000, and tossed it into the sky. Everyone looked up. Son Goku stared at the moon, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. His body began to grow, his aura surging rapidly. The crowd was astounded. What's happening? A moon suddenly appeared. Son Goku's battle power skyrocketed from 50000 to 5000000. A wave of savage power radiated outward, and except for Jiang Xiaofei, everyone else was pinned down by the terrifying pressure, unable to move. Vegeta in particular muttered in disbelief, this presence. Is it even stronger than Frieza? Frieza's battle power of 530000 wasn't this terrifying. Then Gohan's body also began to grow, his battle power leaping from 10000 to 10000. Vegeta and the others tried to sneak away, but Jiang Xiaofei instantly appeared before them, controlling his strength to gravely wound them all, adding 2850 system coins. He then threw them into the arriving medium-sized spaceship, moving so fast that no one noticed. Vegeta, barely holding himself up on the floor, asked Jiang Xiaofei, "You're not going to kill us?" Jiang Xiaofei replied, "There are few Saiyans left. I'll let you go this time. Hope you won't do evil again." With that, he turned and left without waiting for a response. Vegeta stood frozen, sneering inwardly. Saiyans from planet Vegeta, not doing evil. Isn't that like asking a wolf not to eat sheep, or a dog to change its nature? Raditz and Nappa were also dumbfounded, their tense bodies slumping. the pain from their wounds mixed with the days of surviving causing them to collapse onto the spaceship floor. Nappa in particular stared at Jiang Xiaofei's retreating back, muttering, "This guy. He's not killing us. Wasn't he pretty ruthless when finishing off the Jinya Force earlier?" Raditz shot Nappa a glare. "Isn't it better to be alive?" The three of them struggled to activate the ship's autopilot, and flew off into the depths of space. By then Jiang Xiaofei had returned. Gohan's tail had been cut off, and he was being tended to by Piccolo in a corner. On the battlefield only the great ape son Goku remained. Tien Shinhan 240000 Battle Power Master Rashi 200000 Kaiatsu 100000 Krillin 160000 and Yamcha 1200000 joined the fight. Since everyone had learned the Kaioken and cultivation techniques, Yamcha quickly activated the 8x Kaioken, his body erupting with a reddish aura, boosting his 120000 power to 960000. Gritting his teeth, he charged at the great ape Goku, gripping his right wrist with his left hand, gathering energy into his palm to form a sphere spirit ball. The golden energy sphere slammed into the great ape's hind leg, but only sparked a shower of golden sparks. The ape pain kicked violently, sending Yamcha flying like a broken kite, crashing into a cliff and spitting blood. "No! The gap is too huge!" Krillin shouted in desperation, clenching his fists. 12x Kaioken. His 160000 power surged to 192000. Destructo Disc. The golden energy disc spun toward the great ape's tail, but just before making contact the ape dodged it. Krillin's pupils shrank, it dodged. Tien Shinhan's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, as he roared 12x Kaioken. His 240000 power soared to 288000. He leaped into the air, crossing his arms into an X forearm fist. Three identical copies of him appeared instantly, surrounding the great ape from four corners, as they simultaneously gathered energy Kikaho. For streams of golden energy collided, merging into a massive beam that crashed into the great ape's chest. The colossal ape let out a furious roar, raised its giant palm, and caught the beam of light head-on. Veins bulged across its palm as it forcibly shoved the beam back. "Oh no!" Tianjin Fan's face turned pale. His doppelganger was instantly blown apart by the rebounding energy, and his real body was jolted backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The giant ape, transformed by Sun Wukong, opened its mouth and fired an energy cannon at the group. Seeing this, the turtle hermit ripped open his martial arts uniform, revealing a lean yet heavily muscled chest. Every muscle in his body bulged, as his battle power of 200000 instantly erupted. Activating the Kaioken times 12, his power soared to 240000. Kamehameha. After a tense stalemate, the two immense energies collided in a violent explosion midair, sending rocks and gravel flying in all directions. At the center of the blast, a huge crater was left behind. After that single strike, the turtle hermit gasped for breath. The Kaioken times 12 combined with a full-power Kamehameha had drained him too much, leaving his body feeling weak and hollow. He thought to himself that he was no longer what he had been in his youth. Jiuzi activated the Kaioken times 8, boosting his battle power to 800000, and used his psychic powers to try to freeze the giant ape in place. Yet it was utterly futile. Kulin frantically shot glances at Baiku beside him, pleading for help, inwardly screaming, "Come over here and fire a special beam cannon at the giant ape's tail." Baiku, pretending not to see, turned his head aside, thinking, "I still need to protect my son Yibi Fan. I have no energy to protect you lot." Kulin, seeing that his silent plea was hopeless, gritted his teeth and erupted again. Activating the Kaioken times 12 once more, he condensed 192000 battle power into his palms and fired a Kamehameha at the artificial moon in the sky. "Destroy the moon first. Without the moon, he can't turn back into a giant ape." The giant ape clearly sensed the importance of the artificial moon. It was one of the sources of his power. It suddenly leaped, its enormous body blocking the artificial moon, and the Kamehameha slammed hard into it. Another thunderous boom rang out. When the dust cleared, the giant ape was utterly unharmed save for a few strands of fur singed off. It plummeted from the air, its feet smashing heavily into the ground. Rocks and soil burst outward, and the dust it raised blotted out the sky, deepening the despair of an already chaotic battlefield. In the open wilderness, the giant ape's roar shook loose stones skittering down. Its bell-like eyes were bloodshot. Each time it was blocked by an invisible energy, its berserk flame raged even fiercer. It pounded its broad chest with resounding thuds, like an ancient war drum echoing across the wild. The next instant it charged straight at the turtle hermit and the others with steps that split the ground. The giant ape's thick arm rose abruptly, its fan-like hand clenched into a fist. With a sharp whistle of tearing air, it smashed down viciously upon the minuscule figures on the ground. That momentum seemed capable of pounding an endless abyss into the land. At that critical juncture, Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward calmly. A faint, almost imperceptible white aura swirled around him. His battle power, 101.8 billion, remained restrained, unspent. He only raised his right hand, slowly extended a slender index finger, and gently set it before everyone. This is too arrogant, isn't it? Kulin's eyes widened, and he subconsciously clenched his fists, cold sweat seeping from his temples. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan also looked grim. They knew all too well the force of the giant ape's fist. Even steel and iron bones would be pounded to powder. Jiang Xiaofei's single finger was like an egg striking a rock. The next moment, fist and fingertip crashed together with a booming impact. There was no earth-shattering explosion, as they had expected. Instead, a violent fist wind far beyond their imagination suddenly burst outward. Kulin was blown back several steps before he could halt himself. Yamcha staggered with a hand over his chest, almost falling. The turtle hermit was even thrown to the ground by the blast, his grizzled beard blown straight upward. Everyone stared in awe at the tall figure in the field. Jiang Xiaofei's fingertip pressed against the giant ape's fist, his body utterly unmoving, as if what he was blocking was not a cataclysmic strike, but a drifting fallen leaf. The gap is just too enormous, isn't it? Jiuzi said with his mouth agape, his voice quivering. They had always known Jiang Xiaofei was powerful, but only now did they realize they were no longer in the same dimension, like ants gazing up at the vast sky, completely unable to glimpse the bounds of that power. Jiang Xiaofei raised his hand to push away the giant ape's fist, then turned his gaze to the artificial moon hanging in midair, emanating an eerie glow. He slightly lifted his left hand, and a dazzling blue orb of light formed in his palm, its radiance growing so intense that even the air burned and warped around it. Ha! With a crisp shout, a white energy wave shot like a meteor into the sky, instantly piercing the artificial moon. With a thunderous roar, the artificial moon burst apart in midair, scattering into countless points of light that faded away. As the artificial moon was destroyed, the crimson light in the giant ape's eyes gradually receded. Its massive body began shrinking at a visible rate, until it finally fell heavily to the ground, transforming back into an unconscious Sun Wukong, leaving a shallow pit beneath him. After a little while, Sun Wukong finally opened his eyes slowly. Together with Yebi Fan, he rubbed his drowsy head, his face filled with bewilderment, utterly unaware of what had just occurred. Kulin quickly stepped up and patted Wukong on the shoulder, a hint of helplessness in his tone. You're finally awake. Just now you turned into a giant ape and nearly wiped us all out. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan still haven't recovered. Following Kulin's gaze, Wukong saw Yamcha leaning against a rock wall, one hand tightly clutching his chest, his face pale. Jiuzi was carefully wiping blood from the corner of Tianjin Fan's mouth, who frowned deeply, clearly badly wounded. The turtle hermit sat on a nearby stone, breathing heavily, exhaustion written all over his face. In this chaotic battle, almost no one escaped unscathed except Jiang Xiaofei and the ever-alert Baiku. Sorry. Wukong's face flushed crimson at once. Scratching the back of his head, he repeatedly apologized with guilt. It's all because I couldn't control myself. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward and waved his hand to interrupt him, his gaze sweeping over the residual energy traces left on the battlefield. The signature of Vegeta still lingered. It was Vegeta's doing. He created the artificial moon to lure you into transforming, and tried to escape with Na Ba and La dizzy in the chaos. Vegeta. Wukong abruptly raised his head, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. He glanced around but saw no trace of those three silents. They escaped. I let them go, Jiang Xiaofei said, a trace of anticipation in his voice. Their potential isn't bad, they will make good opponents in the future. As his words fell, the residual energy in the wilderness gradually dispersed. The stones stopped rolling, and the wind grew calm. This crisis, triggered by the artificial moon, was finally brought to a perfect end under Jiang Xiaofei's overwhelming power. Night deepened. When Jiang Xiaofei pushed open the door, the living room light was still on. Lu Qingqing was sitting on the sofa, with a thin blanket over her knees. Hearing the door open, she immediately rose, and came over to greet him.
Honey, how did it go? Are you hurt?
She quickly walked over to Jiang Xiaofei, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with worry. She reached out, and began checking him carefully from his forehead to his arms, afraid of missing even a single wound. Jiang Xiaofei let her inspect him, but a faint alluring fragrance lingered around his nose. The scent of her usual body wash mixed with the lingering steam from her recent shower, strangely captivating. He looked down. His wife, Lu Qingqing, was wearing a silk bathrobe, the collar slightly open, revealing a small patch of fair luminous skin. The robe traced the elegant curves of her figure, every line perfectly proportioned.
Finish checking.
Jiang Xiaofei let out a low chuckle. Before Lu Qingqing could react, he scooped her up into his arms.
Ah! What are you doing?
Lu Qingqing let out a startled cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. A flush immediately bloomed on her cheeks, as she gently thumped his chest with her fingertips. Jiang Xiaofei looked down at her reddening earlobes, and curled his lips into a mischievous smile. His voice was low and magnetic.
You just gave me a thorough inspection from head to toe. Now it's my turn to inspect you.
With that, he turned and carried Lu Qingqing toward the bedroom, leaving the living room light shining alone. The bedroom door closed softly. Soon Lu Qingqing's shy, playful protests drifted out, gradually replaced by gentle, low laughter. When morning light pierced through the clouds, the first rays of dawn streamed through the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window, weaving a golden ribbon of light across the floor. Jiang Xiaofei opened his eyes, and the first thing he felt was the warmth of the person nestled in his arms. Lu Qingqing was still fast asleep, her cheek pressed against his chest. Her long lashes, like two little fans, trembled slightly with each steady breath. Occasionally, she would unconsciously nuzzle her nose against his skin, clinging to him with a childlike dependence. His fingertips gently traced her smooth back. By then, most of the sash on her bathrobe had come loose, revealing a shoulder adorned with a few stray strands of hair still carrying the faint fragrance of last night's bath. Jiang Xiaofei lowered his head and pressed a soft kiss to the top of her head, his motion as gentle as if he were afraid of startling a bird perched by the window. Perhaps the subtle movement disturbed her light sleep. Lu Qingqing's lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her almond-shaped eyes, just awakened, were misted over like dew-kissed grapes. When she recognized Jiang Xiaofei, a soft, warm smile curved across her lips before her voice, still husky from sleep, murmured,
"Morning."
Jiang Xiaofei watched her languid, dependent appearance, and a hint of mischief crept into his tender gaze. He reached out and gently pinched her flushed earlobe, his voice low and teasing.
"Morning. The sun's already high in the sky. But darling, it's time for our morning exercise." "Morning exercise?"
Lu Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, Jiang Xiaofei rolled over and pressed her down. His fingertips traced lightly across her waist, making her laugh and squirm away, while her cheeks grew even redder. Only when she caught the playful glint in his eyes did she finally grasp the meaning of
morning exercise.
She pushed against his chest and protested.
"You're at it again. You won't even let me have a peaceful morning."
Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Xiaofei leaned down and sealed her lips with a kiss. Morning sunlight spilled through the gaps in the curtains, falling upon their intertwined hands. The playful sounds in the bedroom gradually faded, leaving only the warm rhythm of their mingled breaths brewing the morning hours into something incredibly sweet. By the time they had finished getting ready and stepped out of the bedroom, the sun outside had already climbed high. Golden sunlight streamed through the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, brightening every corner of the floor. Just as they reached the end of the hallway, a rich, enticing aroma drifted over, Qi Niao was emerging from the kitchen carrying the last plate of fried eggs, wearing a cream-colored apron. The moment she saw Jiang Xiaofei and Lu Qingqing, she broke into a gentle smile.
Master Sister Qingqing, you're finally up. Breakfast has been ready for a while, just waiting for you too.
The dining table in the living room was already laden with food, steaming millet porridge, golden crispy fried eggs, bacon glazed in sauce, and a platter of cut fruit, with even the utensils neatly arranged. Lu Ruyan was sitting at the table peeling an orange for the blonde Ranchi. Seeing them approach, she smiled and waved.
Come sit, the porridge is still warm. Yao Yao's cooking has improved again. Try the fried eggs, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside.
Taisai put down her breakfast, pushed up the glasses on her nose, and eyed them with playful mockery.
Judging by how leisurely you two look, seems like you didn't skimp on your morning exercise again, did you?
Lu Qingqing's face instantly turned scarlet, and she instinctively hid behind Jiang Xiaofei, which made everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Xiaofei smiled and wrapped an arm around her waist, leading her to the table. He picked up a slice of bacon and brought it to her lips.
Don't mind them. Come on, have a taste. You must be famished, right? Honey, I found the spaceship you asked me to look for. It's the very one the celestial deity once rode, located in the mountain range near the celestial temple.
She continued.
I sent drones to survey it. The hull is a bit old, but the core engine and navigation system are still intact. With a little refurbishing, it'll be good to go.
Jiang Xiaofei remembered that the spaceship contained the coordinates for planet Namek. He turned to Qi Niao and said,
Qi Niao, could you copy all the interstellar coordinates from that ship onto the Divine-class spaceship?
Qi Niao smiled sweetly.
Of course, Master.
After breakfast, Jiang Xiaofei gathered the Z fighters and asked,
Piccolo, since you're in the Namekian, how about going back to your home planet for a visit?
Then he said to everyone,
There must be plenty of powerful warriors over there. How about we all go and test our skills against them?
Everyone was brimming with excitement, especially Sun Wukong, who looked ready to leap into the air. As a martial arts fanatic, nothing thrilled him more than sparring with formidable opponents to improve himself. Piccolo, on the other hand, simply wanted to meet his people to see what his homeland looked like and what his kin were like. The others were also curious about Piccolo's homeworld. Just as everyone was preparing to train, Jiang Xiaofei wondered to himself, why hasn't the system's main quest appeared yet? It was the same when he encountered Piccolo Jr. earlier. Could it be that enemies, who aren't meant to be killed, simply don't trigger a main quest? Thus a period of peace passed. During this time, Jiang Xiaofei asked his wife Bulma for the dragon radar, gathered all 7 dragon balls, raised his head, and called out,
Appear, eternal dragon.
The sky gradually darkened as dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. Slowly the silhouette of the eternal dragon began to emerge among the clouds. Once the eternal dragon appeared, it spoke.
I can grant any wish you desire. State your wish.
Jiang Xiaofei said.
Teach me the Namekian language.
The eternal dragon replied.
That is simple.
With that, it granted Jiang Xiaofei's wish, then transformed into 7 white dragon balls that scattered and flew off in different directions. One day, Jiang Xiaofei and the Z fighters boarded the Divine-class spaceship and set off for planet Namek. As Qi Niao massaged Jiang Xiaofei's shoulders while he sat, Curran asked curiously,
Xiaofei, do you only train for 1 hour a day?
Jiang Xiaofei nodded.
That's right.
Curran was stunned.
Xiaofei, you only train 1 hour a day and still became this strong. That's incredible.
Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied.
It's nothing much. If you train hard, you'll become very strong too.
Inwardly, however, he grumbled to himself, is this method of mine even considered strong? Look at other people's systems. Some let you become stronger by slacking off, others by bragging and influencing people's emotions. Any of those sounds way better than mine. Truly, comparing one's own situation to others is enough to drive a man mad. Fortunately, the spaceship was extremely fast, and they reached planet Namek within a day. At that moment, the sky over planet Namek began to darken as dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. It turned out that this very day Frisia had just collected all 7 dragon balls and summoned the eternal dragon, preparing to make a wish. The instant Jiang Xiaofei teleported before the Namekian dragon, a furious roar rattled his eardrums. Frisia hovered directly ahead of the dragon, his blood-red pupils contracting into slit-like verticals from sheer arrogance and impatience, while a scarlet aura surged and flickered around him.
You fool! I, the great emperor, will say this one last time, grant me immortality.
The dragon, however, hovered in midair, as still as a monolith, its emerald eyes utterly unruffled, as at the emperor of the universe before it were nothing more than a droning insect. This kindled Frisia's fury into a blazing inferno. His long tail snapped taut, like a steel whip, its tip trembling with strain, and a low growl dripping with murderous intent escaped his throat.
Bastard! How dare you defy the emperor of the universe? Do you want to see me tear apart your shabby dragon with my bare hands right now?
Before he even finished speaking, Frisia had gathered a blinding white ki blast in his right hand, poised to hurl it at the dragon. At that critical moment, Jiang Xiaofei's voice cut through the air with icy clarity, and it was pure Namekian language delivered directly to the dragon's ears.
Divine Dragon, teleport Frisia and every Z fighter present, excluding Piccolo, this instant to a barren planet in the universe, where ordinary beings can survive and no life exists. You want to die?
Frisia laughed in fury. The fully condensed ki blast flew from his hand, with a piercing shriek tearing through the air straight at Jiang Xiaofei. But Jiang Xiaofei only raised his right hand, and delivered what seemed like a casual slap to the side of the energy wave. The sphere of power, enough to flatten mountain ranges, instantly veered off course, slammed into the distance, and blasted a bottomless pit out of the ground, sending clouds of dust surging skyward. At almost the same moment, the dragon's deep and weighty voice resounded across heaven and earth.
Such a trivial matter is as easy as turning over one's palm.
With a flash of light, Frisia felt the scene before him twist violently. In the next heartbeat, he found himself standing on a lifeless gray-black planet surrounded by a dumbfounded son, Goku, Krillin, and the others. He instantly understood that he had been teleported, and he trembled with rage, his white aura flaring 3 feet high.
Who is that man? I will cut you into 10,000 pieces.
Meanwhile, high in the sky above Namek, Jiang Xiaofei had already closed his eyes. A fine dense ki perception radiated from his body, spreading like an invisible spiderweb over the entire planet. Moments later, he furrowed his brow. When he opened his eyes, there was a trace of gravity in them.
The situation is worse than expected. Only 3 Namekians are left on this planet.
He looked into the distance.
In the far distance, the Grand Elder's life force is weak and already at its last flicker. In the village ruins not far away, the Namekian should be Din from the anime. He is hiding behind the rubble, still fairly safe. And in the canyon below lies a Namekian gasping for breath, with considerable battle power. He should be Nail, the warrior-type Namekian from the anime.
Finished speaking, Jiang Xiaofei turned to Piccolo beside him, and said calmly,
Go to the canyon and check on that dying Namekian. See what condition he is in. Maybe you can help.
Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. A faint white ki emanated around his body, and he shot toward the canyon like a streak of light. Jiang Xiaofei then turned back to the dragon, his voice clear and firm.
Divine Dragon, my second wish. Restore the Grand Elder of Namek to the youthful state of his prime, and fully renew his vitality. The third wish.
He paused, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes.
Grant me mastery of all languages spoken and written by every known intelligent civilization in the universe. Require no learning process, simply imprint them directly into my consciousness. Both wishes can be fulfilled.
The dragon slowly nodded. The red aura around its body suddenly transformed into brilliant white radiance, and an immense wave of energy billowed outward. Jiang Xiaofei felt a vast ocean-like torrent of knowledge surge into his mind, from the Saiyan language of planet Vegeta to the universal tongue spoken throughout Frisia's army, and then to the obscure dialects of countless remote ancient planets. Every piece of information was as clear as if it had been etched into his memory long ago, with no obstruction whatsoever. Fortunately, his cultivation had deepened over the years, and his mental strength far surpassed ordinary people, so he was able to receive the torrent steadily, without his consciousness being shattered by the immense knowledge. Meanwhile, deep within the temple, the Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes. His age-wrinkled skin became firm and smooth at a visible pace. His clouded eyes once again shone with vitality, and his exhausted life force surged back to life, like a withered tree blooming in spring. In the canyon, Piccolo had just landed when he saw Nail sprawled on the ground. The wounded Namekian had green skin, a puncture in his chest, still seeping purple blood, and breath so faint it was like a candle guttering in the wind. But when he sensed Piccolo's familiar Namekian presence, along with a power dwarfing his own peak, a faint yet determined light suddenly ignited in his eyes.
You are a Namekian.
Nail forced his head up, his voice as hoarse as a torn bellows.
I am Nail, the last warrior-type Namekian on this planet.
He stared at Piccolo, his eyes filled with resentment and desperation, and roared with all the strength he had left.
Frieza destroyed our home and slaughtered all our people. I am about to die, but I refuse to die like this. Please assimilate with me. I will let you be the dominant one. It will never affect your personality or consciousness. I only ask that all my lifetime of power and combat experience be passed on to you. Frieza's power is far greater than you can imagine. Only by fusing with my strength can you possibly stand against him.
Piccolo looked into the obsession burning in Nail's eyes, and felt his despair. The despair of one who had wished to guard his planet yet was powerless to do so. Something stirred within his heart. He had always craved power with ruthless intensity, and Nail had promised not to affect his personality. This was both the fulfillment of a dying man's last wish and an unmatched opportunity to rise.
Very well, I agree.
Piccolo slowly crouched down, reached out, and pressed his hand against Nail's forehead. A pale green light burst forth instantly from the point of contact. Nail's body dissolved into a streak of radiance, and gradually merged into Piccolo. Piccolo's aura began to climb at a terrifying pace from his original battle power of 12000150003000080000000 until with a sudden jolt it stabilized at 1600000. Piccolo slowly clenched his fist, feeling the surging power churning within him. The sense of overwhelming strength dwarfed anything he had ever known. It even gave him the illusion that he could crush Frieza. He murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelieving ecstasy. The corners of his mouth lifted of their own accord, and confidence drowned every trace of his former caution like a swelling tide. As Piccolo flew back to Jiang Xiaofei's side, with surging ki, three figures raced over from afar, their speed so great that they left three afterimages trailing behind them. They were Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, now recovered from their severe wounds. Thanks to the healing chamber's repairs, and their relentless training during this period, all three had achieved remarkable leaps in battle power, especially Vegeta, whose aura was more condensed and overbearing than before.
Jiang Xiaofei. Piccolo.
Vegeta landed first, eyes locked onto the two of them. His fists cracked as his knuckles turned white from strain, and his voice carried an irrepressible bone-deep hatred.
You're going after that bastard Frieza next, aren't you? Take us with you.
He inhaled deeply, his tone gravely resolute between clenched teeth.
That man destroyed planet Vegeta and killed every one of our people. I wasn't strong enough back then, so all I could do was swallow my fury. But not anymore. I've grown stronger, and you are powerful enough as well. This is my best opportunity for revenge. I will kill him with my own hands.
Nappa and Raditz also nodded from the side, their eyes flashing with a mix of dread and loathing for Frieza. Though they did not carry the same blood-deep vendetta as Vegeta, they too had long grown weary of Frieza's brutal tyranny. Jiang Xiaofei saw the resolve in the three men's eyes, and spoke no unnecessary words. He simply raised a hand toward them.
Hold hands and move closer.
Vegeta and the other two immediately obeyed, gripping each other's hands tightly. Jiang Xiaofei extended his left hand and placed it on Piccolo's shoulder. Closing his eyes, he spread his mental energy outward, scanning like radar for Frieza's unique energy signature, one imbued with brutal and violent ki.
Found it!
The next moment a faint white light radiated around Jiang Xiaofei as the energy of teleportation enveloped all four of them. With a flash their figures vanished from Namek. When he reappeared, he was on the barren planet where Frieza resided. No sooner had they landed than a terrifying aura far beyond their expectations crashed upon them, like a tsunami suffocating everyone. Frieza hovered in midair, his white energy aura blazing ever brighter, the very space around him twisting and trembling from the immense power. However, Jiang Xiaofei thought that everyone needed training, so he was in no hurry to kill Frieza. Frieza slowly opened his eyes, his hands drooping down, his blood-red pupils filled with icy murderous intent. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
"You've finally come. How dare you steal my chance to wish? I'll kill you in the most brutal way."
Jiang Xiaofei's heart tightened. This aura was several times stronger than the state Frieza had shown in the original story. Frieza seemed to read his mind, certain that the man was already intimidated by his power. He sneered.
"Do you know? Since my birth I have never trained. Except for that one being, almost no one in the universe is my match. A few years ago, I learned that my older brother Cooler was killed by a Saiyan. That made me realize there were still dangers in the universe, and I began to feel a sense of crisis. Since then I've started to train whenever I had time."
He suddenly unleashed all his power, his white aura shooting into the sky, whipping up a violent energy storm on this barren planet.
"Now I am 10 times stronger than before. Today is your day of death,"
Frieza added with a sinister grin.
"Oh, by the way, if you measure with a scouter, my battle power right now is 5.3 million.
Vegeta and the others were stunned. 5.3 million. Though they had fought and suffered severe injuries on Namek, and their power had increased after healing, Vegeta's battle power was only 30000, Nappa's 12000, and Raditz a mere 5000. Raditz instantly lost his nerve, feeling as insignificant as a roadside worm in this battle. He stammered,
"This fight is way beyond us. We'd better get out of here."
Vegeta's eyes blazed with pride as he roared,
"Coward! Leave if you want. I'll never retreat even if I die fighting."
Raditz dared not say another word and ran off to hide in the distance. Nappa, sensing Frieza's terrifying aura, followed Raditz to a faraway spot. At that moment the Z fighters were about to charge forward, but Piccolo, feeling the surging power within him, stretched out his arm to stop them and said,
"Leave this to me."
He flew alone to face Frieza, his eyes burning with fury.
"I'll make you taste the wrath of a Namekian."
With that he ripped off his cloak and headgear, the garments crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a deep crater and sending dust flying. Piccolo glared at Frieza, having merged with Nail. His hatred was now even more genuine. Frieza sneered disdainfully.
"Namekians are nothing special, just a bunch of trash. I once met your planet's strongest warrior. Even if I stood still, he couldn't scratch me. Since you're a Namekian too, I hope you're not just all talk like that fool. At least give me some fun."
Piccolo instantly erupted with power, his white aura expanding rapidly, his battle power surging to 1.6 million. Then a crimson tinge crept into his aura as he activated the 12x Kaioken, his battle power rocketing to 19.2 million. He clenched his fists, vanished in a flash, and pummeled Frieza's arrogant face, finally landing a punch that sent him flying, crashing through a distant mountain peak. But Frieza was exceptionally resilient. Aside from a bruised and swollen face, his body was not seriously damaged. Enraged, he rocketed into the air and began to transform, grinding his teeth.
"Don't get too cocky, you pathetic Namekian. I only need to use 3 of my power to turn you into cosmic dust."
Before his words faded, he completed the second, third, and fourth transformations, his body gradually shrinking, and the surrounding rocks all levitated into the air. Everyone felt the terrifying aura and stared in disbelief. 36 million battle power. The Z fighters' hearts were filled with dread, as if the end of the world had come.
"I'm going to help Piccolo,"
Son Goku shouted, and shot forward before anyone could respond. Jiang Xiaofei turned to the remaining fighters and said,
"I can unlock potential, the same technique Namek's elder used. Do you want to try?"
Krillin's eyes lit up.
"Really? That's great."
This technique consumed more of the user's own energy the stronger the subject was, but for Krillin and the others, it was a simple task for Jiang Xiaofei. He held his hand a few inches above Krillin's head, gently flicked his finger, and Krillin's battle power instantly skyrocketed from 190,000 to 1.9 million. Krillin muttered to himself,
"Is this my power?
utterly stunned by the sudden surge. Jiang Xiaofei went on to unlock the potential of the others. Vegeta, watching from a distance, wanted to step forward. But at that moment tragedy struck. Frieza fired an energy blast that sent both Son Goku and Piccolo flying. As Goku was knocked back, he accidentally collided with Vegeta, who was behind him. Vegeta was critically injured, gasping weakly.
How could this be? I'm going to die, and in such a disgraceful way. Xiaofei, do you have any sense of beans?
Krillin asked urgently.
Yes. Then we'll buy you time,
Krillin said, charging at Frieza alongside Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, Kaiotsu, and Yamcha. Frieza sneered.
Another batch of annoying rats.
Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei quickly walked over to Son Goku, and the others pulled out senzu beans from his pocket and handed them to them. Son Goku, who had been near death, with a battle power of 530,000, recovered and jumped directly to 3 million. Vegeta recovered to 1,000,000. Piccolo remained at 1.6 million. Jiang Xiaofei then performed potential unlocking on Son Goku and Piccolo, and the two immediately rushed back to the battlefield. Vegeta watched this and suddenly said,
You could beat me nearly to death and give me a senzu bean. That would increase my battle power too.
Jiang Xiaofei followed his suggestion, hitting Vegeta to near death and feeding him senzu beans several times. Ding! System coins increased by 26,000. His battle power rose to 3 million, and after potential unlocking it soared directly to 30 million. But when Son Goku and Piccolo reached the battlefield, the scene before them turned everyone's blood to ice. Frieza had a sphere of energy at the tip of his finger, and with a light tap it pierced through Krillin's body. Son Goku froze, veins bulging all over his body, rage erupting like a volcano in his chest. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his voice hoarse and trembling with ultimate hatred.
You killed Krillin!
The ground shook violently, sand and rocks flew into the air, and Son Goku's hair flickered between gold and black. Vegeta, who had just arrived, saw this and his pupils contracted.
Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan?
Jiang Xiaofei took the opportunity to pull Krillin aside, felt his faint pulse, and immediately fed him a senzu bean. Krillin's wound healed at a visible rate. He pushed himself off the ground and said to Jiang Xiaofei gratefully,
Xiaofei, thank you.
As he spoke, Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, Kaiotsu, Yamcha, and Piccolo gathered around him. Except for Piccolo, all the others looked at Krillin with great concern. Son Gohan was the first to rush forward, grabbing Krillin's arm, and asked anxiously,
Uncle Krillin, are you okay? You scared me to death.
Tien Shinhan frowned, examining Krillin's wound. Seeing it healed, he breathed a little easier.
Good thing we had senzu beans, or else that blast.
Before he could finish, Master Roshi interrupted, squatting down and patting Krillin's shoulder, his tone approving.
Krillin, that was brave of you to charge in. You didn't embarrass me.
Kaiotsu floated nearby, his small face full of worry, tugging at Krillin's sleeve.
Krillin, don't take such risks anymore. Frieza is too strong.
Yamcha nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the varying wounds on everyone, said nothing, and simply pulled out more senzu beans from his pocket, handing one to each person. On the battlefield, Vegeta stood aside, his eyes fixed on Son Goku as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden hair standing on end, emerald eyes sharp as blades, golden energy surging around him. A wave of intense jealousy welled up inside him.
A low-class warrior like Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan, but I, the Saiyan Prince and elite warrior, why can't I?
His extreme rage unlocked his potential, and Vegeta too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, sensing the terrifying auras of both, finally unleashed his full power. Years of training had taught him his brother Cooler's transformation method. His body suddenly grew tall and muscular, his skin changing in texture and color, 4 horns sprouting from his head, with a huge gem-like protrusion between them, making him look even more ferocious. An earth-shattering aura exploded outward, causing nearby mountains to collapse one after another, and the surroundings became as chaotic as a typhoon. Jiang Xiaofei silently assessed their power. Son Goku at 1.5 billion, Vegeta at 1.5 billion, and Frieza at 2.4 billion. A great battle was about to erupt. Sun Wukong turned and saw Krillin safe and sound, and the taut nerves in his body relaxed slightly. He then locked his gaze on Frieza, sensing the crushing, terrifying aura radiating from the tyrant. Turning to Vegeta, he said in a low voice, "Looks like the situation is getting a bit grim." At this time, Vegeta still hadn't mastered the ability to sense ki. The overwhelming power of the Super Saiyan transformation he had just undergone completely went to his head. His old arrogance and self-confidence crept back onto his face. Under the transformation's influence, his temperament grew even more ferocious, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. Kakarot. What Frieza fears most is the Super Saiyan. He clenched his right fist, and with a sound that split the air drove it fiercely toward Frieza. Frieza simply tilted his head slightly, dodging the blow with ease, then lifted his leg, and drove a savage kick into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a muffled grunt and flew backward like a kite, with its string cut slamming heavily into the ground, and sending broken stones flying in all directions. But the next instant, he pushed off the ground and sprang up, his golden aura swelling once more. Blood still smeared at the corner of his mouth, yet his smile grew wilder. With this paltry strength, you call yourself the Emperor of the Universe. Before the words faded, he blurred forward and lunged at Frieza again, fists and feet raining down like a violent storm. Frieza, however, remained rooted to the spot. With only a slight sidestep and a raised hand, he effortlessly received every blow. He even had the leisure to flick Vegeta's fist away, his tone dripping with mockery. "Vegeta, you wild monkey, you don't really think you're strong again, do you?" Seeing this, Sun Wukong no longer hesitated. Golden aura engulfed his body, as he turned into a beam of golden light, charged into the battlefield, and slammed a heavy punch into Frieza's back. Frieza had already sensed it. Seizing Sun Wukong by the wrist, he yanked him forward and drove his knee up with brutal force. Sun Wukong grunted in pain, the blow to his chest nearly stealing his breath. His body reeled backward and plummeted to the ground, as if struck by a sledgehammer. With a deafening crash, the earth caved into a crater several meters wide, and he sank deep underground. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain in his chest made him freeze, and a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Frieza slowly withdrew his knee, and looked down at Sun Wukong in the pit, his voice full of mockery. "So the legendary Super Saiyan is no more than this." At this sight, Vegeta's eyes turned blood red. Golden aura churned violently around him, and even his hair quivered from the raging energy. He cast aside all technique and formed, charging at Frieza like a madman. Both fists gathered every ounce of his strength as he smashed them toward Frieza's head. Frieza raised an eyebrow, slightly sidestepped the frenzied strike, and grabbed Vegeta's arm. With a sudden violent wrench, he sent Vegeta spinning away like a top. Vegeta crashed into a nearby rock wall, shattering it on impact and half burying himself in the rubble. But Vegeta, as if unable to feel pain, burst out of the rubble. His golden aura burned even more ferociously than before. "Frieza, I'll tear you apart." He lunged forward again, but Frieza raised a hand and blasted an energy sphere into his shoulder. The force sent Vegeta staggering backward, and a bloody hole burst open on his shoulder, blood gushing out. Sun Wukong and Vegeta clutched their wounds, gasping for breath as they barely rose into the air. Both of their golden auras had dimmed considerably. Clearly they had exhausted nearly all their strength. Jiang Xiaofei, watching from the side, saw it clearly. For one thing, a natural gap in battle power existed between the two sides. For another, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had just become Super Saiyans, and had not fully mastered that power, unable to bring out even 100 of their true strength. He no longer hesitated. Reaching into his pocket, he took out 2 senzu beans, and tossed them over, saying in a deep voice, "Catch." Sun Wukong and Vegeta instinctively caught them, and without thinking stuffed them into their mouths. The senzu beans were chewed only a few times before a warm current surged through their bodies. Their wounds healed at a visible speed, and their depleted ki returned like a rising tide, swelling until it was even more vigorous than at their peak. Frieza watched them revive in the blink of an eye. A slight frown creased his brow, and doubt and wariness flickered in his eyes. "What did you just eat?" he asked coldly. "To think it could heal your wounds in an instant." Vegeta wiped the still damp blood from the corner of his mouth, his arrogant smile returning. Are you even worthy of knowing? Once I've beaten you to the ground, maybe I'll be generous enough to let you see for yourself. As he spoke, his golden aura surged once more condensed and refined than before. Having just suffered a crushing defeat, he had faintly touched the threshold of mastering the Super Saiyan's power. Sun Wukong slowly clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. The impatience in his golden eyes faded into steadiness. Vegeta, don't rush ahead on this time. Let's fight together. Vegeta was reluctant, but he knew well that fighting alone was no match for Frieza. He gave a cold snort which served as his consent. They closed in on Frieza from left and right in a pincer formation. Their golden auras interwove unexpectedly, giving off a pressure that could compete with Frieza's. Seeing this, the mockery on Frieza's face vanished, replaced by solemnity. He raised his hand, gathering purple energy, while the gems on his four horns gleamed eerily. Even if you recovered, so what? Today you will still die here. Before the words faded, the purple energy in Frieza's palm suddenly exploded, turning into a beam several meters thick that swept towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The destructive aura made the surrounding air feel frozen solid, and the ground was plowed into deep gullies by the shockwave. Scatter. Sun Wukong gave the low order, instantly flashing backward, as he gathered a blue energy sphere in his hand and blasted it at the side of the beam. Vegeta reacted as well, channeling all his ki into his hands, and unleashing a powerful energy wave that slammed hard into the edge of the beam. The two forces struck the energy beam simultaneously. With a thunderous boom, the beam was forcibly diverted. It grazed past their clothes and blasted into a distant mountain range. The entire peak was reduced to powder in an instant, and smoke and dust filled half the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong flashed around behind Frieza, and gathering all his strength unleashed a Kamehameha. A thick blue wave screamed through the air, and slammed into Frieza's back. At the instant, he turned, Frieza neither dodged nor avoided. He endured the Kamehameha, moving through the blue light like a fish through water. The dark purple barrier around him rippled in layers, deflecting most of the energy. The next moment, he broke through the beam's restraint and appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Dense purple energy coalesced in his right hand as he smashed it viciously at Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong's pupils shrank. He raised his arm in a hasty block. A dull bang rang out, and a piercing bone-deep pain shot through his arm. The impact sent him stumbling backward, his golden aura flickering unsteadily. Frieza pressed his advantage, without mercy, his body following Sun Wukong like a shadow. His left leg swept out, landing a heavy kick to Sun Wukong's side. Sun Wukong let out a muffled grunt and flew backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing into a huge boulder that instantly shattered. Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes flew wide. His golden aura swelled to its limit, and he gathered a golden energy sphere far larger than before in both hands. Frieza. Try this one. Flash cannon. He hurled the sphere forward, the energy wave carrying the aura of devastation, as it shot straight at Frieza's back. Frieza seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He sidestepped the energy wave, and in the same motion backhanded an energy sphere at Vegeta. Vegeta was already prepared. He flashed aside to dodge, but the moment he landed, Frieza was above him, driving both feet savagely down onto his shoulders. With a sharp crack, the bones in Vegeta's shoulder snapped, and blood soaked his clothes in an instant. The blow sent him crashing from the air to the ground, dropping to one knee, as his golden aura dimmed abruptly. Frieza looked down at him, his voice dripping with cruelty. Prince of the Saiyans. You're nothing but an ant for me to trample underfoot. With that, Frieza reached out, grabbed Vegeta by the hair, and smashed his fist violently into Vegeta's back, tearing an anguished howl from Vegeta's throat. Before this, the Z fighters had all been lamenting that they wished their own power could be a little stronger. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaofei spoke up. I may not be much, but I do know a method to fully unlock one's potential. Krillin was dumbfounded, and explained, Xiaofei, you know so many techniques. Before his voice faded, Jiang Xiaofei swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Because the others could not sense his ki, and could only see the change in his appearance, They marveled one after another. This look is way too cool. Tian Xinhan couldn't help asking, what is this? Jiang Xiaofei replied, this is Super Saiyan 4. The group looked into the distance at Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan Vegeta, who were being suppressed by Frieza. Then they looked back at Jiang Xiaofei, too stunned to speak. They could not begin to imagine just how powerful he was at that moment. Relying on his overwhelming power, Jiang Xiaofei did not need to spend as much time as the Elder Kai had. He quickly unleashed everyone's potential to the fullest, the equivalent of the Mystic Gohan state. It was based on their own latent potential, and would develop further as that potential rose. What was more, these warriors were already the most gifted people on Earth, and they had consumed mid-tier talent potions and cultivated divine techniques. In the end, each received a stunning amplification. Krillin gained a 200-fold boost, Gohan a 1000-fold boost, Piccolo a 210-fold boost, Tien Shinhan a 200-fold boost, Master Roshi a 190-fold boost, Kaiatsu a 150-fold boost, and Yamcha a 170-fold boost. Krillin's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he declared in a low voice, I'm going to take revenge on Frieza. Tien, I need your cooperation. When the time comes, use your most powerful solar flare on Frieza. Sensing his determination, Tien answered decisively, all right. Jiang Xiaofei reverted to his normal state. From afar, he saw how battered Goku and Vegeta were, so he tossed them senzu beans, but the battle still showed no signs of improving. Frieza grabbed Vegeta by the hair and slammed heavy punches into his back one after another until Vegeta was forced out of his Super Saiyan form and back to his base state. Jiang Xiaofei flashed forward in an instant and rescued Vegeta from Frieza's grasp. Frieza stood frozen, staring at his empty hand in confusion. Then he looked at the distant group and bellowed in disbelief, how did you do that? At that moment Goku had also retreated to everyone's side and said gravely, Frieza is too strong. Jiang Xiaofei handed Goku and Vegeta one senzu bean each. Watching Jiang Xiaofei so extravagantly waste senzu beans, Gohan was utterly stunned, looking as if he had never seen the world. If Jiang Xiaofei knew what he was thinking, he would definitely have teased him. Your father Goku and Uncle Yajirobe wasted so many senzu beans in their younger days that they had to count them by the jar. Compared to them, this is nothing. Just then Tien Shinhan and Krillin charged out first. After activating their mystic states, Tien's battle power reached 500 million, while Krillin stood at 380 million. Frieza sneered at the sight. Two pieces of trash dare to charge at me. You're courting death. Tien Shinhan stopped more than 10 meters away from Frieza. The key of his 500 million battle power abruptly contracted, converging into a dazzling white light, and his roar shook the battlefield. Tenfold solar flare. The harsh light exploded in an instant, like a noonday sun bursting apart. The entire surface of the desolate planet was thrown into blinding white. Frieza instinctively shut his eyes and turned his head aside. His pupils constricted violently from the intense light, leaving only a white glare before his eyes, and his senses went blank for a short moment. Now, Krillin seized that razor-thin opening, and the key of his 380 million battle power erupted outward. He squeezed his eyes shut and locked onto Frieza purely through his sense of ki. Raising his right hand, he formed a condensed razor-thin golden destructo disc in an instant. He fired 3 in succession, each shrieking as it tore through the air straight at the target. The destructo discs reached their ultimate speed. Frieza's vision was blocked by the solar flare, and his senses had been thoroughly scrambled by the blinding light. The 3 golden blades were like a grim reaper's scythes. As they neared Frieza, they became 9, cutting through his body without obstruction, and striking 9 vital areas in succession. Both arms, both legs, waist and abdomen, neck and chest. Skreek, skreek, 9 harsh ripping sounds exploded in a row. Before Frieza could even scream, purple blood spurted out like a fountain, and stained a great stretch of rubble crimson. His energy faded at terrifying speed, and he murmured, how is this possible? Vegeta was about to step forward and deliver the finishing blow, but Jiang Xiaofei struck first with an energy wave. Boom! There was no earth-shattering thunder, yet the energy wave carried devastating force. It swallowed Frieza's body in an instant, turning even the bloodstains and gravel beneath him to ash that scattered and vanished into the air. At the same time, a crisp notification sounded in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Ding. System coins increased by 24 billion. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. When he withdrew his hand, his ki had already returned to calm, as if it had been nothing more than a casual strike. Vegeta stared at the empty ground, frowned, and said discontentedly, "Hey, I wanted to finish him off myself." Jiang Xiaofei turned to him, and said indifferently, "There's no need to waste time. He no longer had any strength to fight. Ending it sooner lets everyone rest easy." Goku stepped forward and patted Vegeta's shoulder to smooth things over. "Come on, Vegeta. Since Frieza is already finished, we'll never be haunted by him again. That's enough." Krillin and Tien Shinhan let out sighs of relief and exchanged a glance, seeing the same release in each other's eyes. The heavy stone pressing on their hearts had finally fallen to the ground. Just then Nappa and Raditz came running over with ingratiating smiles, shouting, "Everyone, is everything settled?" Everyone fell silent at the sight. Vegeta looked at the two and felt nothing but embarrassment. If there weren't so few Saiyans left, he would have killed them on the spot. Jiang Xiaofei sensed the Grand Elder's ki and said to the group, "I can feel the Grand Elder's energy. I'll take everyone back to Namek first. You all go to the Grand Elder first. I'll clean up Frieza's remaining men and be back soon." After leaving those words, his figure vanished on the spot. In less than half an instant's time, Jiang Xiaofei returned, and a prompt echoed in his mind at the same moment. Ding. System coins increased by 10 million. By then everyone had gathered around the Grand Elder, with Din standing nervously beside him. When they saw Jiang Xiaofei return, they all greeted him. The Grand Elder reached out and gently patted Krillin's head. In a moment, he learned everything about how Frieza had been defeated and all that had happened on Earth. Then he looked at Piccolo and revealed his origins. The father of the original Piccolo before the split into Kami and Piccolo had placed the young child in a spaceship and sent him to Earth when Namek suffered its calamity. The Grand Elder sighed. What a pity for this Dragon Clan prodigy. If he had not split apart back then, his power would have been comparable to a Super Saiyan. Everyone was astounded. Comparable to a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, however, snorted coldly and thought disdainfully to himself, Namekians are always bragging. They're just an alien race. How could they ever compare to a Saiyan? The Grand Elder bowed slightly to everyone and said sincerely, "Thank you all for eliminating the Scourge Frieza from Namek. The Namekians will never forget this kindness." On hearing this, Piccolo looked at the Grand Elder, then thought of the Namekian brethren who had died at Frieza's hands. His brow furrowed as he said in a low voice, "Grand Elder, there is no need for such courtesy. But many of our people have suffered great misfortune. After we return to Earth, we will use the Dragon Balls to revive them all." Gratitude shone in the Grand Elder's eyes as he nodded slowly. "With your words I can rest at ease." Jiang Xiaofei watched the scene and smiled faintly. "Since everything is settled, let's make preparations and return to Earth as soon as possible." Everyone agreed. A crisis that had swept over Namek finally ended amid unity and courage, and a new journey for the Z fighters was only just beginning. Meanwhile, Frieza's soul was suspended in hell. Although his power could not increase without a physical body, his boundless rage made his realm advance at a terrifying pace. In the divine-grade spaceship, Jiang Xiaofei heard Ling Ya's voice, as gentle and sweet as a clear spring flowing over jade, say, "Xiaofei, the main quest has begun. Proceed at once to the demonized Dragon Ball world and assist in slaying Frieza. Should the mission fail, the system will forcibly unbind from you." 1098. Jiang Xiaofei grumbled inwardly. Only you could say something so terrifying in such a beautiful voice. No sooner had he arrived at planet Namek in the demonized Dragon Ball world than he saw the Dragon Ball warriors locked in fierce combat with Frieza. However, the Jinyu force, which should have been wiped out, Jinyu Goldo Jis Rikum and the others, were hovering on a cliff not far away watching the battle like spectators at a farce, and even murmured, "Lord Frieza is taking his time this time. That Saiyan monkey is about to give out. A bunch of insignificant spectators. I'll clear them out first." Jiang Xiaofei raised his palm, a blue ki blast silently gathering in the center of his hand, and then fired 5 beams in rapid succession. The ki blasts cut through the air, leaving behind only 5 faint streaks of flowing light, their speed having surpassed the limit of what the naked eye could capture. The Jinyu Force members were still cheerfully evaluating the battle, unaware even of the wind pressure of the approaching ki blasts. In a flash their bodies were struck and turned into wisps of black smoke, and even the cliff beneath their feet was shattered to powder by the residual force. Ding! System coins increased by 130 million. Jiang Xiaofei turned to look at the Z fighters, and saw them all collapsed on the ground. Goku and the others saw Jiang Xiaofei approaching as if clutching at their last hope. Vegeta lay on the ground and asked weakly,
"Who is he? Facing such a terrifying Frieza, how can you still hold out hope?"
Goku gasped in response.
"His name is Jiang Xiaofei. He's our comrade, and his strength is far beyond anything we could have imagined."
A spark of hope reignited in Vegeta's eyes. His gaze fell on Jiang Xiaofei's tail, and he murmured to himself,
"So powerful! Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan?"
Still lying on the ground, he believed Jiang Xiaofei was a Saiyan from planet Vegeta, and taunted Frieza.
"This is the Super Saiyan you fear most."
Frieza's pupils contracted sharply. A blaze of provoked fury flickered through his scarlet eyes. He did not even spare Vegeta a glance. A purple streak of light suddenly flared at his fingertip. With a sharp hiss, a death beam shot out like lightning and pierced through Vegeta's chest in an instant. The bursting blood splashed across the red sandy ground, blooming into a dazzling stain of crimson.
"A noisy insect."
Frieza slowly withdrew his finger, his tone full of icy mockery.
"I despise lies. Super Saiyan. It is nothing but a hollow myth you Saiyans use to deceive yourselves. Yet you insisted on clinging to your delusion and seeking death."
Vegeta's life was draining away with terrifying speed. Gazing at Jiang Xiaofei, he spoke of the past in fragments.
"Actually, planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteor impact back then. It was Frieza. We Saiyans had always been under his command, slaving away for him, but apart from the few of us, he killed all the rest of our people."
As he spoke, tears of humiliation fell from the corners of his eyes. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head sheepishly and said,
"I'm not a Saiyan from planet Vegeta."
Vegeta's eyes flew open in disbelief.
"What?"
His mouth fell open, and he nearly breathed his last. Jiang Xiaofei immediately took out a senzu bean from his pocket, tossed it into Vegeta's mouth, then fed one to each of the other Z fighters. He said in a low voice,
"You all go find a place to hide first. Be careful."
Goku and the others hurriedly said. They then retreated to the rear to observe. Vegeta's injuries recovered at a visible pace, and he slowly backed away with mixed emotions.
Amazing.
Hidden behind the hillside, Goku clenched his fists in excitement, his ki unconsciously overflowing from his body, his eyes blazing with fervor.
Is this Xiaofei's true power? Incredible.
Krillin's eyes bulged and his mouth was so wide open it could fit a fist.
Is this really the Frieza we couldn't defeat no matter how hard we fought? And he was sent flying with just one finger.
Yamcha swallowed hard and subconsciously touched his chest. The spot where Frieza had wounded him last time still ached faintly. Watching Jiang Xiaofei easily crush Frieza now, he felt as if his entire worldview had been rewritten. Vegeta clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. His face was full of unwillingness and envy, but he couldn't help muttering,
"Damn it! We're both beings with tails, so why is his power on this level? This isn't a battle on the same level at all."
From within the dust, Frieza slowly emerged, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the flick just now had left him slightly injured. Yet his gaze grew even more insane. The aura around him surged again, several times stronger than before, and spiderweb-like cracks split open across the sandy ground from the sheer pressure.
"I only used less than 5 of my power just now. That was just a warm-up."
Frieza licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone brimming with arrogance.
"Now I'll let you witness the true might of the Emperor of the Universe. With just 50 of my power, I'll turn you into cosmic dust."
Jiang Xiaofei opened the system panel and glanced at Frieza's battle power data.
Frieza battle power 3 billion, demonized 50.
As for his own base battle power, it had long been stabilized at 108 billion. The gap between them was like an impassable chasm. Sensing Frieza's erupting aura, the Z-fighters hiding in the distance changed their expressions once again. Master Roshi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and waved his hands repeatedly.
No, these old bones can't withstand a battle of this level. I'd better head back to Earth and retire.
Kaiotsu hid behind Tien Shinhan, his voice trembling.
Planet Namek is too terrifying, 10,000 times scarier than the Crane Hermit's hellish training ground.
Gohan's legs trembled with fear, and he pressed his palms together.
I want to go back to school. I never want to come somewhere like this again.
Frieza stopped wasting words. His body turned into a bolt of purple lightning and shot toward Jiang Xiaofei. He clenched his right fist, gathering 50 of his power, and slammed it at Jiang Xiaofei's cheek with world-destroying might. This punch was several times faster than before. The ki around his fist even formed a visible shockwave, and the ground was compressed downward several meters by that force. Jiang Xiaofei stood right where he was, not even lifting an eyelid. In his eyes, Frieza's movements were so slow they might as well have been a slow-motion replay. There was simply no need to dodge.
Boom!
Frieza's fist struck Jiang Xiaofei's cheek squarely, but the anticipated cracking of bones, and the sight of him being sent flying did not happen. Jiang Xiaofei even tilted his head slightly, as if savoring the feeling, then raised an eyebrow, and said nonchalantly,
"Hey, did you skip a meal? This punch feels like a tickle. I can't feel a thing. This punch on my face was like being tickled. I didn't feel a single thing."
Frieza's pupils violently contracted, the arrogance on his face instantly freezing, replaced by extreme shock and utter disbelief. He abruptly leaped backward, putting dozens of meters between them, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xiaofei's face, as he muttered repeatedly,
"Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. With 50 of my power, how could I not even leave a scratch on your face? What kind of monster are you?"
Before his voice faded, Frieza abruptly raised both hands, and dozens of purple death beams shot out from his fingertips at the same time. These beams were thinner and faster than before, densely engulfing Jiang Xiaofei's figure in an instant. All the beams detonated on his body. A deafening explosion erupted, a massive mushroom cloud shot into the sky, and scorching airwaves spread outward, making even the distant mountain peaks tremble.
Ha ha ha. Now you should know how formidable I am, right?
Frieza panted heavily, staring at the smoke in the center of the explosion, and finally a smug smile spread across his face.
"No matter what kind of monster you are, against 50 of my power you'll be blown to pieces. Idiot!"
Vegeta, hiding behind the slope, sneered with undisguised contempt in his tone.
"He didn't even dodge just now. Your attacks can't even break through his defense."
As the smoke dispersed, Jiang Xiaofei was indeed unharmed. A cold sweat slid down Frieza's temple. He sneered and said,
"It seems you're worthy of my full-strength blow."
As soon as he finished speaking, his veins bulged all over his body, and his combat power skyrocketed to 6 billion 50-fold demonization. An even more terrifying aura exploded outward.
"Just a little bit stronger than before,"
Jiang Xiaofei said indifferently. These words completely ignited Frieza's fury. He, the Emperor of the Universe, had never been subjected to such contempt. He abruptly clenched his right fist and attacked Jiang Xiaofei with world-destroying momentum. Jiang Xiaofei likewise raised his fist and smashed it forward with tremendous force. As the two fists collided, Frieza's entire arm shattered in an instant. He stumbled backward in pain, letting out a miserable shriek, while deep despair churned in his eyes. The disparity in their power was simply too great.
"To show my respect for a strong one, I'll use this technique to send you off. Kamehameha!"
As Jiang Xiaofei's voice fell, a massive blue energy wave surged fiercely toward Frieza.
"No!"
Frieza let out a desperate roar, gathering energy, with his only remaining hand to resist with all his might. But the gap in power was far too great. His energy wave offered almost no resistance, and was instantly forced back. The next second, Frieza was completely consumed by the blue energy wave, leaving not even a trace behind.
Ding! System coins increased by 60 billion.
With the crisis resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Vegeta stepped forward, saying that after being injured earlier, he had eaten a senzu bean, and his combat power had greatly increased. He also asked Jiang Xiaofei to spar with him a few more times. In this way, Jiang Xiaofei boosted Vegeta's and Sun Wukong's combat power to 3 million. He also performed potential activation on the others. Except for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, everyone else's potential was unlocked.
Why didn't you unlock my potential?
Vegeta asked in confusion. Jiang Xiaofei looked at him, and Sun Wukong then said slowly,
You two have a different path to walk.
As he spoke, he transformed into a Super Saiyan in front of everyone. Although they couldn't sense his energy, they all vaguely felt that this form had made him more powerful by more than a tiny margin.
As soon as you transform, a Super Saiyan can amplify your power by 50 times, and it can get even stronger later. However, you need sufficient S cells combined with extreme rage to complete the transformation.
Jiang Xiaofei explained to the two. Sun Wukong scratched his head, racking his brains, but failing to think of anything that could make him
extremely enraged.
Vegeta, however, instantly recalled the blood feud of the Saiyan race, how they had served Frieza faithfully yet were ultimately exterminated. The extreme rage enabled him to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Vegeta's base combat power had been raised to 30 million through potential activation. Stacked with the Super Saiyan 50-fold multiplier, and further empowered by this world's evil energy, his total combat power reached 75 billion. The immense power instantly inflated his ego, making him feel that the Frieza from earlier was utterly insignificant before him.
Jiang Xiaofei, I thank you for the power you've given me, so I won't kill you, only defeat you. And you Kakarot, the humiliation you dealt me on Blue Star back then, I'll settle that score too.
Vegeta stared at the two, his tone full of arrogance.
Let's fight.
At that moment, he felt like the strongest being on Earth. Was this the power of a Super Saiyan? So powerful. With the added support of dark energy, he felt an unending surge of power welling up inside him. Jiang Xiaofei watched the egotistical Super Saiyan Vegeta, and thinking about the system coins he could still earn, agreed. The two moved to an empty area nearby, and Vegeta immediately charged forward, his body enveloped in golden aura. His left arm swung back to gather force, then blasted toward Jiang Xiaofei's face with a sharp tear of the air. But before the fist even reached its target, Jiang Xiaofei's knee slammed hard into his abdomen. Vegeta cried out in pain, and before he could even be sent flying back, Jiang Xiaofei grabbed a handful of his hair. Jiang Xiaofei's right hand bulged with veins. He spun Vegeta around twice, like a hula hoop, shouted, "Go!" and flung him away. Vegeta smashed through one mountain peak after another. Jiang Xiaofei quickly caught up, and delivered a flying kick that struck him fiercely. Vegeta's mouth flew open, spittle sprang out, and he instantly reverted to his base form, unconscious.
Ding! System coins increased by 7.5 billion.
The nearby Z fighters once again gained a deeper awareness of your power. Mission complete. Jiang Xiaofei stepped back into the real world, and time remained exactly at the point of his departure. Earlier aboard the Shenzhou spacecraft, thanks to faster-than-light travel, they had reached Blue Star in just one day. By the time he got home, it was already late at night. Jiang Xiaofei pushed open the door, and the soft light from the entryway spilled gently into the living room. Bulma was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. She was wrapped in a white bath towel, revealing her smooth shoulders and slender calves, her damp blue hair draped over her shoulders still clinging to water droplets. Seeing Jiang Xiaofei return, she stood up, a hint of shyness coloring her delicate features. She walked up to him, and her voice carrying a deliberate seduction softly asked,
"Honey, you're back. Guess what I'm wearing underneath?"
Jiang Xiaofei's heart stirred, and his gaze unconsciously traced the curves beneath her towel. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that sexy lingerie he had mentioned last time? He instinctively swallowed, his eyes turning expectant, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth.
"I guess something special."
Bulma caught the anticipation in his eyes, secretly curved a mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth, deliberately drew out her tone, and announced loudly,
"Tada! The answer is revealed."
As she spoke, she abruptly flung open the towel. What lay beneath was no special outfit at all, but a plain white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans, clean and refreshing, utterly different from what Jiang Xiaofei had pictured.
Fine, fine. So that's how you're playing it, huh?
Jiang Xiaofei froze for a moment, then realized he had been pranked. His voice carried a hint of exasperation, yet a barely noticeable flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes.
Since you dared to toy with me like this, then don't blame me for being rude.
Before he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaofei rapidly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Bulma's eyes sparkled, her hands cupping her cheeks, her face full of infatuation.
Wow! The Super Saiyan 4 form is just too handsome. Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, reached out to pinch her cheek, and said with a hint of threat,
"Handsome, huh? Then do you want to experience what it's like when Super Saiyan 4 is combined with 100-fold sensory enhancement? I guarantee you'll remember it deeply."
Ah!
Bulma snapped back to her senses, the infatuation on her face disappearing, completely replaced by panic and alarm. Her legs instantly went weak, and she instinctively retreated a step, her voice trembling as she begged for mercy.
"Honey, I was wrong. I won't dare to tease you anymore. 100-fold sensory enhancement. You'll really be the death of me. I'll never dare again next time."
Seeing her panicked appearance, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh. He had only meant to scare her. How could he actually bully her? He stepped forward, scooped Bulma up in a princess carry, and ignoring her startled exclamation, walked toward the bedroom.
"All right, no more teasing. I'll take you to rest."
At this moment, Qin Yao, standing behind Jiang Xiaofei, had heard every word and sound clearly. She covered her mouth, suppressing a laugh, and muttered inwardly, "Master and Bulma really do know how to have a wild time." At noon on the second day, Jiang Xiaofei was about to step out when he heard the doorbell. Opening the door, he found GT Son Goku and GT Vegeta clad in the uniforms of Time Patrol officers. GT Son Goku said, "Yo, long time no see, Jiang Xiaofei." Jiang Xiaofei asked, "What brings you here?" GT Son Goku replied, "The Time Patrol is in crisis, and we need your help. Would you be willing?" Jiang Xiaofei was also curious about the work of the Time Patrol, and helping them vanquish evil would earn him system coins, so he agreed to their request. After briefing his wives inside the house, he left with GT Son Goku and GT Vegeta. As GT Son Goku and GT Vegeta brought Jiang Xiaofei to the time nest, a beautiful voice resounded in his mind. "Ling Ya's, I remember now. My mission? Who I am." Jiang Xiaofei explained in surprise, "You remember?" Ling Ya said, "Yes. I'll tell you later when we find a quiet place. I need to sort out my thoughts first." And so GT Son Goku and GT Vegeta led Jiang Xiaofei to the time nest, a dwelling that also served as the office of the Supreme Kai of Time. Outside, a Toki bird was soaring. Stepping inside, they met Kranoa, the Supreme Kai of Time, who appeared as a mere little girl. GT Son Goku said, "Lady Supreme Kai, we have brought the Jiang Xiaofei we recommended." Kranoa turned her gaze to Jiang Xiaofei and said, "I know who you are, a time traveler." Jiang Xiaofei's heart tightened. Though he had anticipated being discovered, the moment still brought a hint of nervousness. Seeing the slight tension on his handsome face, Kranoa said, "No need to be nervous. I mean you no harm, on the contrary, I have a request. Let me explain the composition of this world. The realms are divided into the divine, demon realm, the dragon god realm, and the time realm, each independent, and there are countless parallel universes. Originally, there were only a few main space-time universes. But as more and more time travelers altered history, parallel universes multiplied. Hence, time travel is considered a grave crime. Our main enemies include former Supreme Kai of Time Io's great demon lords from various parallel universes, the demon god Demigra from parallel worlds, and certain time travelers from parallel universes. This time we seek your help primarily regarding these time travelers. A parallel universe can only have one time traveler. Unless that traveler dies, no new time traveler will appear in that world. Time travelers can be good or evil. Those who do not seek to destroy worlds, or who take it upon themselves to protect them, we leave alone. But evil time travelers, who destroy worlds, after annihilation they gain the world's primal energy to empower themselves, then move on to the next world to continue their destruction. This greatly disrupts the balance of parallel universes, and they are the ones we hunt. For some unknown reason, the number of time travelers crossing parallel universes is increasing, and their strength is growing. Among the team originally handling this sector, 2 members, Gogeta and Vegeto, fell in battle. The remaining members are under immense pressure. If this continues, the situation may spiral out of control. You have earned the recognition of GT Son Goku and GT Vegeta. I have also observed your life in the parallel universe. You have always made it your mission to eradicate evil, and have never committed any wicked deeds. Therefore I seek your help in managing this sector. Jiang Xiaofei said, So you mean they might come to destroy my parallel world in the future? Cronoa replied, Yes. Jiang Xiaofei said, Then I have no reason to refuse. Cronoa said, The enemies in this sector are formidable. To avoid unnecessary casualties, it is necessary to test your strength. Let GT Son Goku and GT Vegeta evaluate you. With that, they moved to an open area outside. After 6 years, GT Son Goku's base combat power had reached 500 billion, and GT Vegeta's 450 billion. The two stood opposite Jiang Xiaofei. GT Son Goku said, For this test we will fuse. You better be careful. With that, they transformed into Super Saiyan 4 full power, and performed the fusion dance, becoming GT Gogeta. At that moment, GT Gogeta's combat power was 9 divine power. GT Gogeta said excitedly, Come on, show me all you got. Jiang Xiaofei's base combat power was 109 billion. He also began to transform into legendary Super Saiyan 4 full power, a surge of immense energy radiating outward. His combat power now reached 18 divine power, still inferior to GT Gogeta's. Because the skill No Damage Kaioken was too overpowered, Jiang Xiaofei did not wish to reveal it prematurely unless he had to eliminate an enemy. He therefore employed the 4x Kaioken, boosting his combat power to 72 divine power. GT Gogeta explained in astonishment, You can transform into Super Saiyan 4 and simultaneously use the 4x Kaioken under such strain. Without another word, he charged forward rapidly. The two clashed in a fierce exchange, blows landing and parrying with equal intensity. The impact of their fists spawned powerful shockwaves that spread across the sky. Dozens of rounds passed in an instant, and Jiang Xiaofei thought to himself that GT Gogeta's combat experience was formidable. If this continued, it might never end. At that moment, both punched each other in the chest. Using the force, they quickly retreated. Jiang Xiaofei initiated a Kamehameha, powerful green energy gathering in his hands. GT Gogeta began a Big Bang Kamehameha, a mighty blue energy coalescing in his palms. Just as they were about to release, GT Gogeta did not expect Jiang Xiaofei to teleport. Instant transmission, right behind him at the last moment. GT Gogeta's Big Bang Kamehameha had already launched forward. Seeing Jiang Xiaofei vanish in an instant, a thought flashed through his mind, Oh no! Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a maximum power Kamehameha, slamming into GT Gogeta's back. With a cry of pain, GT Gogeta took severe damage. After the massive explosion, an injured GT Gogeta, panting heavily, said to Jiang Xiaofei, Let's settle this with one final move, Dragon Fist. His entire form became like a golden dragon shrouded in light as he charged. Jiang Xiaofei thought, Hey, this could kill me. Ling Yaya quickly exchanged the Dragon Fist skill for me. Jiang Xiaofei shouted urgently in his mind. In his vision, GT Gogeta had transformed into a colossal dragon wreathed in golden flames. Its scales shimmered blindingly under the sunlight, and its claws left tiny spacetime cracks as they tore through the air, carrying the terrifying pressure of 9 divine power as it hurtled toward him. Skill exchange successful. Dragon Fist costing 1 billion system coins. As Ling Yaya's voice faded, a searing energy surged from Jiang Xiaofei's dantian and coursed through his limbs. His right arm was instantly enveloped in a crimson-green aura, and the power gathering in his fist seemed capable of shattering stars. Well struck. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei stamped his right foot, shattering the cloud stone beneath him. He charged straight at the golden dragon, his right arm raised high. The green dragon fist collided with the golden dragon incarnated by GT Gogeta. Boom! The moment the two Dragon Fist forces clashed, it was as if heaven and earth had been muted. Then came a world-shattering explosion. Green and pure gold intertwined into a colossal cocoon of light. The energy shockwave expanded in a ring from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. The sea of clouds outside the time nest evaporated instantly, revealing the deep bottomless spacetime rift below. Even the Toki-Toki bird circling in the distance was flung away by the blast. Watching from the sidelines, Cronoa used her temporal power to neutralize the shockwave's impact. After the exchange, both combatants were sent flying by the immense energy. GT Gogeta, having expended colossal power, quickly separated into GT Son Goku and GT Vegeta, reverting to their base forms. Jiang Xiaofei felt his right hand go numb, but his powerful regenerative ability soon alleviated the discomfort. He also cancelled his transformation. Cronoa said the test is passed. As it was getting late, Jiang Xiaofei stayed at the accommodation they arranged for him. In the dormitory room, a standard single room, Jiang Xiaofei sat on the bed and asked Ye, "Have you remembered something?" Ling Ye said in a rather serious tone, "I was forged from a thread of this world's origin combined with a thread of origin from each world across the myriad heavens. My purpose is to find a suitable transmigrator and destroy the Omni-King's resentment fusion." Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but quip, "What the hell is the Omni-King's resentment fusion?" Ling Ye continued, "It began because when those evil transmigrators destroy parallel worlds, they plunder the origin power of those worlds. As parallel worlds were gradually destroyed, the Omni-King's cosmic authority continuously diminished, and eventually the parallel worlds were utterly destroyed by the evil transmigrators. But the Omni-King's energy was too immense. Even if parallel worlds were destroyed, he would not die. As time passed, hundreds of millions of years, billions of years, endless loneliness and emptiness gradually corrupted him, turning him into resentment. He wanted to absorb the power of all worlds and recreate the parallel worlds that had been ruined by the evil transmigrators, but by then all living beings in the existing parallel worlds would be destroyed because of it. Moreover, as parallel worlds were destroyed one by one, the Omni-King's resentment corresponding to each world would slowly merge, growing ever stronger. Jiang Xiaofei asked, "Since you are the embodiment of the power of all worlds, why don't you directly destroy the Omni-King's resentment fusion?" Ling Ye answered, "First, my power is still insufficient. Second, all things have a thread of life, including the Omni-King's resentment fusion, so I cannot act directly." Jiang Xiaofei asked again, "Then why me?" Ling Ye said, "Since all things have a thread of life, choosing anyone is inherently random. Your transmigration was just an accident." Jiang Xiaofei's heart felt as if it had taken 10,000 critical hits. "I'm just an accidental product." But he quickly pulled himself together and asked, "Then what about the corrupted Dragon Ball world?" Ling Ye explained that was caused by a trace of dark energy leaking out when the Omni-King's resentment fusion hit in that world to absorb the energies of all worlds, but did not have time to fully absorb them. A chill ran down Jiang Xiaofei's spine. The Omni-King was already unfathomable, let alone the strength of the Omni-King's resentment fusion. Ling Ye said, "So you must work hard to become stronger." With complicated feelings, Jiang Xiaofei nodded to show he understood. Thinking of his wives still waiting for him, he felt no more confusion in his heart. "No matter how great the difficulty, I will protect everything. Ye, use system coins to exchange suitable skills for me." Ling Ye responded, "Okay, I have exchanged for you Super Saiyan God 2 Full Power, Super Saiyan Blue Deep Blue, Super Saiyan God 3 Full Power, and Super Saiyan 5 Full Power. In addition, there is the 1000x No Damage Kaioken. The system coins currently remaining are 1997 trillion. The system coins currently remaining are 1997 trillion. Jiang Xiaofei thought, "This is quite a boost." The next morning, Jiang Xiaofei found Cronoa. Cronoa took out the time scroll and said, "This is the time scroll. Every parallel universe has an independent time scroll of its own. We have detected an evil transmigrator in this spacetime, a Saiyan. Go and eliminate him." With that, Jiang Xiaofei took the time scroll, opened it, and began to travel. In this parallel universe, the transmigrator had become Raditz. Because in his original world, he had only watched Dragon Ball GT with Super Saiyan 4 as the highest form, He felt that by reaching Super Saiyan 4 at this point in time, he would already be invincible. The system in his mind told him that as long as he destroyed this parallel universe, he would obtain the origin power of that universe. So Raditz recruited forces across the universe, destroyed countless planets, and spent some time cultivating to full-power Super Saiyan 4. He believed Sun Wukong would definitely become an obstacle in his later stages, so he set off for Blue Star. At that time on Blue Star, Trunks, who had crossed over from a parallel world, had just killed Frieza and his father. He was preparing to spar with Wukong after the latter arrived, when he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful ki. The Z fighters nearby were all intimidated by this terrifying ki. Raditz arrived on Earth in an instant, looking at Trunks, Vegeta, and the others. At that moment Sun Wukong's figure gradually emerged. It turned out that Wukong, who had been on the spaceship, sensed this powerful ki, and feeling that something was wrong, teleported directly to Earth. Vegeta said in shock, Raditz? Inwardly he thought, how could Raditz be this strong? Raditz sneered, so it's trash, Vegeta. Seeing that his former underling actually dared to speak to him like this, Vegeta furiously threw a punch at him. But Raditz sneered, you're slower than a turtle. I can't even be bothered to fight back. As he spoke he lashed his tail. Vegeta was instantly set flying, smashed through several rocks, and collapsed to the ground, his life or death unknown. The Z fighters were all shocked by Raditz's power. Trunks quickly rushed over to check and found that his father in this space-time was barely breathing. He roared in fury, you beast. He quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan and attacked Raditz. Seeing this, Sun Wukong also transformed into a Super Saiyan on the spot and joined Trunks in battle against Raditz. The three exchanged brutal flesh-to-flesh blows for a long time. Suddenly Raditz leaped back and said coldly, I'm going to seriously destroy you now. After that he quickly transformed into full-power Super Saiyan 4, releasing a terrifying aura. Sun Wukong and Trunks were suppressed by this powerful aura, unable to move their bodies. Trunks murmured to himself, how can there be such a terrifying person in this world? If I die, what will happen to everyone in the future timeline? Despair surged in his heart. Just then Jiang Xiaofei arrived on the scene and quickly locked onto Raditz. After all, Raditz at this point in time should not exist, and his strength was abnormally formidable. Jiang Xiaofei scanned him with the system Raditz combat power 6 trillion. He immediately transformed into full-power Super Saiyan 2, his combat power skyrocketing to 16 trillion, with bolts of lightning weaving through the golden energy waves. Because Jiang Xiaofei had already reached the realm of gods, none of them could sense his ki at all. Seeing this, Raditz asked in confusion, I've never seen you. Are you a transmigrator too? And you only transformed into Super Saiyan 2, yet you think you can fight my Super Saiyan 4. With that he burst into laughter. Jiang Xiaofei said indifferently, Super Saiyan 2 is more than enough. Raditz retorted, didn't you watch Dragon Ball GT in your previous life? Don't you know how powerful Super Saiyan 4 is? Jiang Xiaofei replied, in the world of my previous life Dragon Ball had long since updated to Dragon Ball Super. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue are about the same in strength, and Super Saiyan Blue is even called 50-50. Perhaps you're the worst off among all transmigrators. Raditz was shocked. What? Jiang Xiaofei wasted no more words. He rushed forward swiftly and unleashed the Dragon Fist. His fist energy transformed into a golden dragon and smashed toward Raditz. Raditz hurriedly tried to block with his strongest ki blast, but it was useless. The dragon instantly pierced through his body. Before death, Raditz still couldn't believe that he had died just like that. After piercing through his body, Jiang Xiaofei felt that this was still not safe enough against a transmigrator, so he quickly grabbed Raditz's hair, tossed him into the air, and unleashed a continuous barrage of Kamehameha and the Prince's barrage. The Z fighters below were all astounded. There were actually two such powerful people in the world, and the other one didn't look like a bad person. He had even helped them. They just couldn't understand Jiang Xiaofei's current behavior. Was he desecrating a corpse? And so Jiang Xiaofei bombarded Raditz with the Prince's barrage for half an hour before gradually stopping. He glanced at the system. Half an hour ago, the system had already notified system coins increased by 60 trillion. He fell silent for a moment, then murmured better to be safe. After completing the mission, Jiang Xiaofei opened the time scroll and returned to his own spacetime. The Z fighters of this spacetime, however, stood there for a long time, their hearts full of doubt. Who exactly was this powerful, mysterious man? Jiang Xiaofei returned to the nest of time, looking at Kuranoya and saying, "My mission is complete." He handed the time scroll to her. Kuranoya remarked, "Quite fast, took only an hour." Jiang Xiaofei replied, "The enemies weren't strong." Then he asked with some surprise, "Is time flowing on both sides?" Kuranoya explained, "Time flows simultaneously across parallel universes. No matter which parallel world you visit one day, there equals one day in reality." She continued, "Since there's still time, I should let you know. This parallel universe has also detected a transmigrator, a Namekian." Jiang Xiaofei took the scroll, his brows furrowing as his fingertips barely touched the paper. "Isn't there more detailed information, such as abilities, purpose, or something?" "The time scroll can only capture a transmigrator's traces of existence. Specific details will have to be investigated by yourself." Kuranoya shrugged and added, "Didn't many planets get destroyed by transmigrators in the timeline you visited earlier? The support team has already taken the scroll to collect the Dragon Balls. Once gathered, those planets can be restored. Don't worry about it." Jiang Xiaofei nodded, his palms grasping both ends of the scroll as he gently unrolled it. Silver light patterns traced across the paper, quickly outlining the contours of Namek and Universe 7 along with a faint silhouette of a Namekian. He rolled up the scroll as a pale silver transmission mist enveloped his body. "I'll go take a look." The next moment, Jiang Xiaofei's figure appeared in the sky above Namek. Below him stretched rolling green hills, the air thick with the damp scent of vegetation, and distant lakes shimmered with a glassy luster. The entire planet exuded tranquility. Yet the moment Jiang Xiaofei released his energy to sense his surroundings, his brows knitted together. His energy spread like an intricate net, scanning across hills, lakes, and even underground caverns, yet he sensed no trace of anything unusual. Only the auras of roughly 100 Namekians were scattered across the planet, none particularly powerful, none evil. "Have I come to the wrong place?" Jiang Xiaofei hovered in midair, preparing to expand his sensing range, when a sudden rush of wind echoed from behind him. He turned to see a tall, slender Namekian with green skin hovering in the air, wariness etched into the markings on his forehead. It was Nail, one of Namek's guardians. "Who are you?" Nail's voice was cold, his gaze fixed on the tail dangling behind Jiang Xiaofei's waist. "Namek does not welcome silence. Leave immediately." "I mean no harm." Jiang Xiaofei retracted his outward energy, speaking as calmly as he could. "I sense an evil presence on this planet. I've come to eliminate it. It will destroy your homeland." "An evil presence?" Nail's brows drew tighter, arms crossing over his chest. "There has never been an evil person on this planet. Even if there were, I would handle it myself. I don't need outsiders interfering. Please leave at once or I won't hold back." Before Jiang Xiaofei could explain further, a piercing sound tore through the sky. Two spacecraft, with distinctly different designs, were breaking through Namek's atmosphere, their engines shaking the clouds themselves. One ship was entirely white and purple, its lines sharp as blades, a Frieza Force spacecraft. The other gleamed with pure white metallic luster, its hull etched with patterns resembling Namekian designs, emanating an eerie aura. "Such powerful energy!" Jiang Xiaofei's expression hardened, and he immediately dashed toward where the ships were landing. Seeing this, Nail didn't dare lag behind and followed closely. He could sense that the energy radiating from those two ships was far from friendly. Both spacecraft eventually touched down on an open plain no more than 100 meters apart. The Frieza Force flagships hatch opened first, and Frieza emerged slowly in his hover chair, clad in purple battle armor, his fingers idly tapping the armrest. Cyberman and Dodoria followed on either side, their eyes filled with arrogance. Frieza glanced at the all-white ship beside him, his tone laced with impatience. "Whose ship is that?" Cyberman leaned in to study the unfamiliar vessel, then shook his head. "My lord, I've never seen this model anywhere in the universe. It doesn't belong to any known faction. Whoever they are, they're just some fools seeking death." Dodoria immediately bristled, his fists cracking.
They dare land near Lord Frieza's ship. I'll tear them to pieces.
Before his words had even faded, Dodoria launched himself toward the white ship like a cannonball. As he flew, the ship's hatch slowly opened. A Namekian stepped out. He towered over ordinary Namekians with deep green skin, hands clasped behind his back. Though his energy seemed calm, it carried an unsettling pressure. That was the transmigrator Nebaru.
Just a low-class Namekian.
Dodoria's face twisted into a cruel grin as he saw him, his fist smashing down with a howl of wind.
Die!
Nebaru didn't even blink. He simply raised his right hand, gathering a white ki blast in his palm, and with a casual push it struck Dodoria's chest like lightning. With a dull thud, Dodoria's body disintegrated into ash without so much as a pause, leaving nothing behind. The plane fell silent in an instant. Cyberman's arrogant expression froze, his pupils contracting sharply. Moments ago, he'd thought Dodoria rash, but now, staring at the lingering white ki wave, cold sweat drenched his back, and his breathing grew erratic.
"S so strong."
Cyberman clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, only dread filling his mind. If he'd charged in like Dodoria, he'd be the one turned to ash. Frieza, seated in his hover chair, finally lost his careless demeanor and grew serious. He activated his scouter, and the screen flashed.
Over 50000
before cracking like a spiderweb. With a sharp report, it shattered completely, leaving only a smoking metal frame hanging from his eye socket.
Exceeding the scouter's limit.
Frieza's expression finally shifted. He leapt from his chair and surged forward between the two ships, tossing aside his damaged scouter. His energy exploded outward in a white aura as his bones cracked and his body transformed in moments into his final form. His deep crimson eyes gleamed with killing intent, his tail swaying slightly behind him.
"Just who are you?"
Frieza demanded coldly. Nebaru gazed at the transformed Frieza, and instead of fear, a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. In his past life, he'd been a devoted Dragon Ball fan, and Frieza, as an early major antagonist, had always seemed like the most promising villain to recruit. Having such a character under his command would bring him more satisfaction than winning any battle. More importantly, he'd also loved Whitebeard from One Piece, and the phrase,
"Become my son,"
was etched very DNA. So Nebaru stepped forward twice, looked directly at Frieza, and asked seriously,
"Do you want to be my son?"
Frieza. He froze, his crimson pupils wide with disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend what he'd just heard. After a few seconds, realization hit him, and rage exploded. His tail lashed the ground, carving a deep gorge across the plain.
"How dare a mere Namekian speak to me, Frieza, such words? You seek death."
Nebaru had no patience for further words. His figure vanished and reappeared behind Frieza in an instant, one hand pressing down on Frieza's head, the other foot slamming onto his crown, driving his face into the dirt.
"My battle power is 12 billion,
Nebaru stated with undeniable authority.
"Last chance, become my son or die."
Sabo stood nearby, trembling all over his legs, quaking uncontrollably. Frieza, the tyrant, who had conquered the universe, was being trampled beneath the feet of a Namekian. He wanted to flee but dared not move, able only to watch in stunned silence. Frieza was pinned to the ground, his deep crimson pupils filled with humiliation. Yet he understood clearly. He stood no chance against the person before him. His mind raced, pretend to yield for now, and when the opportunity arises, tear this man to pieces.
I agree.
Frieza gritted his teeth, the words forcing their way through his clenched jaws.
"Father!"
A satisfied smile spread across Inui-Bei's face. He loosened his pressure and bent down, extending a hand to help Frieza up, brushing off the dust from his clothing.
"Good son, from now on call me boss. Understood?" "Yes, boss."
Frieza kept his head bowed, a flash of viciousness lingering in his eyes, while his hands obediently hung at his sides. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. Jiang Xiaofei had finally arrived. As he rounded a distant ridge, he saw Inui-Bei affectionately patting Frieza's shoulders, while the once arrogant ruler of the universe bowed his head, calling him boss. Jiang Xiaofei froze mid-step, his lip twitching as his mind raced with disbelief. What kind of twisted mind does this person have? Frieza acknowledging a father. This transmigrator's logic is beyond absurd. Nei soon noticed Jiang Xiaofei. His gaze swept over the tail coiled at his waist, and his eyes turned cold. Cyberman, and not weak at that. An enemy. Frieza also looked up at Jiang Xiaofei. Upon seeing the tail-killing intent instantly ignited in his eyes. He leaned close to Nei, his voice dripping with sycophancy.
Boss, let me handle him. I didn't expect Cybermen other than those trash like Vegeta to still have survivors. I'll kill him.
With that, a pale white aura erupted around Frieza as he charged toward Jiang Xiaofei at full speed, his fist tearing through the air with a sharp shriek. Jiang Xiaofei's eyes turned cold. A white aura exploded around him in an instant. As the power radiated outward, the ground began to shake violently. The once flat plain cracked open, with countless fissures sending rocks and dust soaring into the sky, forming a suffocating cloud of sand and debris. Before Frieza could reach Jiang Xiaofei, he was slammed back by the shockwave hurled into the sky, like a broken kite, never even getting close. He struggled to stabilize himself midair, his crimson pupils wide with terror. How is this possible? In all his years of domination across the universe, he had never encountered anyone this powerful. What kind of place is this Namek? In just one day, he had encountered two monsters. Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of wasting time. He raised his right hand, gathering a brilliant blue energy sphere in his palm. The orb grew larger and larger, distorting the surrounding air. With a flick of his wrist, the blue light shot through the sky like a meteor straight toward Frieza.
No!
Frieza's screams were swallowed whole by the beam, leaving not a trace behind.
Ding!
System credits increased by 1.2 billion. Nei watched the fading blue energy, his expression growing grave. He took 2 steps forward.
Who are you? Your strength is considerable. Someone here to eliminate you.
Jiang Xiaofei lowered his hand, his aura still taut.
You assimilated other Namekians from different universes and planned to destroy this planet. I won't let you succeed today. Eliminate me. You?
Nei sneered, his white aura surging dramatically.
Don't think defeating Frieza makes you formidable. Compared to me, you're nowhere near ready.
Before the words faded, both leaps into the air, clashing mid-skies. Jiang Xiaofei's white aura collided with Nei-Bei's white pressure, creating a visible shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. Vegetation on the plain was snapped, and half-distant lakes surged with towering waves, and even the atmosphere rippled. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei's combat power surged to 109.2 billion, while Nei-Bei's aura intensified once more.
I am at 120 billion.
The two charged at each other, locking hands, with interlaced fingers testing raw strength as invisible pressure waves spread outward. Only then did Nail arrive, at the edge of the plain, gasping for breath. He barely caught sight of the two clashing in the sky before the terrifying pressure forced him backward. Pressing his palms hard against the ground, he barely kept himself upright. Staring at the two streams of energy, nearly tearing the heavens apart, his heart pounded wildly. Against them, his combat power was nothing, less than an ant, unworthy even to carry their shoes.
This is the evil aura he mentioned.
Nail swallowed hard, suddenly realizing how foolish his attitude toward Jiang Xiaofei had been, like testing an egg against a boulder. With Jiang Xiaofei's mastery over Ki, the clash ended in a draw, and they both leaped apart. Nei curled his finger.
Again!
Jiang Xiaofei ignored the provocation. His figure vanished. Next second, he appeared behind Nei, his right fist wreathed in deep blue energy, smashing toward his back. Nei reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, and immediately countering with an elbow strike. The two clashed instantly, every punch meeting flesh, the thunderous impacts making the very air tremble. White and green energy waves intertwined and detonated each collision, leaving rippling energy trails in the air. Cracks multiplied across the plain, and even the crust began to quiver. During the fierce battle, Jiang Xiaofei seized the opening in Nei-Bei's punch, dropping his body suddenly. His right hand grabbed Nei-Bei's ankle, condensing all his energy into his arm. Letting out a roar, he hurled Nei-Bei straight down toward the ground.
Boom!
The earth-shaking impact resembled a meteor striking Namek. Nei Bei's body crashed into the center of the plane, causing the ground to collapse instantly. A massive fissure radiated outward from the impact point, stretching for kilometers to the foothills. Worse still, the crack continued to expand. The entire surface of Namek shook violently. Distant mountains began to crumble, and lake water poured into the fissures, threatening to flood the underground caverns. Hovering in the air, Jiang Xiaofei looked down at the 10th of the planet split open, his expression darkening. If this continued, Namek would be destroyed. Nail, watching from afar, stood dumbfounded, his mouth wide open. Inside, he cried out, "Brother, are you here to save us or destroy our planet? One more strike like that, and us Namekians will be homeless." Jiang Xiaofei had no time to dwell on it. A golden radiance erupted from his deep blue aura. His hair turned golden, his eyebrows gleamed with gold, and his energy multiplied several times over. He had entered the Super Saiyan form. "Get up!" Jiang Xiaofei rushed to Nei Bei's side, grabbed his arm, and launched him skyward with immense force. Nei Bei's body pierced through the clouds, like a cannonball, breaking straight out of Namek's atmosphere and landing in the vacuum of outer space. Nei Bei stabilized himself in the void, gazing down at the green planet below. Fierce battle lust ignited in his eyes. He looked down at his hands, a cold sneer curling his lips. "Super Saiyan! Interesting." He clasped his hands together, and his white aura was instantly replaced by orange. The orange energy grew fiercer and fiercer, enveloping his body. As his frame rapidly expanded, his muscles defined sharply, and even his pupils taking on an orange glow. "Orange Piccolo form. Now we see my true strength." Nei Bei's voice echoed through the vacuum as his orange aura detonated outward, his combat power skyrocketing to 240 trillion. Jiang Xiaofei followed closely, bursting through the atmosphere. Seeing Nei Bei's transformation, his expression turned deeply grave. He took a deep breath, and his golden aura suddenly shifted to red, his hair flowing into long black locks. The Full-Power Super Saiyan 4 form manifested upon him. His muscles swelled, his tail thickened, and his combat power climbed steadily until it settled at 218.4 trillion. Two planetary-sized energy waves collided in the void of outer space. Far below, Namek trembled slightly. Watching the two beams of light capable of tearing apart the cosmos, Nail's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. This battle had only just begun. The dead silence of the cosmic vacuum was abruptly torn apart as two figures, like streaks of light, collided violently among the stellar debris. The dull thud of their fists meeting, even without air, as a medium formed visible shockwaves from the energy impact, pulverizing the surrounding floating meteorites into dust. Jiang Xiaofei's shoulder had just been struck by Nei Bei's elbow, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. Before the fractured bone shards were fully exposed, a red energy surged like a tide, and the muscles at the wound's edge squirmed and healed at a visible rate, leaving only a faint red mark in an instant. In contrast, Nei Bei's left arm bore a dent from Jiang Xiaofei's kick. Every breath strained his damaged organs, yet he relied on the surging skill energy within his body to forcibly suppress the injuries. Over a dozen wounds scabbed and healed at a slightly slower pace than Jiang Xiaofei's. But his aura continued to decline, his chest heaving violently, and his once sharp knife-like gaze grew more solemn. Finally, after a fierce clash, he staggered back half a step and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why hasn't your aura diminished at all?" Jiang Xiaofei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The red energy swirled around the wound, and it healed instantly, as if never injured. He looked at the doubt in Nei Bei's eyes, and said calmly, but with unshakable certainty, "I practice dimensional ascension. Each breakthrough is a leap in my realm in life. You, on the other hand, only forcibly elevated yourself to the divine realm through transformation with a shaky foundation. Naturally, you lack the special ability to heal without consuming aura." These words pierced Nei Bei like needles. His pupils contracted, and he thought to himself in shock, "Good thing I kept a backup plan, or I'd really be done for today at this kid's hands." Then he threw his head back and laughed wildly, a desperate madness in his laughter. "You think you've won? Let me tell you, I've also learned the stackable Kaioken. As his words fell, Bai suddenly clenched his fists, and the veins on his body bulged like twisting dragons. Red energy surged wildly from his pores, forming a layer of distorted air around his body.
10 times Kaioken,
he roared. The divine power within him surged wildly under the amplification of Kaioken, instantly breaking through to a peak of 2. 4 divine power. Even though his body trembled from the overload, and his bones creaked under the strain, Bai's eyes still blazed with the light of certain victory.
Now let's finish this quickly.
Seeing this, Jiang Xiaofei knew there was no need to hold back. He took a deep breath, and the energy within him suddenly boiled. His black hair turned white, and the hair on his body gradually turned white. Super Saiyan 5 officially activated.
You can
still transform. Bai's pupils dilated, his confidence instantly frozen on his face, his heart as if squeezed by an invisible hand. What horrified him even more was yet to come. The moment Jiang Xiaofei transformed, a terrifying aura far beyond imagination erupted violently, sweeping across the entire universe like a tsunami. The stars along the way trembled slightly under this aura, as if on the verge of disintegration. Jiang Xiaofei himself was stunned, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes full of shock.
Super Saiyan 5. This is actually the path of becoming a god through power. It's completely different from the path of Super Saiyan God, 2 entirely distinct peaks.
At this moment, his combat power had soared to 218 divine power, an overwhelming disparity that left Bai feeling as if plunged into an ice cave. That aura turned into an invisible pressure, smashing heavily onto Bai, making him feel as if he were carrying countless planets. Every breath drained all his strength, and even the power to lift his arm to strike was gone. He could only watch as Jiang Xiaofei raised his right hand, gathering a ball of blazing red energy in his palm.
Kamehameha!
Jiang Xiaofei shouted softly, and a barrel-thick red energy wave tore through the vacuum with world-destroying might, advancing forward, distorting light itself wherever it passed. Bai's pupils contracted sharply. His survival instinct drove him to unleash his last strength. He extended his hands in front of his chest, and a massive orange energy gathered wildly, forming an energy wave larger than his own body. With a roar, he pushed it toward the red energy wave. However, the moment the 2 energy waves collided, the orange wave was torn apart like paper. The red energy wave, almost without any hesitation, pushed straight back. Bai didn't even have time to scream before he was completely engulfed by the red energy. His figure dissipated instantly in the cosmic vacuum, leaving only a faint trace of residual energy.
Ding! System coins increased by 24 Jing.
The system prompt sounded in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. His tense body finally relaxed. Thinking of the virtual image of Lingye in his mind, he asked,
Yeah, this time traveler should be completely dead, right?
Lingye looked at his cautious demeanor, a trace of satisfaction flashing in her eyes.
Don't worry. The essence of system coins is the transformation of the evil person's own energy and evil energy after being eliminated. Since he could be converted into 24 Jing system coins, it means he has been completely annihilated.
Jiang Xiaofei nodded and took out a scroll bearing time patterns from his storage space. As he unfolded it, the surrounding space-time rippled. He stepped into the time-space passage, and in an instant returned to the hall of the time nest, where he happened to see Kulinoya waiting.
I've completed another mission.
Jiang Xiaofei handed over the time scroll. Kulinoya took it, her fingertips brushing over the time-space imprint, and asked with a smile,
How do you feel about your first day as a time patrol officer? It's pretty good.
Jiang Xiaofei recalled the fierce battle with Bai, a glint of excitement in his eyes.
Being able to fight experts from different dimensions is much more interesting than training in seclusion.
Seeing that he was in good shape, Kulinoya sighed with relief.
That's good. It's getting late. You should rest early, there are new missions tomorrow. Okay.
Jiang Xiaofei replied and turned to go back to his room. As soon as he sat on the bed, he called out in his mind,
Yeah, help me exchange for skills that can enhance my strength and prioritize the top-tier ones. Okay.
Lingya's voice sounded.
Detected exchangeable top-tier skills: Mystic Gohan 2, Beast Gohan Ultra Instinct Perfect, Ultra Ego Perfect. Exchange successful. Deducted 6,943 trillion system coins. Remaining 23 Jing 3,057 trillion.
The moment the exchange was completed, 3 streams of information surged into Jiang Xiaofei's mind, and the techniques and insights of the skills instantly integrated. Unable to contain his excitement, he got up and headed to the Time Realm training room, a place shrouded in time-space energy. As long as the energy did not exceed the upper limit of divine power, it would not leak out, making it perfect for testing new abilities. Stepping into the training room, Jiang Xiaofei immediately activated Super Saiyan 5. White aura soared into the sky and his combat power stabilized at 218 divine power. Next, he attempted to activate the transformation of
Mystic Gohan 2 Beast Gohan.
2 auras intertwined within him, and his surrounding aura suddenly surged. His muscle lines became more defined, and his combat power skyrocketed directly to 21800 divine power.
100-fold increase, yet stamina consumption is only 3 times that of Super Saiyan 5. This effect far exceeds expectations.
Jiang Xiaofei rejoiced inwardly, and then tried to integrate the form of Super Saiyan God 3. With the fusion of 3 energies, combat power surged another 10-fold, reaching 218000 divine power, while stamina consumption increased to 10 times that of Super Saiyan 5. In the following time, Jiang Xiaofei continuously tried various combinations. When transformations were stacked, the multipliers multiplied directly, and the load was within controllable limits. When skills were stacked, the effects also merged perfectly. However, when he attempted to stack
Super Saiyan 5
with
Ultra Instinct Perfect,
the energy within him instantly became chaotic, and intense pain shot through his limbs. Clearly, transformations and skills were incompatible. Forcing them to stack would multiply the multipliers, but exceed the body's endurance limit. After exploring all combinations, the time-space light outside the window had already taken on the faint glow of dawn. Jiang Xiaofei dispelled all transformations, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and already had a plan in mind.
First, go back and get some sleep. Next time, I'll try to integrate Ultra Instinct into my base form.
Early the next morning, upon arriving at the nest of time, Kuranoya said,
"You're here quite early. I wish the other members were as diligent as you."
Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied,
"Not at all,"
and took the time scroll. Jiang Xiaofei nodded, pinching both ends of the scroll and gently unfurling it. Silver-like patterns rippled across the parchment, soon sketching the outline of Blue Star in the 7th universe, along with a blurred silhouette of what appeared to be a tail-bearing Saiyan. Jiang Xiaofei began transmitting rapidly. At that moment, in a parallel 7th universe, Son Goku had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, his base combat power reaching 500 million. Beside him, Vegeta had similarly achieved the perfect Ultra Ego, also boasting a base combat power of 500 million. Together they prepared to face Beerus, whose base combat power stood at a staggering 16 trillion. Below at the dining table, the angel Whis, possessing a base divine power of 100, was sharing a grand meal with Bulma. Suddenly an overwhelmingly powerful presence crashed into their senses. Everyone turned to look, and to their astonishment, it was Son Gohan, his base combat power towering at 50 billion. Vegeta's face fell with disappointment.
"It's Son Gohan."
But Son Goku's expression grew grave.
"Something's wrong. You're not Gohan. Though your energy signature matches his exactly, Gohan would never wear such a wicked expression."
As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta instantly transformed into his Ultra Ego state, his combat power surging by 1 unit of divine power. Simultaneously, Goku activated Ultra Instinct, matching the same divine power amplification.
"Too weak,"
Son Gohan sneered, immediately shifting into his full-power Beast Gohan form, his combat power skyrocketing to 1000 divine units. With a single hand, he gathered 2 energy blasts and unleashed them. The moment they struck, Son Goku and Vegeta vanished into the energy surge.
"Vegeta! Goku!"
Bulma cried out in agony. Even with the angel wore an expression of grave seriousness she had never seen before, his fingers unconsciously gripping a silver fork. Beerus erupted in fury.
"How dare you kill Goku and Vegeta? I will annihilate you completely."
Channeling his destruction energy, his combat power surged to 32,000 divine units.
Still too weak.
Son Gohan scoffed, instantly transforming into his full-power Mystery Gohan 3 form, his combat power exploding to 10 million divine units. In an instant, he obliterated Beerus. Whis sighed helplessly, his body gradually dissolving as he fell into slumber. Bulma stared at the devastation before her, disbelief and anguish warring across her face. But Son Gohan let out a sinister chuckle.
Who I am doesn't matter. From now on you'll follow me. I have a particular fondness for married women. Impossible. I'd rather die than agree.
Bulma refused through gritted teeth.
That's not your choice to make.
As Son Gohan moved to advance, Jiang Xiaofei suddenly appeared. He had already transformed into Super Saiyan 5, his combat power soaring to 2,188 divine units. Taking Son Gohan off guard, Jiang Xiaofei instant transmission behind him seized his arm and hurled him forward. Son Gohan crashed through several buildings, but quickly recovered, turning back mid-flight. Bulma gazed at Jiang Xiaofei, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and hurriedly asked,
Who are you? In another world one of my wives shares your name, Bulma.
Jiang Xiaofei responded. Hearing this, Bulma's sense of trust deepened. She was about to share what had happened in their world when Jiang Xiaofei interrupted.
Rest assured, I will save this world.
At that moment, Son Gohan had already returned, his brow furrowed.
Who are you? I've never seen you before. Are you also a transmigrator? But your strength is still far too weak.
Jiang Xiaofei quickly erected an energy barrier around Bulma, then rapidly layered Full-Power Mystery Gohan 2 and Full-Power Super Saiyan God 3 onto his form, before finally shifting into his Transcendent Ultra Instinct. His combat power stabilized at 218.8 million divine units.
Dare to fight me in space? Let's go!
Son Gohan agreed.
There are still many beautiful women on Blue Star. I couldn't bear to destroy them.
With that, he instant transmissioned into the depths of space. Jiang Xiaofei detected the fluctuation of his divine power, and instant transmissioned alongside him.
Your strength is decent, but you're still no match for me.
Son Gohan spoke.
I've trained for so long in the room of spirit and time for this day. Now it's time to truly enjoy myself. You've destroyed 1/10 of this universe and committed countless atrocities. Heaven itself cannot tolerate such evil. I've come to eliminate you,
Jiang Xiaofei declared with righteous indignation. Son Gohan sneered.
Heaven's justice. In the end, it all comes down to strength. Prepare to witness my true power and feel despair.
Before finishing his sentence, he layered Super Saiyan 6 onto his form, his combat power surging to 1 billion divine units.
I only need one move to eliminate you. Really?
Jiang Xiaofei replied with a low voice, then bellowed.
1,000 times limitless Kaioken.
His combat power instantly skyrocketed to 2.188 billion divine units. He vanished in a flash, landing a single punch that sent Son Gohan crashing through countless stars. Instant transmissioning to follow up, he unleashed hundreds of rapid strikes before channeling all his energy into one massive Kamehameha. Ding! System coins increased by 100 decillion. Over the following decades, Jiang Xiaofei continued completing missions, while frequently entering the room of spirit and time for training. During this time, he grew close to Android 18 Videl, the former Supreme Kai of Time Eos, and the Angel Ribrian. Until that day, Jiang Xiaofei received a message from Lingyaya. The Omni-King's grudge fusion had begun, preparing to absorb all parallel worlds. If they didn't act now, it would be too late.
So it has finally arrived.
Jiang Xiaofei clenched his fists, thinking of his wives and friends, his resolve hardening.
I must protect all of this.
The Omni-King's grudge fusion absorbed 100 parallel worlds in just one day, and the absorption rate continued accelerating. Jiang Xiaofei instant transmission directly before it.
You've also come to stop me.
The Omni-King's grudge fusion spoke.
I will restore all the worlds that were destroyed by transmigrators. Once I absorb every parallel universe, I will ascend to become a creator god and restore my world. None can stop me. I also have something I must protect,
Jiang Xiaofei declared. Before the words left his mouth, he instantly transformed into Super 10-layered Full-Power Mystery Gohan 6, and Full-Power Super Saiyan God 7, then shifted into Transcended Ultra Instinct, channeling 100,000 times limitless Kaioken as he charged forward. However, the Omni King's Grudge Fusion simply glanced at him, shattering Jiang Xiaofei's attack and sending him stumbling backward. Then it extended its left hand, speaking coldly. "Disappear." Jiang Xiaofei's form began to slowly dissipate into the void. Memories flashed through his mind, filled with unwillingness.
I tried so hard. Is this how it ends? I never thought I would be this powerless in the end.
Just then Ling Yaya's voice echoed in his mind.
Don't give up, Xiaofei. There's still hope.
And with those words, she resolutely sacrificed herself.
No. Don't, Yayao.
Jiang Xiaofei screamed in agony.
You are the one who stayed by my side the longest.
Ling Yaya turned and offered a gentle smile before her form rapidly dissolved. But to his astonishment, Jiang Xiaofei's body suddenly solidified as the power of miracles surged through him like a raging torrent. He rapidly layered the 6 realms of perfect Ultra Instinct and the 6 realms of perfect Ultra Ego multiplying transformation and skill multipliers, then unleashed a dragon fist that pierced straight through the Omni King's Grudge Fusion's body.
How is this possible?
The Omni King's Grudge Fusion murmured as its form began to crumble. Jiang Xiaofei gathered all his remaining power for a maximum output Kamehameha, then relentlessly bombarded the enemy with Prince's battle technique for an entire hour.
Yeah.
Jiang Xiaofei whispered softly. As if hearing him, the voices of all realms resonated throughout the cosmos. Each universe's heavenly Tao spoke in unison.
All things possess a thread of hope, and you too shall have it. We will reshape you with our power, though from then on you will be mortal.
Lost in sorrow, Jiang Xiaofei suddenly saw Ling Yaya's form gradually materialize. He rushed forward and embraced her tightly, simultaneously using his ki to erect a protective barrier across the cosmos. Ling Yaya reached out both hands to gently caress Jiang Xiaofei's face, smiling as she said,
I've become an ordinary person now. In the future, I won't be able to help you anymore.
Jiang Xiaofei's eyes instantly welled with tears as he held her tightly.
None of that matters. As long as you're safe, nothing else does. This time I will never let you go. I'll keep you by my side forever.
Many years later, on an ordinary day, Jiang Xiaofei suddenly jolted awake to find himself back in his room from his past life. Everything was exactly as he remembered. He hastily opened the door and searched everywhere for the women, but found no trace of him. Overcome with despair, he muttered to himself,
Was it all just a dream?
Before he could stop himself, he broke down into uncontrollable sobs.
Xiaofei.
Slowly opening his eyes, Jiang Xiaofei found all the women gathered around him, their faces etched with concern. It turned out everything that had happened was merely an incredibly vivid nightmare. Seeing his heart-wrenching sobs, the women stepped forward one by one to ask,
Xiaofei, what's wrong?
Jiang Xiaofei looked up at his wives before him, saying nothing. Instead, he simply reached out and drew the closest ones into his embrace, burying his face in their shoulders as the tears continued to fall. Not far away, Ling Yaya leaned against the doorway, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Only she understood what his tears were truly about.